Steel 2 Morning Show.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Steel Toe Morning Show. I'm Aaron. That's April.
Good morning.
April has a decision to make today.
I do.
April has she's got a weighty decision on her mind. She's been thinking about it for about 12 hours now. It's been taking up every second of her time. I'm just kidding. As you can see now, she barely remembers it. April got a call yesterday from the dealership she bought her truck from, and they said, I love when dealerships do this like they're doing you a favor, and they're not just trying to get you to level up on a truck. They're like, look, oh boy, your truck, boy, I got to tell you, we want it bad.
It's sexy and it sells.
It's sexy. We love it. It's amazing. You should bring us your truck. Now, anyone who knows, who remembers the story, April has a shitload of, you don't usually see this because people don't usually have this in cars, but April has equity in her truck, and now apparently they're really into April's truck at the place she bought her vehicle from. Now, as luck would have it, April, at the same time they told you, holy shit, we want your truck. We need it's the most amazing truck we've ever seen. You got to get it here tomorrow. Wouldn't you know, they also have a huge crop of 2023s they really want to get rid of.
On sale.
Oh, my, and it's on sale. I mean, what are you supposed to say? Fuck off?
I don't know. I don't like any of the ones that they have compared to my truck.
That's just it.
I like one of them, but it's a 2021. It'd be probably about the same payment, but a little newer.
Yeah, I mean,
it's really not worth trading in, I don't think.
I just love, I was thinking about that this morning before the show started, and I'm like, boy, you know, what nice guys. They just call and out of nowhere, hey, you know what we'd like to do is get this pesky truck off your hands, because goddamn, we just love it so much. And then I just imagine somebody waiting and like counting the seconds on a clock and going, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And wouldn't you know, when you bring that awesome truck in, you're going to need another vehicle. You can't just walk home.
Of course not.
Why don't you grab one of these nicer, shinier, newer trucks?
I don't hate their tactic if somebody was looking to get into something newer because it's the way to do it.
It is.
I don't hate it.
It's the tactic to use. It's a very funny tactic to me. It's just very funny where they go.
I see what they're doing. I don't know if I think it's funny or not, but I see what they're doing.
Mr. Green says, I hope your truck has that True Coat on it. Oh, you got to get that True Coat. You see, they put that on at the factory. And if you don't have that, I mean, you get oxidation.
Especially up here with the salt.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I'll talk to my boss. I'll see what I can do. You got extra ticket to the Gophers this weekend?
No.
Are you kidding? Mr. St. Caesar says, where is the cripple? We got Johnny resting one more day. Johnny was just not feeling well yesterday. He didn't sleep very much. So April's going to do Monday, Tuesday. Johnny's going to do Wednesday, Thursday. And then I figure I'll just fire them both. after that. So we'll get April's last day today, Johnny's last day on Thursday. And then I think, you know what? I'm just going to Rush Limbaugh it from there.
Okay.
You know, Rush did it all by himself.
That's kind of fun.
Yeah, I'll just Rush Limbaugh the thing. You know?
Just for Friday or forever?
No, just for good. Just from now on.
I'm going to go apply at Schweeters then so I can sell trucks to people.
Sounds like a good gig. You know what you can do? You can call people up and compliment the shit out of their truck and tell them how amazing it is, and then say, by the way, total coincidence. I was going to call you anyway to tell you how much I needed your truck,
you were
sir.
Stuck on this.
It's funny. And you go, look, and look, no pressure here, but while you're here and we're loving your truck and jizzing all over it, boy, we got some nice ones. And you should take a look. It would be funny if you're on the phone and you just go to him and go, oh, that sounds good. You want my truck? That's cool. I'm going to Uber to a couple other dealerships and look around. And they're like, oh, no. We don't want your truck that bad. No, you fuck off with your dirty piece of shit truck. I hate you. If you get out of here.
If they wanted to pay me more than I paid for the truck, I'd be interested.
MN Viking says, do you ever look at the trucks at Minnesota truck headquarters? Oh, God.
Yuck.
If you guys aren't from Minnesota, I'm sure you have a place like this where you live. Ryobi says, you're a goddamn liar. A fucking liar. Get me my checkbook. Let's get this thing over with. If you guys aren't from Minnesota, there's a place here called Minnesota Truck Headquarters. And again, I'm sure a lot of you have this same place where you're from, but they basically go to auctions and clearly buy trucks that were seized from drug arrests.
They're terrible.
Yeah. I mean, they buy, think of the shittiest one-hit wonder rapper and the bullshit he does to his car. And that's almost every truck and car at Minnesota Truck Headquarters.
Think of the pill dealer in Breaking Bad with his Hummer with the flames on it.
Yes.
That's everything at MTH.
I wish I could remember that guy's name. But exactly. They go to a sheriff's auction and they go, hey, here's a truck we seized from a coke dealer, and they get it at a steal and then mark it down. They don't check to see mechanically. I just imagine the way those trucks look. The people who own them, I don't think they kept up with oil changes.
No.
I don't think they kept up with tire rotations. They probably beat the living shit out of the vehicle from time to time.
It looks like rust buckets that have been painted over. You can literally walk up to one of these trucks and see where there's rust chunks missing sometimes under the paint job.
You're saying they put a fresh paint of coat on there and then...
Yeah, they just pretend all the flaws didn't exist first.
Fresh paint of coat and then on we go.
Don't buy from there.
Fresh paint of coat and then put the vehicle on.
I don't know what you're doing.
You don't?
No.
Repeat it back to me, what I just told you.
Fresh paint of coat, and then there we go. I don't...
You don't see the problem with what I said? One more time. What do they put on it?
A fresh paint of coat.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. You really did. It's so early. It's so early. You totally got me.
It's the most retarded
Why would
thing
you do
ever.
that?
It's funny.
I don't know which one's more retarded, the person who's tired and just fell for it, or the person trying to make somebody fall for that.
I just, look, it couldn't have been.
I think you're equally as stupid.
It couldn't have been more perfect that we said it about 5 times. I think that's more entertaining. You need to
so tired.
Stop and acknowledge for a moment that you're the one who made that bit.
Of course I did.
You made
I
it.
sold it for you.
Yeah, well, guys, if you didn't know, April knew the whole time.
Oh.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. She was playing along. She was milking it. Minnesota Truck Headquarters, let's put wheels and a lift on a rusty truck and mark the price up $20,000.
And don't even make it look good, guys. Let's just look like total douchebags.
Oh, no, it looks like shit. It's a terrible
Stop
place.
lifting your trucks. Stop it. You look retarded.
Look, one thing I know about people who lift their trucks.
Tiny penises.
It's like telling them to stop doing meth. You can yell it at them all day long. It's never going to happen.
It is honestly
April,
the dumbest thing.
April, you can't stop them from lifting their trucks. They have to want to stop. You have to let truck lifters hit rock bottom. Only then can they stop lifting their trucks.
And you know what? If they stop lifting their trucks, they're going to lower that shit too. And then look super retarded.
That's,
all over again.
What are they, a bunch of cholos? Jesus Christ.
Those exist.
Cholos? Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure. Plankton says, I'm tuning in from the deer stand. Ooh, you're not supposed to do that, are you? Won't you scare the animals?
Well, he's probably
Run! He's gonna fucking kill you! Run as fast as you can! Fucking go! Do you think that helped?
It didn't help literally a single soul in this world.
A deer. It helped a deer somewhere get free.
It didn't, though, because that guy listening in the deer stand definitely has, like, an earbud in.
Oh, so I just blew his ears out. Like I'm going to blow Kevin Brennan's back out.
I hope Plankton's angry with you now.
I hope not. He'll steal my burger recipe.
Sell it better.
Let's see. Rusty Grammer says they take beaten trucks, cover up the rust, jack it up, put wheels on it, and mark it up 50% of its worth. Yes. That's exact. Everybody has that place where they live. And ours is called Minnesota Truck Headquarters.
It's like one of those places where you work and I don't know how you sleep at night because you're selling people bullshit. Basically, you're a bullshit salesman.
Yeah, you are. I mean, you're selling dog shit, but you're selling it to retards and they kind of deserve it. Like, I guess. I've reached an age where it's the same thing with seniors who get caught in scams. Or like, you know what? You deserve it for not doing your homework. You were too dumb to keep that money.
You were literally too stupid to insult.
MN Viking says, I worked there one day at Minnesota Truck Headquarters, and there are a bunch of slimy bastards there.
Yeah, there's not any part of me that would ever go there for anything.
SC Motorsport says, it's her day off, Aaron.
That's true. Why do you do that to me on my days off? I am gracious enough to be here.
Because here's my job, to be funny. That's it.
Well, thank you.
Borderline.
At the expense of everybody else.
That is totally fine. And that's what you sign up for when you work here. So I don't feel bad whatsoever. If
I will get through it by the grace of God.
If not only will you get through it, you'll thrive. Somebody says leveling kit is the most you should do on a truck unless it's an old body square truck. Then you can lift it a bit. Those look decent lifted. Why can't, and I'm sorry to sound like an old man, why can't we just buy a fucking vehicle as it is and drive it?
If you have any more, and this is pushing it for me, if you have any more than a 6-inch lift kit on like a bulky looking truck, maybe with like the, what do you call them? The wheel well like shits on them. I don't know what you're doing. It looks so stupid.
Trucker 18 Wheeler says a lift is gay, but a level looks good.
A level's fine.
There's only one level I like. That's a level playing field for all Americans so we can all succeed. I just wanted to say that because we're a year away from the election.
You don't want your truck leveled?
1 year away. I want the playing field leveled for the people.
It'll never be level for us.
1 year, guys. 1 year away from electing a new president of the United States. And we've got some information on that later today in the show. I don't care who it is, as long as it's just not a Democrat. But I don't care if it's the Green Party, the Libertarian Party, the Republican Party. I don't give a shit. These people have lost their minds.
Yes.
And it's like there used to be Democrats like Bill Clinton who would like acknowledge reality and then do things based on reality. Now it's just these George Soros robots who want to bend reality to whatever their will is, and they don't care how many people are hurt, starve, and die in the process.
As long as their pockets are lined.
And as long as the world is, some of them, like the crazy thing is the people George Soros funds, here's where he's brilliant, is he doesn't even care about lining their pockets necessarily. They're the dumb ones who just care about gaining more power for themselves and the world bending to the way they want it to be. They come cheap. Like Soros gets them on the cheap. He's the one who makes all the money. Over on Rumble, Sean Rass says, if you lift your truck and put street tires on it, you might be a retard.
A lot. Yes.
Bigot on Socialist Media says, my truck has a 2-inch lift. I'm mostly off-road when I drive it.
That's fine.
I was just going to say, the only reason you should customize your vehicle at all is because you do shit that warrants that customization. Packer Backer says, lifting a truck means you really don't need a truck. Posers.
That is some of those people, too.
Sean Raz says on Rumble, did you see the trans shooters manifesto? Yes, I did. We're going to talk about it a little bit later today. Crowder, it's funny. A couple days ago, we were saying, hey, I haven't heard anything from Crowder lately. Crowder's kind of been nowhere. He hasn't been doing much. Well, Crowder made some noise.
What did he do?
He released that manifesto.
Oh,
he got the
leaked.
Yeah, he got the leaked manifesto from the Nashville shooter. And wouldn't you know it, he's crazy racist against white people.
Never would have guessed.
I thought he was white, but yeah, he hated white people.
There's a lot of white people out there that are like white guilty people that hate white people.
Yeah, they tend to really like Palestine, too. They tend to be really hung up on Palestine right now. Kind of the cause du jour, the cause of the day.
So Crowder did the thing, though, that he's always said is a thing we shouldn't do and released shit about a serial or a mass shooter.
Yeah, I don't like that either. I don't like to release manifestos and show pictures and shit like that because I do believe it encourages copycats.
Yeah.
Like anybody who thinks the way that guy thinks can now read this and go, oh, I'm not alone.
It's not only that, they also see that this guy's name is being broadcast everywhere and people know who he is. Yeah. And now I can go do that and I can be famous, you know?
383 Novocaine's becoming a member for his 17th month says, had an MTH truck, spent more time in the shop than our garage, found out it was a flood truck. I did that too. I bought a vehicle when I was in college and it was like $2,500. No, it might've been like $2,000, $2,700 somewhere. It was really cheap. This is back when you could still get cheap used vehicles. And it was a Chrysler 300. Not the kind that I really like. It was like a 2000 or a 2002.
Yeah.
Like before they made them what I think was cool looking. I bought it and it was at a used car lot and it was cheap. I was like, holy shit. I paid cash because I got money from the insurance from my last vehicle or something like that. Whatever the hell it was. And I paid cash for this vehicle and I was so excited. Just starts breaking down. Brake lining is rusted out, or brake lining. Brake lines are rusted out. The whole I mean, it just goes to shit. And I'm like, motherfucker. I bring it to a mechanic in Litchfield, and he goes, this thing is completely rusted out underneath. Here it was a Hurricane Sandy car.
Yeah.
They brought it from New Jersey.
I feel like I would have taken a look for like a $2,000 car.
Should have taken it for a look-see.
That's stupid cheap. Like that's like there's something wrong with it cheap.
Yeah.
In my opinion.
I bought private party. I bought a 2000 Chrysler Concorde when I was like 18 or 19. I bought a 2000 Chrysler Concorde from a private party that got 3 DUIs and was not allowed to drive anymore. And he needed money to buy a bicycle.
Oh my God.
And he wanted like $3,800. His Concorde was worth like $4,000. He wanted $3,800. This fucking drunk was desperate. I offered him $2,000. And he looked at the ground real hard and he goes, all right, I'll take it. I went, holy shit. And I drove that Concorde for like 5 years. It was the best. I'm so proud of that vehicle that I bought it for $2,000 and it lasted me 5 years. The kids today will know nothing of that kind of investment.
I don't think you can buy any car for that cheap.
I believe that same 2000 Chrysler Concorde now resales for $25,000 today.
Jeez.
Times have gotten tough.
Inflation.
Citizen M letting us know, vote blue no matter who. George Soros is the GOAT. You know what? You're right. I've gone a little off the wall today. Citizen M has a great point. All right, I'm going to catch up with the chat real hard here. Then I got Bill Maher yelling at Neil deGrasse Tyson. Tuberculosis is back. The manifesto, a year away from the election. We have a new poll out from the New York Times that you wouldn't expect to see the results of. Geno Bisconti and I are going to be hosting the Anthony Cumia Show today. Holy shit, you guys, it's going to be a busy one. 320 is today's number. We got $30 in last night. Thank you very much to Biden Crime Family and Dan Man. If you guys, let's all start teaming up and gangbang that goal into submission, bukkake all over it, and shoot jizz on its tits. Let's knock that out and do 30 minutes of overtime today. This week's theme, if you'd like, with your PayPals and your Streamlabs and your memberships and your Super Chats and your Rumble Rants, roast time. Be mean. It's funny. We laugh at it. Have a good time. Coltrane says, MTH, the guys that buy 200,000-mile diesels, put wheels and a lift in it, and they sell it for $20K above original sticker. MTH is a scam.
It really is. And it's the worst. They have their posts on Facebook, right, where they advertise some of their vehicles. And the people that get in their chat, like in the comments and stuff, and like just suck their dicks, I don't understand who those people are either. I don't know if like the color, like the paint color just really does it for them that much or something.
There's a lot of people.
But I don't get it.
There's a lot of people that buy on look. In fact, most people, I would say most people buy on look.
I knew somebody close to me who bought a truck from there that wasn't like lifted or painted crazy or anything. Yeah. And the fucking thing had problems within a month.
It's a piece of shit.
It completely fell apart.
Papa Dan says it was a white chick that put on a cap backwards and said they were a man and then killed white kids, but also killed a black teacher, but no one touched on that.
The shooter.
The Nashville one was a chick?
Was it a trans chick?
Am I forgetting my shooters? I thought this was the one that was found dead in the dumpster.
No, I think that's a different one.
I thought Oh.
There are a lot of shooters.
Okay.
It's easy to lose track.
Yeah, I thought it was. I thought that was the one that was dead in the dumpster. That must have been somebody else. Continuing on here, Hobo Chili says, just got my binocular nods in. Can't wait to own the night. Next is the 40 Mike Boomstick. Okie dokie. Thank you very much, Hobo Chili. Mojo Buffalo says, motherfucker driving around in a LeBaron. It's a Merlot Broham. Actually.
A Broham.
It's a Merlot Broham. A Brom. Oh, yes, a Brom. Yes, yes, the Merlot Broham. Very fine car, but nothing like a Rolls Royce. Your style in cars is hideous, one person says. We all have our picadillos about the vehicles we drive and what we like.
You did drive some hideous cars, though. Oh. And you've bought a minivan before.
Are we looking at me right now and telling me that the Buick Lucerne is a trash vehicle?
Hate it.
Loved it. Loved my Lucerne.
I know you did. And it's because Buicks do last a while, but they are remarkably ugly.
I love Buicks. I am a Buick man.
Did it just, like, all the ladies flocked to you when you had your Lucerne?
Oh, man, I just painted those seats white.
I bet you did.
In that Buick Lucerne. Are you kidding me? Mojo Buffalo pointing out that it says Monday on today's goal. What an asshole.
Oh, God.
There we go. Anymore. Tuesday goal. There we go.
I hate filling in for shows because now my week's all screwed up. I don't know what day it is.
Matt says, hey, April, my Jeep is lifted and my penis isn't small. Just ask Grinch Girl. All right. It's getting gay in here.
I don't need to know about your dick.
It's getting gay. Yeah,
I'm not a fan of like lifted shit. Jeeps look a little better than trucks. Like it looks a little less try hard.
Don't do that. Don't back down.
But I'm not a fan of it.
Don't back down.
I don't like it very much.
Don't say, oh, it's okay that on this one. No, fuck him.
No, I said it looks a little less gay.
No, tell him you're gay.
He has a very nice Jeep. I like his Jeep. I wouldn't buy it.
Oh, shit.
For as far as Jeeps go, it's a nice Jeep.
That's a very Midwestern way to compliment somebody. Oh, yeah, God bless your car. Yeah, it's wonderful. I'd never buy it, but it works for you.
I'm a truck guy. I don't want a Jeep.
There's
no need for me to have a Jeep.
You're Al Chervicking him in Caddyshack. Looks good on you, though. Bet you buy a Jeep like that, you get a free bowl of soup with it. Yeah, people are asking, why does the goal say Monday? Okay, I figured it out. I got it.
Because we're
good.
Retarded.
I'm just a retard. That's all it is. 310 is the number. Dub with $10 says, best Christmas song.
Thank you.
Erica. Oh, man. That does sound like it could be maybe a Christmas song. Fleet and flying. Xmas rules. Jesus Christ. You can make a song about it. Lifting Jeeps and trucks has caused flips. Some guy 1990s had oversized rims too. Cars are engineered for stock-sized rims and tires. Well, somebody's being an old stick in the mud.
Well, if you lift the shit out of it too much, yeah, it can absolutely cause flips.
Yeah. Well, thank you, guys. That puts us at 310 for this morning. And it is Tuesday. There we go. Mizzle T. Shizzle said, I had 2 Park Avenues. They are pure class, Aaron. Attaboy. Buicks are for winners. Buicks are for winners. Cocktiff says, Buick, are you 85?
Thank you. Anyone who drives a goddamn Buick, you, like, immediately, if I couldn't see you, I assume you're 80. At least. Buick is an old person car, no matter what. Buick Enclaves look like the shape of a beetle, and it looks like you need to, like, pop it. It's hideous.
They're beautiful vehicles. And they're really
old. And
they're really for people with a higher sense of style and grace.
Well, then I think you should drive one.
Look, when it's time to get a new vehicle, I never rule out Buick. But you know what? This one is about a year and a half or so away from no more payments, and it's got life left in it after. I think I'm going to drive this one for free until the wheels fall off. I like it. There's nothing wrong with it. It's a good vehicle. It's treated me very nicely. I think I'm going to drive this one until it takes a shit.
It is funny, though, that how long ago? Maybe like 6 months ago, tops, when people were like interested in buying your Tahoe. That wasn't the the tune you were singing.
Yeah, I mean, look, it was that time. You hit a point of no return with a vehicle where you're like, either I got to do something else, or we're going with this one till the wheels fall off. And for me, with a vehicle, it's always whenever I need new tires. I go, okay, either we're going to put new tires on this thing, and I'm going to drive it until these tires are done, and then put new tires on it again because it'll be old, or I'm going to trade this thing in now and start with something different.
So pay $1,400 for a set of tires or buy a new vehicle with payments?
Yeah.
That makes a lot of sense, actually.
Why do you think I kept it?
Yeah.
Pool Scam Sam says, Buick offers an affordable vehicle with today's safety and technology. Okay, we now know Pool Scam Sam sells Buicks, allegedly.
Yes, he does.
Allegedly. But he sounds like he's very good at it.
They're very overpriced, too.
Oh, fuck.
Oh, my God. Yes.
Bullshit.
New Buicks. Go look at a new Buick Enclave.
I have to say, Buicks, mwah,
Ew.
just salt of the earth vehicles. Salt of the earth.
Coming from the guy who bought a minivan and got in underwater with that thing, too. Like, I don't trust your taste in cars.
Dude, I learned about me. I'd never owned a minivan before, and I got it because it had TVs for the kids. And honest to God,
you can buy those for any vehicle.
I had no idea how much they depreciated and how quickly. I made 2 payments a month on that van, and I was still underwater when I traded it in. They are a money pit.
I remember.
They suck a fat dick, minivans.
I remember when we were in there buying your Tahoe, and you were finding out just how underwater you were. And I remember the look you gave me, and it was that of sheer dread.
Yeah. And I had, and like, again, I'd been making 2 payments a month on it. I'm like, yeah, I'm really knocking this thing down. I went to trade it in. I'm like, this is going to be great. And they're like, yeah, it's worth like $6,000 less than you owe on it. I'm like, oh, fuck. Jesus.
And then by that time, you were too far invested in the Tahoe to like back out of it. So yeah, that was all bad. But do you not know that you can buy TV screens for the back of any car seat ever?
Did not know that.
Yeah, you could have bought something.
Did not know
worthy.
Hobo Chili says, buy yourself a Pacifica. It's a minivan Aphrodite. Oh. Look, I almost bought a Pacifica. I almost bought what's the Toyota one?
The Sienna.
Sienna. When I bought my Town and Country, I almost bought a Pacifica, and I almost bought a Sienna. I was this close on both of them. It ended up being between a Pacifica and a Town and Country because I thought that Town and Country was such a great deal. I also drove a Honda.
Oh, God, no.
What are they, Odysseys? What's the Honda van?
Odyssey.
I drove a Honda Odyssey.
Oh, wow.
As well. Wheatif says, when are you trading in April? Well,
when I turn 30.
When the mileage gets too high and there are, newer models, and not going to be able to trade her in on anything good if I only have a show on YouTube and Rumble. I mean, we're going to have to get some more platforms rolling in here. Otherwise, the trade value is not good.
Well, you'll need a new co-host.
Yeah.
It's got to be cute, right?
Exactly.
So,
you got
so I
train them.
I turn 29 next month. So next month is my final year, the start of my final year with Aaron and the show.
Yeah. So we'll have a fun time. We'll have a party, the whole deal. It's perfect.
We'll part on good terms.
Somebody says, pretty sure all your listeners told you the van was a dumb idea. You just put your fingers in your ear and went blah, 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 blah.
That's true. I do remember that moment. I was one of those people, I think, yelling at you for the fun of it.
Well, you guys get to say you're right.
Don't buy a van.
Matthew and I said, you know how much you guys like telling me you told me so. And they're like, on that day, Mr. Imhope, I won't want to. Matthew Poster says, Aaron has a retard's taste in vehicles. Just disgusting. Oh, I don't know. You say one man's retard is another man's Victoria's Secret model.
The only vehicle you've owned that I like is the Tahoe.
Annoyed Wawa supervisor says, why didn't that fat lady that got you fired just point out that you own cars like a retiree instead of getting you fired as previously mentioned? Right? I mean, I wasn't hurting anybody.
Oh.
If they told you today we'll give you a great deal on a lease, would you lease rather than own?
Me?
Yeah.
I have leased before, and it's not like a bad situation, but there's like a part of me in the back of my head that doesn't like the idea that it's not mine.
That's most people. They're like, oh, no, it's a lease. I don't know. It's not mine. The only thing is, you know who it's for? People who don't drive that much, and you certainly fit that bill.
It's people that don't drive that much and people who want to consistently trade up.
Yeah.
Like a lot, like maybe once a year even. Yeah, it works out great for that. I just don't like knowing that I don't own it.
Yeah. Richard says, just want to say hi, Aaron and April. Well, hi, Richard. All right, guys.
Hello, Richard.
Let's get into some shit. Everybody throwing in. Definitely become a member. Definitely gift memberships. We love you for that. And I guess Dan, if Dan wants to call back in, absolutely do that. Sorry about that, buddy. It's funny. I didn't answer his call because I thought he wanted to talk about trucks, and I didn't want to get bogged down in truck talk, and then I did. So maybe I should have talked to the man, for God's sake. Dan the man.
So am I still bringing my truck in for the appraisal? Like, do you listen to these people, or do you just skip the whole thing?
I personally believe that anytime someone calls you and goes, hey, I've got an offer for you, I'm a firm believer in always listening to the offer. Like, look, it can't hurt me to hear the guy out. Like, I just went not too long ago, and I heard a couple different people out. I didn't like what I heard, so I just went home with my vehicle. Can always do that.
Well, yeah, I'm not going to, like, give my vehicle up if the shit's not right.
I always listen to people. I say, what do you got for me? And they go, I got this.
Did I upset Pool Scam Sam for some reason?
Pool Scam Sam is in a perpetual state of upsettedness. He says, April, it's all caps, so I have to yell. April has literally had 2 vehicles. She's an expert.
That's not true. I had a Ford Explorer. I had a Pontiac Grand Prix. I had another Pontiac Grand Prix. I had a Chevy, what is that called? Equinox. Then I leased a brand new Equinox, and now I have a Silverado. That's 6 vehicles.
You could say 6, or you could say 4. If you want to count the 2 of the same vehicle as the same thing. So anywhere between 4 and 6.
Wouldn't that be 5 then?
No, because you had 2 Pontiac Grand Prix and you had 2 Equinox.
Pontiacs, by the way, I fucking miss them. I love Pontiacs.
God bless. Boys and girls, my first 2 vehicles as a lad were both Pontiac Bonnevilles. One in 98, one in 99. And I must say, wonderful vehicles. Salt of the earth, class acts. Dependable as all hell.
I preferred the Grand Prix to the Bonneville, but they're both nice.
Look, I'm a 6'4" man. I need a Bonneville.
Pontiac Grand Prix were long. They had the longest front ends. You'd scrape the shit out of them if you didn't pull into shit.
I always scraped the front end of my Pontiac.
They were too long.
Kraken Slappin' says the Tahoe suspension can handle the extra weight getting put on by the loaf piggy.
Oh.
Look at this. The chat never agrees with anybody's car takes. And now we got people, Bonneville, great car. Hell yeah, Pontiac. They love it. Bonneville was almost as good as a Buick, says Mizzle T. Shizzle. Oh, Mr. Me says, oh, God, I'm in a Pontiac Grand Prix right now. It's an 06. Did I ever tell you that I'm really jealous of people that drive like 06s, 07s, 08s?
There's no reason.
Because I know they're driving them for free. And they're old-ass vehicles, and there's a pride in how dependable they've been. And like, I get really jealous of people driving free cars.
You could have done that. You could have not bought a Tahoe. You could have went cheap and just paid it off.
Not really. I had to pay off my van.
How about that? Like, he's going in thinking, oh, the Tahoe payments are going to be real nice, actually. It's not so bad. And then you tack on an entire minivan on top. You were like buying 2 cars.
It really was.
It was really ugly.
Hobo with $4.99 says, good morning, folks. April, enough with the booby shirts. Nobody wants to see cleavage. Dress more conservative, you peacocking harlot. Look. A hobo is, of course, we know him as the High Sparrow of the Steel Toe Show.
Hey, babe. Did you see any tits in that picture? Oh, up there.
What?
Did you
here?
see tits?
I mean, he's right. You are dressed like kind of a whore.
I actually just got done looking at myself in the reflection, and I'm like, I look kind of matronly today and like prudish.
You understand? It was the look that he was going for. All he wanted was the look.
Yeah.
And that was it.
I could have sledded it up a little bit more today.
That's all you want. Not anymore. Hobo's going to be on that ass.
Well, I'm going to have to go change my shirt when I go to the bathroom.
You're going to have to do a walk of atonement because of Hobo.
I understand.
Jay Grasto says, hi to you two. Haven't seen the show in a while. We had a Chevy Venture when our kids were young. My wife drove the wheels off that thing. Hell of a story. Jay Grasto. Thank you, buddy. That was the story it wasn't the story we were it wasn't the story we wanted, but it was the story we needed. All right, one more. I got one more, and then I want to get on to the tuberculosis making a comeback. Arthur Morgan came in and coughed on everybody the other day, and now we all got TB.
How dare he?
Annoyed Wawa supervisor says, Aaron, do you have a long-term investing strategy? It sounds like you keep sinking money into depreciating assets. But what do I know? I had to stop someone from pissing in the squeegee bins this morning.
Oh.
Well, no, yes, I do invest in a lot of depreciating assets, like investing in a retirement account during the Biden administration. A lot of depreciating assets. Do you think my money's growing past the pace of inflation right now? Probably not.
No, I don't look at mine right now.
I mean, honestly, a lot of people are at the point now where they talk to their financial person and they go, all right, what happened last year? And they go, we didn't lose any money. And then you throw a parade the next day. You go, fuck yeah. This is great.
Will this shit ever turn around?
Yeah, in a year. Give it a year. Give it a year. It'll turn around then when this fucking double agent commie bastard gets out of office. We'll be fine.
You know what I'm scared of, though? Is I'm scared that, like,
Jews?
They're going to either throw Trump in prison or make there be some loophole where, like, he can't be on a ballot anywhere anymore. Like, he can't run for office. Or if he does win, they kill him.
Holy shit.
Like, I'm afraid of all those things happening because we need somebody like that right now.
God damn. All right, guys, let's talk about, we'll get to that a little later. Let's talk about tuberculosis, shall we? You have to talk about tuberculosis. Apparently, it's everywhere now. It's making a fine comeback.
No.
People are coughing up lung tissue.
Stop.
They're doing the old Doc Holliday and Tombstone. They're
We're
just
not.
coughing until blood shoots out of their mouth and nose. It's a devastating disease, tuberculosis. I don't know if you know this or not, but in this country, we all but eradicated it back in the 1900s. Then we did this really cool thing in the 80s and continued on until this day called open borders, amnesty, where we just let a bunch of third world people come into our country. Now, people keep thinking this is like an insult to the third world people when you go, hey, we've got tuberculosis because we got fucking third world people coming in here and just, two-stepping across the border. And they're like, oh, so you're insulting the Mexicans? And no, I'm just stating a fact. Like, their health care is not as good as ours.
You still have this.
They haven't gotten a handle on the whole TB thing. And boy, gee golly gosh, we sure would appreciate it if you would, stop people from coughing up their lung tissue and then bringing it into the United States.
Why do you have to make everything bad?
Jesus.
No,
See, now that's trashing Mexicans. See?
No, not just them. It's like...
Oh, not just them. Okay, good. You see, boys and girls, she's not trashing Mexicans.
No.
She's trashing, like, all Latin people.
That came off as a lot more insensitive than I meant.
Sure, no, it came off, I would say, racist.
Oh, wow, it's hot.
Well, if you wouldn't dress like such a harlot.
Maybe I have tuberculosis.
Let's all slut-shamer.
No, it's just, you know how people that are, like, downtrodden and stuff seem to like to bring down everybody in the room instead of like trying to raise everybody up to like the good level.
What are you posting black inspirational quotes now?
Could we just not come in here and bring back tuberculosis?
You think if you
That's all I'm asking.
You should have told them. I told them to tell you you had TB, but you went to a sanitarium and you was cured. You know what? You should have said nothing. They would have thought you was a horse and let you go. Yeah, just go to a sanitarium. That's what Manny did.
They don't exist anymore, I don't think.
Let's find out about tuberculosis and what's happening in. Now, a lot of people are going, Aaron, you're being mighty presumptuous saying that this has anything to do with illegal immigration. You know where the tuberculosis comeback is coming from?
Ooh.
California.
What?
So it might not have anything to do.
I wouldn't have guessed that.
Yeah, it might not have anything to do with immigration or anything like that. It might just be, all those natural-born white people in California that they have.
White.
Let's take a look. Are we getting an ad first or no?
Ad.
Think we're getting an ad? Oh, there's an ad, but it's only 5 seconds, and it's a fun knife that can cut tomatoes. That's hard to do.
Knife. Christmas present.
I don't know if you guys know this, but it's really hard to cut tomatoes.
Their skin can be tough.
Cut them with a fork.
No, you can't.
Watch me.
Casino linked to nearly a dozen tuberculosis cases. Tonight, health officials are advising anyone who has visited the casino over the past 5 years to get tested.
I always stay on 16s, but I always swallow the blood of the people who cough it into my mouth. I like to gamble, but not at the tables.
It's scary. It's scary to think about because I don't come in here all that often, but when I do,
Holy shit. Is that a nose ring or a giant nose hair?
I didn't even see it
sticking
yet.
out of her nostril. Look
I
at
don't
this.
want to leave with anything.
What is that?
Health officials say
That's a
recent
nose ring,
genetic
right?
testing has revealed
hope so.
10 related cases of TB among staff and customers of the California Grand Casino in Pacheco. Good evening. I'm Julie Hayner.
And I'm Mike Meeback. Contra Costa County health officials are now working to identify the source of the TB transmission. New at 10, KTVU's Jana Katsuyama went to the casino and joins us now in studio. Jana?
Well, Mike and Julie, County.
Well, Mike and Gina, other than losing my ass and developing a gambling addiction, I also found out that we're not supposed to bring up immigration in any way attached to this story. So we have no idea. You know, that is like kind of where America's heading. We will purposely do bad public health work just so we don't say anything politically incorrect.
Yeah.
Like,
Oh,
we don't want to
always.
find out where this came from because we're pretty sure we know. And if we trust our gut on this one, people might call us racist.
Case in point, monkeypox.
Oh, yeah, monkeypox. They
Not
said,
a racist thing, but
they were like, oh, yeah, men who have sex with other men. Oh, gay people. Well, no, just men who have sex with other men.
it's just transactional, really.
Yeah, look, when it comes men having sex with other men.
And I got news for you. That means you're gay.
Thank you, Ice-T.
No, I just casually
Yeah.
have sex with men sometimes.
Oh, no. You
I don't
don't
discriminate.
You don't understand. And don't clip this, by the way. You don't understand. I'm not gay. I just cornhole other guys. I'm glad I didn't leave them with a hard point to clip that entire thing.
Me too.
That's really good.
You know, I would hate for you to embarrass us like that.
Okay, but like monkeypox, COVID's another one. We didn't want to say it came from a Chinese lab because we were worried that made it racist somehow. If you said it came from a lab in China, that was somehow saying all Chinese people smell funny and have COVID.
I'm guessing they talked this way about AIDS at one point too.
No, because the 80s were a different time. We were less politically correct. They would just call it, they were calling AIDS the gay cancer right away.
Oh,
Like they
the
just,
gay cancer.
they got right after it. Oh, no. The 80s were a different time, my dear. The 80s were a time where when gay people went like that, they went, gay cancer, he's got the AIDS, get him to an island. Like they would just say that shit out loud. Oh, yeah.
Get him to an island.
There were like signs of there's old protests. Actually, I think it might just be the movie Philadelphia.
Yeah.
But there was a sign at one of the things that said, AIDS is God's cure for homosexuality. Like that was just shit people said back in the 80s. It was a different time.
Some would say a better time.
Some would say a time where you could just say what was on your mind, vent and get it out.
Free speech and all that.
There was no 4chan.
Yeah.
There was no internet. You had to go out in public and risk getting punched in the face if you wanted to talk like a tough guy.
There
It
weren't
was great.
like nice cell phones in everybody's pocket that could just record everything
No.
at a moment's notice.
There was just an angry cardboard sign held by a moderately overweight, sweaty guy.
I think I'd like that time.
You like that time better?
I do.
Yeah.
You didn't have to have everything caught on camera
Yeah,
by everybody.
The football wasn't as good, but we'd make it through.
Okay.
Health Department spokespeople say that the most recent case, the 11th, actually was identified on Tuesday. The concern is that people can get infected and still not know it for years.
No shit, really? Yeah, so we should probably find out exactly where this is coming from and then, I don't know, take public health steps
Stop it.
to make sure that it can't come into the country anymore because I don't know if you know this, tuberculosis is not something that's particularly naturally occurring in the United States. It has to be brought here. And maybe that's my thing. Like immigration, everyone makes it a political issue, but it's so not. It's a social issue. It's a public health
Public
issue.
health.
It's an education issue.
Safety.
It's a safety issue. When they're not bringing their best, okay? They're rapists. They're murderers. I'm sure some of them are wonderful people.
Tell him he's wrong.
That was the most awkward part of like that whole
But tell him he's wrong.
people getting offended by that is you're like, well, I look up the statistics here.
Right. I do always hate that. Somebody has something very important to say
Yeah.
and they're correct. And then everyone just throws a fucking tantrum and they're like, well, you're the devil and stuff. And it's like, well, show your work then, prove them wrong.
Trump always
And I'll listen.
forced people to like get mad, but then when you looked at it, Trump made honest people uncomfortable because every time people would get mad at something he said, I would look at the thing he said. I go, oh my God, that sounds really shitty. But I'm an honest guy. So I would look it up and I would go, I mean, look, I understand that it's a lot safer to be with these enraged people over here, but I looked up what he said and it
Checks
does
out.
look like an overwhelming majority of women who cross the border are R-worded on the Mexican side of the border. Therefore, that does check out. And a lot of gang members are coming across. That would qualify as murderers.
And then those poor women, too, after they've been R-worded on the Mexican side, they get trafficked on our side.
Yeah. It's really rough
It's
way.
a good time.
It's a rough way to go.
Unless they get tested. Contra Costa County health officials announced Thursday that 11 people with confirmed tuberculosis cases had all visited the California Grand Casino in Pacheco.
And I'm not trying to say what ethnic group they may have belonged to, but all 11 also wore T-shirts in the pool.
Wait a minute.
What?
Do they do that?
Yeah.
I thought only fat people did that.
Keep an eye out for it next time.
Wow.
Between 2018 and 2023.
That's scary. It's scary to think about.
For many patrons, the news was a surprise.
That's really crazy to hear. That's really insane. So
I think that might be a nose hair.
It some more.
Don't sound like it's cool, but people still here though, so obviously ain't scared too many people away.
That is such a black guy thing to say.
That really was. Like,
that was the most black guy thing I've ever heard. He's like, Yo, that sounds pretty booty, but people still want to hear. Let's do some gambling.
He does this thing where he hears like really bad news and he knows he probably should leave, but he looks around and everyone's still hanging out, and he's like, "Well, it's fine."
He's like, "Well, shit, that don't sound too good, but like people here, so fuck it."
So fuck it. Yeah, that is just the that's the thing to say. Fuck it.
That's kind of just a regular black dude thing to say.
That was like chapter and verse what you would just predict that person to be.
You just hang out with a black guy and you're like, well, my whiteness is telling me that people are coughing TB blood on the slot machines. Maybe we should head home and go somewhere else. He goes, yeah, but people still here. Like, that's not a good argument. It's like there's still illegal immigrants coughing blood onto the tables and giving everybody TB. I don't know if we should still be here. Well, like all these people still here.
The cards have red splats on them at this point.
Like everybody's shirts look like they were sitting front row at a boxing match. just
a little overspray.
County health officials say the most recent infection was reported Tuesday. And while there aren't signs of active TB contamination at the casino right now, they want to spread the word because it's highly contagious if someone does have symptoms.
Great.
They can spread it through coughing, talking, laughing to others, who then come in contact with the air that has a bacteria in it.
It is possible that someone could die from untreated tuberculosis. And that's why we're really
Arthur Morgan died from it.
Folks who may have been exposed to TB to get tested.
Health officials say patrons and staff should get tested because someone can get infected with TB and not know it.
TB can live in a person for many years without causing any symptoms. But many years or months later, that person can get sick.
Health officials say.
All right, I think we're done with that one. But I do have to say, I have something racist I need to say. Do you mind if I say something racist?
I would love this.
Does this audience mind if I say something racist? I don't want to be a bad guy.
Go on,
or anything like that, but I do believe I have something racist to say. First of all, $5 from good old JR says, wait, gambling and TB? I think Doc Holliday started the spread.
Sure did.
You might want to look into Doc Holliday. He might be good for this. But yes, I do have something racist to say.
Okay.
When I see an Indian, Hobo Chili Recipe says, finally. When I see Indian doctors, I'm immediately more comfortable.
Yeah, they are very smart people.
I do. I like them because one thing I really like about Indian doctors is that they don't try to make you feel good. They just tell you exactly what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
Like one time I had I had a numbness shoot down my arm. It turned out to be a stinger in my neck, but I was driving and I felt from here down through my arm go kind of numb and tingly.
Heart attack.
And I went, what the fuck? It freaked me the fuck out. My teeth were numb on this side. Like it went all the way from my fingers up to my face. And I'm like, ah, shit. So I pulled in. I was by Centricare, so I stopped in there. And it was an Indian doctor who treated me. And he goes, are you going to the bathroom in your pants? And I went, I think you'd smell it by now. He's like, all right, I'm just trying to rule out MS. And I'm like, what? What the fuck, dude? I was wondering if I'm having a stroke. He came in and he goes, you're probably not having a stroke because you're still up here and talking to me. So I don't need to do MRI. You do not have a stroke. Are you wetting the bed? Are you having trouble going to the bathroom? I'm like, no. Okay, well, I'm trying to find out if you have MS or not. Like, a white doctor might be like, okay, that's interesting. You might be like, why are they asking me these questions? I don't understand. But an Indian doctor is just straight up with you, and he's like, I'm trying to make sure you don't have AIDS mixed with pancreatic cancer. And those are the things I'm looking for. Oh, so you're saying I don't? I can't say you don't have pancreatic cancer right now. Nobody can really say for sure until we run tests, but I'm thinking I can probably get on the process of ruling it out. Oh, well, thank you. So why is my face numb? It could be a muscle stinger. Oh, yeah, of course. It could be that. Yes, of course. It could be AIDS also, but we wouldn't know until I ask you more questions.
Okay, so what's the fucking answer? What was it?
A muscle stinger.
What's a muscle stinger?
That's where, like, one of your muscles just kind of has a weird cramp or seize, and it just kind of...
And it just makes you do this.
And if it's on a nerve, yeah, it just shoots right up your neck.
I always thought that would be like a pinched nerve.
Pinched nerve, completely different. April, don't be fucking ridiculous. All right?
Okay.
Don't be thick in front of me, Al. 2 Indian doctors stole my truck, says King of All Diffs. I don't believe you. Coltrane says Arthur Morgan's death was still sadder than any of these that are going to die from it. Now, wait a minute.
Isn't, correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't like a tuberculosis a little more alarming than a COVID? And back when COVID was striking, everyone wanted to shut the world down just because we had a case in New York and Detroit or something like that, and mask up and get tested and all that. But now we have literal tuberculosis in California.
I love that they don't want you to wear masks in California when there's fucking TB out there.
They're not even telling you to stay out of the casino.
Yeah.
They're just saying, go to the casino, just get your shit tested.
Yeah,
later.
just don't get tuberculosis while you're there. Yeah, if you want to find out if COVID was about controlling people and doing basically social experiments with the live population, go ahead and ask yourself. They made you mask up for 2.5 years before they said you can take your masks off now. But when there's fucking tuberculosis in the air where you cough up your lung tissue, they're like, just wash your hands, You'll be fine.
Don't cough directly into somebody's mouth.
Isn't it funny, like, with COVID, they're like, wear a mask, be scared, don't kill your grandma. And then with tuberculosis, they're like, what are you, a fucking pussy? Like, you're not going to go to the casino now because there's a little TB there? God, geez, just be gay.
It's kind of my point.
Trucker 18-wheeler with $5 and Hobo Chili Recipe with $5.
Thank you.
Hey, thank you very much, guys, for putting us at $2.95. We appreciate that. We'll get to those $5 contributions in just a second. See, everybody throwing in $5, $10 really helps out this show a lot. We appreciate it. Let's see if there's any roasting going on with these. Trucker 18-wheeler puts a clip up over on Rumble. Let's take a listen. You don't understand. I'm not gay. I just cornhole other guys. It's the silence at the end that makes the clip.
You
don't understand. I'm not gay. I just cornhole other guys.
Do you see how I look at you too?
Yeah.
It's like I'm looking at you and I'm scanning you and I'm like, because of course you do.
Is he serious?
Yeah, I'm not sure anymore.
Hobo Chili Recipe with $5 says, I have something racist to say too. They did a study on putting infants together, playing with toys. Guess which one acted on their animal instinct, almost like gorillas in the wild. The white ones?
Definitely the white ones.
Say it was the white ones. Mad Comic says, white doctors are so happy when they can fix you with a household substance. Especially a bleachy smelling
bleach,
ones. Yeah. Pool Scam Sam says, I plan on handing out tuberculosis blankets for the holidays. Oh, my God.
Oh, wow.
Oh, I should have wore my Cornhole King shirt today.
You should have. We should both change our shirts quick because I don't look nice.
I'm not doing a wardrobe change. No, Hobo just wants you to stop being such a slut. Or in his words, a harlot.
I do apologize for looking so harloty.
Well, you better hope that the great Hobo Chili Recipe grants you forgiveness.
I'll pray to the Hobo Chili gods later.
Yes, exactly. Okay, tuberculosis all over the place in California casinos. Not a word mentioned about immigration. Not a word mentioned about, nobody bothered to ask the follow-up question of, hey, tuberculosis, not really a thing here. So do we know roughly how this came about or what happened? Or can we build a profile so that maybe we can do a better job of, keeping ourselves safe?
I'm guessing we could profile people based on the the demographics that come into that shitty casino too. Just the look of it. It's shittier than most casinos in this state.
It looks like a bar and grill storefront. Yeah.
Like an painted over Applebee's.
It looks like the shitty casino in that rock movie, The Walking Tall. Like that shitty casino that looked like it was built out of a pole shed.
Mm-hmm.
And they're like,
there's certain like clientele that walk into places like that.
Oh, really?
Probably start making ideas. Yeah.
Who's that?
I just figured you'd know.
Oh, okay. No, I was wondering. You had me genuinely curious. Bill Maher had Neil deGrasse. I'm starting to like this Club Random more than I like Real Time with Bill Maher. Because Bill seems to really embrace his crotchety cantankerousness. And I guess he's probably mildly drunk, too. And he's not drunk when he's doing Real Time, as far as I can tell.
Yeah.
But in Club Random, it's basically what this show has become is Bill Maher just bringing people into his basement to yell at them.
And get them really drunk or high.
Yeah. He just brings people on. He's like, let me tell you why you're a fucking idiot, okay? It's just like, Bill, I thought we were coming down here to chill. No, listen, fuckface. Don't you think these college kids are retarded? And they're like, well, I don't know if they're retarded. Shut the fuck up. They're retards. You're like, okay, sorry, Bill.
He really does just get them inebriated enough to like a point where they would cry.
Right. Bill's putting together his list of the guests he wants for Club Random. He's like, who do I want to get mildly shit-faced and then yell at? Neil deGrasse Tyson. That's a good one.
That would be good.
I'd like to get him shit-hammered and yell at him. Chevy Chase. People think that's a weird one, but it'd be kind of fun to yell at Chevy. Richard Dreyfuss, before he turns into an amorphous blob and just kind of sinks into my couch.
Bella Thorne.
See, this is why I like Bill.
Whoa.
This is why I like Bill Maher so much and why I've taken heat for liking Bill Maher for a long time from the audience is that he and I are so similar. Like, he wanted to bring that little cunt Bella Thorne on so he could just look at a good-looking girl and just berate her and yell at her. And I'm like, oh, my God, that's what I want to do.
Until she cries.
Right. Not just because she's good-looking or beautiful. I'm not I'm not a Redditor, for God's sake. But what I'm trying to say is, like, a good-looking woman who thinks that she's beloved because of her intelligence and fucking all, like, she's deep and shit, those are the ones you like to drag into deep water and drown them, figuratively speaking. And that's what Bill wanted to do to Bella Thorne. He was like, this bitch is thinking who the fuck she is when all she is a pair of tits on OnlyFans. And he's like, I know what I'll do. I'll make her cry. And guess what Bill did?
Made her cry.
He made Bella Thorne cry.
So he's your hero, technically.
Yes. I love... This is why people have shit on me like, oh, how can you like Bill Maher? Bill Maher, you fucking lib. Bill Maher, A, is funny. B, he's honest. And C, he makes Bella Thorne cry. If you don't like that guy, you're kind of a piece of shit. Willie, becoming a member for his 4th month, says, happy birthday, Pat. I wanted to read it properly. I'm sorry. So now Bill Maher had Neil deGrasse Tyson on his show. And they argued about trans women in sports, which Bill has very strong opinions on, as do a lot of us.
Most of us do.
And then about how cunty college campuses are.
Oh.
And Bill fucking straight up yelled at Neil deGrasse Tyson about how he's like not handling his responsibility, because what Bill's saying to Neil is that, look, young people think you're the shit. Young people think you're cool. You're like their new Bill Nye the Science Guy. And you don't do shit to talk sense into these kids. Bill's mad at Neil because Neil's one of these really smart guys who's also a narcissist. And if people really love him, he's like, well, I'm not going to sit here and confront any of these kids or tell them that they're thinking the wrong way or that they're maybe, damaging their future generation. They love me. They think I'm great. Neil has always been a black nerd his entire life. He's been a black dork since he was a kid playing with an erector set. And now finally he's cool. He's not going to do anything to jeopardize that.
No.
He's not going to tell the people who think he's cool that, like, hey guys, you need to stop being retards for a minute. Because it's kind of like Ethan Klein and all these other people who have cultivated a following out of left-leaning people.
Yeah, now you're pot committed to that, because if you turn on them, they're going to abandon you, right?
It's different if you're a right-wing person, because right-wing people, almost part of their thing is they want to yell at you for a little bit and have a fight and like an argument and everything else, and then go, all right, back to good. Here we go.
You're saying they like confrontation.
They're confrontational people, whereas lefties are like passive-aggressive and shitty and they hold a grudge and they're vindictive. They're little psychopaths. And so if they love Neil deGrasse Tyson, but he comes out one day and goes, there's biological differences between men and women. Well, he's canceled, he's done, and now he just has to look at a telescope until he starts shitting his pants and needs adult diapers. Like, he's just going to be that guy in Armageddon who spotted the asteroid in his telescope.
It's a terrible future.
Yeah. So instead, he gets to be the black Bill Nye, the black science guy. But the deal is he has to run with these demons and agree with everything they say. Mm-hmm. So it's difficult to watch a smart man try to rationalize an irrational belief because you're looking at him going, dude, don't bullshit me. I know you're smarter than this. You're trying to fit a square peg into a round hole, and it's uncomfortable. Watching a smart guy struggle with something he knows isn't true is tough to watch. And this is Bill Maher and Neil deGrasse Tyson on trans women in sports.
Much more interesting for the viewer. So if we can split wrestling into 10 categories, and that becomes the wrestling match.
But all men against each other.
Correct.
Right. I love how Neil just he conveniently leaves out the really important parts. Have you ever seen a 135-pound male wrestler and a 135-pound woman?
They're very different looking.
First of all, the man is like squattier and broad-shouldered and strong, whereas the woman who's 135 is like 5'7", 5'8", 5'9", whereas the dude's like 5'6" and like a little fucking Sherman tank that can rip your arms off and beat you to death with them. So no, Neil, we break wrestling into weight classes because a 200-pound man, even if he's not as good of a wrestler as a 150-pound man, would probably just lay on that guy and beat him.
Yes.
So we have weight classes, Neil, because of size differences, not because it's boys and girls.
Is Bill wasting away, or has he always been like this?
Bill's always been a very skinny man. He's always been very thin.
Arm skin looks like it's spilling over.
Well, look, babe, he's in his 60s. I got bad news for you.
He looks like he's melting.
Well, yeah, it looks like somebody glued him to the chair, like Philip Seymour Hoffman in Red Dragon.
Yeah, his skin is like stuck to the chair.
This is Neil deGrasse Tyson changing. Do you see? This is Caitlyn Jenner changing. Do you see?
Oh.
This is Riley Gaines refusing to change. Do you see?
So, so now, I get
sort
that.
of key point.
Okay. Okay. So all I'm saying is, what is it that makes the man the man? Is it the hormones? Okay. Is it, if it's the hormones and you decide to give yourself a different cocktail of hormones, I'm making this up, by the way.
No, we know, Neil. You're pulling it out of your asshole. You see what I mean about a smart guy struggling to take an opinion that he knows is horseshit?
I kind of don't like listening to him.
It's like playing a video game with the weakest character on the highest difficulty because you've gotten so good at the game. You're like, I'm going to try and beat it with the shittiest character. And it's really difficult and you're struggling and you know if you just pick the best guy, you'd kick everybody's ass.
Yep.
Neil does that with his mental gymnastics. He's like, I'm such a smart guy. Why don't I take an untenable position that I can't win with and try to bullshit my way out of it? And he's having a hard time because he's like,
good luck.
Well, what makes a guy a guy? Is it the hormones? No, Neil, you're not an idiot. It's literally everything. What makes a guy a guy? There is no one feature that makes a guy, well, a dick. But there's no one thing. It's an entire thing. It's muscle structure. It's skeletal structure. It's hormones. It's body parts. It's chemicals. It's growth and development. It's the way you go through puberty. Neil, the reason biological men shouldn't compete against women is because you don't just have to change hormones and body parts. You have to change 15 other things. You have to literally shave bones down and pull muscles out of bodies in order to make it fair.
Okay, but even so, when you're tiny, those hormones will drive your body to develop in a certain way. So even if you wanted to be an adult and change your hormone intakes or whatever, like do the therapy shit, it's too late. You've already developed into a certain person.
And also, we're going to sit here and take hormones. You understand that just women's natural fluctuation in hormones turns them into fucking lunatics. Okay? You want to see how... No, but I mean, seriously.
I'm not saying you're
wrong. If you want to see how hormones, natural hormones, affect the mental health and makeup of a human being, look at periods. And now what you're doing is you're taking periods... the hormone shift. I'm not saying you're literally giving people periods, but you're taking these hormone shifts, multiplying them by 10 times and making them consistent. Not every 28 days. You're taking it, fucking with people's hormones, and then you get these mentally ill people who attempt certain things that harm themselves, and then you go, oh, well, it must be all the bullying. You're literally taking people's hormones and going ape shit with them, and then going, can't figure out why this person's going nuts. Well, they get to live their best life. But Neil deGrasse Tyson knows this, and he's bullshitting. That's what bothers me.
But I don't like people like him then. Like, I don't like a smart person that just doesn't talk smart. Like, I know they are. Like, they're being stupid.
Neil is beholden to his audience. Neil knows who loves him, and if he says the wrong thing to Bill Maher, or if he's caught buddying up to Bill Maher, they'll abandon him. And then he'll just have to be a science dude looking at space.
Why even risk going on the show?
He likes Bill. They like each other.
I'm not saying it should happen this way. It's a way to start thinking about it.
It would be
maybe the track meets have hormone categories.
And maybe giving yourself the wrong hormones is deleterious to your health. Would you not admit that? Do you think we can just safely do things like this?
So you feel this way because you're so deeply concerned about the health of the people?
That's not Bill. Neil, that's not what he's doing. He's asking you a question. And again, smart guy doesn't want to answer it because he knows the answer.
Mm-hmm.
And he's deflecting right away. He's going, oh, so you all of a sudden care about these people? Hey, fuckface. The question he asked was, is this going to have a deleterious effect on their mental health, fucking with their hormones this way? And the reason Neil's deflecting the answer is because he knows what the correct answer is. He's burdened by his intelligence, and he can't lie and sound stupid. So he has to deflect and go, oh, so now you care about these people? Well, yeah, I don't want to see anybody die. I don't think these people who think they're another gender are bad human beings. So, yeah, I don't want to see them fuck up their brains and potentially harm themselves.
Okay, but also when you fuck up somebody else's brain and you create a mental person from all this hormone shit, like that person can go hurt other people too, and then you have people like shooters.
Who are trying to find their place on the gender spectrum? You care about their health so much that you don't want them to go through that?
It's not something that keeps me up at night, but when the subject comes up, I care about them like I care about all people. Mm-hmm. So if there is something...
You do, by the way. You think about all people.
Of course.
Yeah, I'll give you that.
Oh, okay. You're being
think about all people. No, I'm being
I love how like ready to be a dick Bill is on this Club Random show, because he's like, you fucking talking shit. Like, it's fun to watch Bill get on a rant and then have him go, you fucking with me right now? Because I'll stop my rant to fucking you. And then Neil's like, no, I mean it.
I see what he means, though. In a case like that where somebody's like, oh, and you think of all people, that almost sounds like condescending or sarcastic.
Well, Neil deGrasse Tyson is not a guy who's humble about his intelligence, and he does try to talk down to a lot of people. The problem is he's started to keep opinions that are indefensible. And so when you have a really dumb, shitty take, and then you get condescending about it, it's like you almost become too retarded to reason with, in a way.
I do. Yes. Yeah. Old school liberal.
Yeah.
Okay. So I want all people to have, make this very challenging world that we live in better. So that's why there's honest debate about this issue. And why don't we cut it off?
Keep debate honest. Yeah.
Why don't we cut it off now? Because we're not going to solve this. We said our pieces.
That's the end of the clip. Yeah, you can tell Bill's getting worked up. And I think he's worked up for the same reason I'm worked up, is because he knows that Neil is smarter than this.
I think most people are smarter than this, and you're right. They refuse to say the right thing or the true thing because they think that they're going to be chastised for it, or people will leave them or not support them anymore.
Neil, and there's a lot of people in the chat right now talking about Neil deGrasse Tyson and everything. I'll get to these in a little bit. But, Neil's smarter than that, and he's taking an opinion that he feels he's kind of been cornered into taking, or, at the very least, I hope he's just playing devil's advocate, but who knows? So then they start talking about Neil's fans, people on college campuses who hold a lot of really stupid, unintelligent beliefs, like, if your speech offends me, we should be able to get rid of it, essentially. Neil tries to defend these fucking people, and Bill's not. A lot of people back down to Neil deGrasse Tyson because he's seen as like a really smart guy.
Yep.
But let's consider something for a moment. We've watched Neil numerous times on this show get blasted by Patrick Bet-David on COVID, and he made Neil turn into an angry rage monster. We've seen Neil say stupid shit about other things. Let's keep this in mind. Just because a guy's really smart on something doesn't mean you have to listen to him on everything or that he knows what he's talking about on everything. For example, Neil knows space and he knows physics and he knows all of that shit. He's really, if anyone stepped to Neil deGrasse Tyson, who wasn't named Michio Kaku, and went, yeah, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about, space, you're an idiot. Okay, that's fine. But what is it about knowing space and physics and the universe that makes Neil qualified to talk about, like, say, social issues?
Nothing really.
What is it? Could it be reasonable that Neil is very smart in one avenue, but kind of a dumb dipshit in another?
That it's almost like the same thing as having street smarts versus book smarts.
If
a little bit.
If I get cancer, I'm not going to call Kevin O'Connell just because he's a really good football coach.
Because he's so great at sports
He's
science.
so good at coaching football. I'm like, I gotta get this guy's opinion on cancer. Kevin O'Connell's opinion on cancer matters as much as a 4-year-old with Down syndrome's opinion on cancer. They both know the same amount about it. Neil deGrasse Tyson, same thing. Everyone bows down and puckers up for this asshole, even when he's not talking about the thing he's a smart guy in. Like, he just has an opinion on gender or college campuses, and people go, yeah, but he's Neil deGrasse Tyson. He's really smart. That's like saying, I'm going to change my muffler. Why? Well, Gordon Ramsay told me to, and, he's a really good chef.
You're going to the wrong source.
Has nothing to do with my car.
Surely there's a portfolio of jokes that would still work on a college campus. Surely.
I would hope not. From what maybe some college campuses, the ones you read about are fucking insane.
You've given up on an entire generation, and you don't know how to make them laugh.
I have given up on any place that doesn't...
That condescending fucking attitude, too. I hate that. You've given up on an entire generation because you can't make them laugh. Bill has said that what they're talking about is Bill says he said for years now, I won't do college campuses anymore because I can't joke about. There's a lot of things that I want to talk about that I can't joke about.
That's just self-awareness, though.
Yeah. Neil, Bill knows his audience. He knows that it's not at college campuses, and he refuses to play there because they're more trouble than they're worth. He wants to do a show where he gets to talk about shit honestly and joke about it. They don't want that, so he doesn't want to go there. It's not that he can't make them laugh. I hate that condescending shit, too. Oh, so you're just tapping out and quitting because you can't make them laugh. No, they're cunts. I don't want to perform for a bunch of cunts.
Well, that's the condescending tone I was worried I was picking up on when he said, oh, you care about all people. Like, that's the start of that turn down that avenue. I mean, you're just being shitty
When a
now.
guy's holding brandy like this.
Pretentiously.
Yeah, and he's talking that way. It's hard. You can forgive Bill for thinking the guy's being a douche.
Well, yeah,
because
and
he
even
looks
just
like
how
a douche.
I bet you think about everybody, don't you? It feels like somebody's like patting a small child.
Oh, Bill, you're such a humanitarian.
God.
Even remotely attempt to believe in free speech and thinks that anything that they hear that they don't like, that they don't agree with, is violence. These people are fucking nuts, and you should be calling them out. Somebody like you, who has standing with kids, should be not...
Look at eye rolls and smirks and...
bobbing his head.
God, he's a cunt.
Yeah. I don't like him very much.
He really is the worst. Like, Neil deGrasse Tyson is a guy... Again, he was a black nerd his entire life. And that can be a lonely thing to be. And now he's got a little bit of popularity, so all these people have gassed him up. So now he's more celebrity than scientist at this point. Like I said, he's Bill Nye, the black science guy. And so now he doesn't engage in conversations like this. He literally does, if you gave him truth serum, sees himself as above Bill Maher, and why am I even having a conversation with him? Even though Bill's kicking his ass.
Nobody likes to see the little guy kick your ass, right?
No, of course
little
not.
wiener dude.
I do when there's a science objectivity to it.
You're
yes.
doing what parents do. You're taking the path of least resistance, and therefore hurting the kids and yourself. Parents ruin both their lives. They ruin their fucking spoiled kids' lives, and they ruin their own lives because the kids rule the roost. So that's what you're doing on a national level.
I'm feeling more like on the porch. Get off my lawn.
Really? I feel like we're in the barbershop.
That's a good one. I like that one from Bill. Oh, Bill's such a funny guy. I'm a Bill Maher mark. I really am.
I do like him. I'm not a mark for him, but I like listening to him.
Let's go to, I'm just going to pick a random spot in the chat because you guys have been going off this whole time, and I love that. Thank you very much. Ambivalent Bastard says, yeah, Neil is in the same place as Peterson and Chomsky. People just keep asking them questions. They have to pretend to have answers to all of them in order to save face. Yeah, there's nothing I like more. This is why I've always liked Penn Jillette my whole life. Because Penn Jillette will go on an angry rant about whatever question you ask him, and then he'll go, oh, and by the way, I'm a fucking carny. I have no idea what I'm talking about. I'm probably wrong.
What a weird thing, too, to like ask somebody like a Penn Jillette about like social issues.
What's really weird is Penn is a really smart guy. Like, he's remarkably intelligent. And there's something about, like, the really intelligent people that we have that are good are really humble about it. And the people who have been out over their skis and going way outside their lane, like Neil deGrasse Tyson, Jordan Peterson, Noam Chomsky, all these people, they're the ones who want to comment on everything. Not the really intelligent people, but and there's a difference between smart and intelligent. Intelligent, there's a level of humility in how smart you are.
Yes.
Where you're like Penn Jillette, where you go, yeah, you can ask me about this all day, and I'll tell you what I think, but I'm a fucking idiot, and I'm probably wrong. And those guys, unfortunately, are usually pretty right.
And I do believe that a lot of smart people like to keep to themselves with some of that stuff and just observe things, whereas stupid people like to talk a lot and talk loudly.
Aristocock says Bill Maher is way too proud of his own farts. Yeah, but then you have people like me that are Bill Maher stans, and we're proud of his farts, so we don't help, I suppose. Just the dismissive looks and the smirks and the eye rolls and shit. It's like
the body language was terrible.
Like, motherfucker, you can do that to me when we're talking about Jupiter. You know?
Yeah, because I don't know shit about Jupiter.
Right. If I start talking to you about Jupiter and I'm like, well, that's where the girls go to get more stupider, you can roll your eyes and call me a dipshit and say I don't know what I'm talking about. That's fair game. But you and Bill are on a level playing field when it comes to talking about college campuses and speech and transports and all that. You guys are on the same level.
Yeah, I want Neil to talk to me about why they disowned Pluto as a planet.
Yeah, then
talk to me about that.
I'll believe Neil on
Poor
whatever
Pluto.
he says about that. Yeah. Now what's Mickey going to do without that dog? Kevin Brennan's wife's baggy meat sleeve says, remember that Bill Maher is part of the reason of the woke progressive leftist shithead problems he constantly rails against. Maybe, perhaps there's some of that, but in defense of Bill Maher, he's always been pro-free speech.
Which is something that we've seriously lost track of as society,
yeah,
I think.
He's definitely always defended people's rights to say shit that he doesn't like. He's always hated college kids trying to censor people. But I don't know if it's as much Bill Maher's responsible for creating them. I think Bill Maher didn't notice them until it was too late. I think with Bill, what he did was he went after all those right-wing Christian conservative people because he thought they were the problem with limiting speech and boycotts and shit like that. And maybe he was right, but he missed this breed of left-wing college kids that were coming up and doing this, and he didn't start calling them out until they were already kind of entrenched, I think. Aristocock says, I'm over Trump. It's time for a new Cheeto. We got some Trump stuff.
I would
coming up in just a little bit.
I think we should.
What?
I don't know who beats him. Like, is anyone going to beat him?
Who beats Trump?
Yeah.
The legal system.
Oh well, the legal system, 100%.
Well, let's just do that now. We'll do the manifesto thing in a little bit. Since Aristocock brought it up, everybody become a member. Everybody gift memberships. Throw something into the PayPal and Venmo if you like the show. We do appreciate your patronage. Let's knock out today, and we had a perfect game yesterday during the morning show. We did have to break out the beggar plate last night, but it did work out, which is awesome. Let's do another perfect day today. Thanks for your contributions. We appreciate it. So, when it comes to Trump, there's so many situations I can see. We're 1 year away. Today is 1 year away from the presidential election. You guys have gotten through 3 years of Joe Biden so far.
Barely scraping by.
And you know what? There's a weird thing I'm noticing with Joe Biden and it happens in politics in general. Shit hasn't gotten worse for a little while. It's just stayed shitty. So I don't know if people are letting up on the gas in terms of hating Biden or if they still dislike him the same amount. I'm not sure. But I have noticed that sometimes the media will take things not getting shittier as a win. There's a guy, and I don't know if we have it later today or if I can just play it as part of this. There's a guy who broke down the latest job numbers, and it's terrifying because he goes, we gained 195,000 jobs, which is the second worst job gain since COVID.
Okay.
And he was breaking it down. He's like, 90 some odd % of those are in government jobs, which produce nothing and are basically welfare.
They're created.
That's
too.
fucked. Yeah. He also said we created jobs in healthcare, which again, don't produce anything. They're just taking care of the shitty sick people. Right. So he's like, the jobs we created weren't in anything that produces for the economy. And then he went over the numbers. He's like, we lost 30,000 in manufacturing. We lost 30,000 in like direct services and things like that. Like the stuff that actually builds up the economy, we were losing in, but the shit that costs taxpayers money, like government jobs and shit and healthcare, that grew. So
that is terrifying.
Yeah, he went in and broke down the numbers. He's like, yeah, when it comes to like the actual economic jobs, we're still fucked, guys. But it makes sense. Like, who's building houses right now?
Nobody. Can't afford it.
Who's building anything? Like, what business wants to expand with the interest rates going up and the prices going up?
You can't even buy real estate right now or land. It's so expensive.
Yeah, it's really expensive. So you have Trump. You have him as the far and away, like, runaway favorite of the Republican primary people. Like, it's 2 or 3 to, I think it's 3 to 1.
Trump. Okay.
It's like he's at 60% and Ramaswamy or DeSantis are at 10 or at 20. I'm sorry. So it's like way out. The only thing that can stop Trump at this point is him going to jail. And I'm telling you, if they throw him in jail, maybe it's kind of like when people were saying, oh, there's going to be riots over COVID, and there never were. I do think this country is going to revolt. I think his followers will revolt if he goes to jail.
What does that look like if that happens?
Ugly. I think it makes January 6th look like a county fair. If that happens and he goes to jail. But then again, I've also said people would riot over shit before, and they just kind of swallow it and take it.
They're complacent almost.
But here's my thing: if there's no Trump, fine, I'll take Ramaswamy. Fine,
I'll take anyone that's not this.
I'll take DeSantis. Fuck it, I'll take Nikki Haley. I'll take anybody who's not this guy, and who's not Gavin Newsom.
I feel like even his own side isn't supporting him anymore. Like, I just saw some dude, some analyst on the news this morning talking about how, when Obama was going up for re-election, like our numbers were abysmal and stuff, and that guy was 50. This guy's 81. Like, this isn't looking good for us. And
I don't think I'm gonna wager this. By the way, Shanna Obano says, "Ooh, front page Rumble this morning." Awesome.
Nice.
Everybody hit thumbs up. That helps that totally. If you're on YouTube, hit thumbs up as well.
Thanks, guys.
But yes, front page of Rumble. Thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up. Go ape shit. Go bananas. 295 away from today. Nail that. Let's do this shit. Thank you to Coltrane for $2. He says, what's happening to Trump is lawfare, not law. Oh, like warfare, but the law. Thank you, buddy. That puts keeps us at 295 this morning. So I don't know if there's actual Biden supporters, and I don't know if there ever were, because before Trump, Biden would run for president in the primaries. He'd get 2% of the Democratic vote, and he'd drop out. So I don't think anybody really likes Joe Biden. I think there's a group of people in this country, 30%, 35%, that's where his approval rating is now, that are terrified of Donald Trump.
I think that's true, too. They view him very much as the devil. I don't know why. I never understood that. Is it just because he has a big mouth?
There's at least, I'm going to go 15% of this country, and we'll never be able to do this, so I'll never be able to work it out. But I want to know what you guys think, too. I think there's 15% of this country that if Adolf Hitler ran as a Democrat, they'd support Adolf Hitler if the other option was Trump.
Yeah. But do you see, like, I don't understand how we got there. I understand that he's running as a Republican and all that, and ooh, that's awful.
He said mean things.
What? It was that bad that you would literally vote for somebody Hitler-esque versus him.
Think about this. Put yourself in other people's shoes and the way they think. You went to college. You've been told since you were in high school that if you say anything bad about immigration, you're basically a Nazi. If you say anything bad about refugees or anything like that, you're basically a Nazi. You're throwing Jews in concentration camps. You might as well have a swastika armband on. Then a guy comes out and he says all of those things that the entire system has convinced you're racist for even thinking. Well, now you got to remember, to these people, it's not propaganda. They believe this shit. And so when Trump comes out and says all these things that the public school system and the colleges have told them is all Nazi talk. They believe this is why you're never going to reach them. And in a weird way, you should feel bad for them. They believe in their core that he's a Nazi. They believe in their core. They're not saying it because they want to win an election. It's kind of like the MAGA people. The MAGA people aren't waving Trump flags just because they think it's cool or fashionable. They fucking believe in this guy. Same thing with the people who dislike him. You and I cannot argue with them because you're arguing religion.
I guess so.
You're never going, you can sit here and make all the atheist or Muslim arguments you want. You're not going to sway a devout Christian. Okay,
That's very true.
They've got their faith in Christ and they're rolling with it. Same thing with their hatred of Trump. You can speak sense. You can show them every document, every study, every piece of research that shows, no, this checks out. And actually his performance before COVID was very good for the country, even though he said wild, wacky shit. It doesn't matter. You're talking about God. You're talking about Christ. You're talking about Allah. You're talking about Muhammad. You're talking about Moses. With these people, they're never going to give it up.
But we, though, as Americans, and I mean like the royal we, must be just the softest of breed because I don't know if I'm just different or I'm blind, but there's not one single thing that guy has ever said to me that was like, holy shit, that was fucking
because
evil.
You weren't brought up that way.
I've never seen anything he said is evil. Catty, maybe.
But
I think his Twitter should be taken away.
What?
Sometimes.
Oh, not like he should be banned from Twitter.
Not
You're saying
banned.
One of his
Somebody
staff
else
should,
should manage that shit. But
I don't know.
That's at worst, and that even is pushing it for me.
I always found it interesting. I always found the tweets fun.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying at worst, that is maybe like a plausible argument.
Yeah. No, they think he's.
I don't mind his Twitter.
Think about it. They have taken a guy who's been a Democrat his entire life, a New York Democrat his entire life, and they've convinced themselves that he's Adolf Hitler. And maybe worse.
That's what I've thought about, too, is like, dude, this guy was a Democrat for forever and ever, amen. And decided to run as a Republican because guess what? He couldn't have made it in the other race.
He believes in universal health care.
I don't understand.
SC Motorsport says, Jesus, Muhammad, and Moses, all made in Taiwan. Colt, thank you, Daniel, for David. You'd all be dead now if it wasn't for my David. With the $2 over on PayPal, we appreciate that, sir. Every little bit is appreciated here on Steel Toe. Coltrane with $5 says lawfare means the strategic use of legal proceedings to intimidate or hinder an opponent. That's exactly what's happening, and people know it. Well, thank you very much, Coltrane, and that brings us to 290. Let's put a rush on nailing that thing today. 290 away, Streamlabs, PayPal, and Super Chat, and Venmo links all are in the chat. Go ahead and chip in, and let's nail this thing. So they did some polling about the 2024 election, and I'm convinced that the more of these polls that come out, the harder they're going to try to lock Donald Trump up. I mean, if you look at the judges that are presiding over his cases and the DAs that are presiding over his cases, I mean, this is about as rigged a deal as you can get. Mm-hmm. If they don't throw him in jail this time around, they're never going to get this guy. I mean, this is the absolute best opportunity they've ever had. They've failed every time. They tried to fake the Russia connection. They lied about that. It didn't work out. They got figured out. They tried to impeach him for January 6th. We found out a lot of that was exaggerated bullshit and even a setup. So they didn't get him on that. They released a fucking virus to get rid of this guy. Now, that one did get rid of him for a little bit. Gave him a 4-year break from this guy. Mm-hmm. Now they got to try and throw him in jail because they've literally run out of ways to get rid of this guy. So they're like, look, we got to throw our political opponent in prison.
It's a Hail Mary, but they're entrenched now.
Not only that, the people trying to throw their political opponent in prison are also the people who think we should give billions of dollars to a country to fight against Putin because he's an evil dictator.
Yeah.
Do you know what Vladimir Putin does to his detractors?
Kills them.
Well, that too. when he's feeling generous and nice.
Throws him in prison?
Throws him in prison. So Vladimir Putin's a terrible guy, and we've got to give billions of dollars to Ukraine to fight for democracy and freedom. Meanwhile, the Democratic Party here in America is trying to throw their political opponents in jail, and they're giving billions of dollars to a guy who just suspended elections again because he doesn't think he should have to run for re-election while there's a war going on.
He's busy.
Guys, freedom and democracy. Freedom and democracy. So they came out with some polling yesterday. And I'm not look, this isn't like Rasmussen or Fox News or anything else. The New York Times did polling on the election that's 1 year away. Now, you shouldn't read too much into these numbers because, Christ, I mean, judging by average life expectancy, Trump and Biden could both be dead in 1 year.
They absolutely could.
Of natural causes. Like, it's reasonable.
Trump, same age, younger. What is he, 78?
I think he's 3 or 4 years younger than Biden. I think he's 77.
Okay.
Right now.
Too old for running for president.
Yeah,
of course.
I think too old, but he's too popular.
He is.
Too many people want him in there. So the New York Times did polling, and this is what they found out. When it comes to 5 of the 6 swing states that they're looking at, Donald Trump is not only ahead in 5 of them, but ahead comfortably. So Nevada, 52-41. Georgia, 49-43. Arizona, 49-44. Michigan, 48-43. Pennsylvania, 48-44. And Biden's only winning in Wisconsin, 47-45.
That one surprises me a little bit.
Well, I'll tell you what, if those numbers hold, Donald Trump's going to win by a landslide. Like, let me show you. Let me show you what this looks like. Let's go to this 270 to win map. Let me show you what. Oh, God, guys, can we just. There we go. Let me show you what the map looks like if Trump wins, or the states that they're talking about him winning. So Nevada, they had him up.
Mm-hmm.
Arizona, they had him up. Wisconsin, they had Biden up. So let's make that one Biden. There we go. He was winning in Pennsylvania. He was winning in Georgia. They don't even consider North Carolina a swing state at this point, or Florida. They don't consider that a swing state. So if you look at that, were there any other states that Trump was winning in that deal? It doesn't look like. I think we got him all. Was Michigan in there? Was he winning in Michigan?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. Oh, that's the manifesto story. Okay, so Trump was winning in Michigan also. So you got to turn Michigan hard red. That would be, it would basically mimic the Hillary Clinton victory that Trump had. Yeah, let's see. Let's turn these all blue for Biden. He would win 306 to 220, or 310 to 228. Trump would win.
Better lock him up.
Right.
Can't win if he's in jail.
And this is like, there's another year left yet of Joe Biden being in prison. Like, yeah, let's
Joe
say,
Biden being in prison?
Or Joe Biden being president. I'm sorry. If these numbers hold and we end up with 311 to 227.
Yeah.
Yeah, you guys, I mean, I don't see any way for you guys to win other than throwing him in jail.
Which is the scummiest thing on the earth. Like, what? I can't even picture what's going to happen if that happens.
D. Gulag says MSNBC was shrieking and tearing their hair out over these polls yesterday. It was great. Yeah, I mean, and if you don't think all those people are going, oh, God, can we throw this motherfucker in prison? We got to do something. You know, that's what they're hoping for right now.
How ugly does this get in the next year?
I mean, I think it's in a holding pattern of ugly right now because they're starting some of his trials. And I think what they're going to try and do is drag these legal proceedings and these trials out into the campaign as long as they can so that he has to show up in court and can't you know, they don't want him doing these speeches in 16,000 seat arenas and doing these giant rallies that he does. They're going to, you know, drag his ass into court and make him be there for his criminal case and try to do that. I mean, look, they don't want him in there. They're going to do everything they can.
I do feel like there's going to be sympathetic voters out there that just support him regardless of that, or because of that shit, though, too.
Yeah.
Because they can see through it.
Mayor Larry Vaughn with 199 says, I need a late endorsement to seal it up today. Well, hey, look, that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that, Mayor Larry Vaughn. I mean, you had the shark attack thing. The fact that you're even still hanging in there.
It's impressive.
You might still be the mayor. I mean, after all, amity means friendship.
That's what I've heard.
I hope he hangs in there. Thank you very much. 290 is the number today. Thank you, Mayor Vaughn. We appreciate that. So I guess Crowder leaked the the Nashville shooters manifesto. Kind of a big get for Crowder because he's kind of been on the receiving end of leaked documents for a while.
Unsavory ones.
Leaked videos, leaked documents. Oh wait, hold on. I gotta play this. Give me.
Not now, Charles.
You got to give Charlie credit though.
I don't.
He just keeps giving her.
He's retarded.
He keeps giving her. The story about the Nashville Shooters Manifesto is being censored on Facebook and Google, apparently. Yeah, because apparently it had a bunch of, like, anti-white shit in there, and it was like they wanted to kill white people and white this.
But of course it said that.
Yeah, cis men this, cis men that. And Facebook and Google are going, we don't really need to see that. But this kind of clashes with one thing. Like, all these people who say that, you know, it's a psyop and it's the government and this and that. Mm-hmm. You can't really have it both ways. I don't know if you can call it a psyop and like a CIA thing. And at the same time, the manifesto they're coming out with is not something that Google and Facebook want you to see. Like, it has to be, if it's a psyop, they'd want everything about it in there.
Show me everything.
Okay, so this is the Covenant shooter. This isn't the bowling alley guy.
Okay.
Bowling alley guy is different. This is the trans shooter in Nashville. They imagine, you guys aren't going to believe this. They released the manifesto. It turns out this person was remarkably mentally ill.
They always are, though.
Yeah.
And I'm sure somebody knew about him, too. Known to law enforcement.
You think they were known to law enforcement?
I'm going to guess, yes. I put money down on it.
It's incredible. I can't believe
Probably
it.
been in treatment for something before.
Well, they the manifesto itself was full of, I don't know, are you allowed to say, what's that thing that some people put in tomato soup? They crunch them up and put them in there?
Breadcrumbs?
No.
Crunch them up? What are you talking about?
What's the thing that some people put in soup?
Crackers?
There you go. Can you say that on YouTube?
In the
racial sense?
You are white.
Yeah, they said they wanted to kill oyster crackers. They were ranting and raving about crackers and all this other shit. It was pretty hateful. Papa Dan says, I think you mean the Tranifesto, Aaron. Ooh, that's marketable.
Tranifesto.
Yeah, I think that's
a nice ring to it.
Sci-Fi 20XX. The thing people put in soup. You mean stones? I would love that. I would love if people just go with the wrong answer game on, hey, what do people put in soup?
Granite.
Oh, you mean granite. Nikki Fruit Loop says oyster cracker privilege. Saltines. You can say saltines. I think YouTube gets you on the cracker word.
I have no idea.
I believe. I could be wrong. Guy Sartell says, oh, the thing you put in soup. You mean dicks?
That would be salty.
I didn't know. I don't think. Do people put dicks in their soup? I mean, good Lord.
Not.
Boys and girls, I would hope not.
You're going to scald the dick.
I would hope that they wouldn't be putting dicks in their soup. But yeah, it's just they're going to hide that. They're going to pretend it didn't happen. Remember, these mass shootings are terrible. These mass shootings are something we have to learn from, figure out why it happened so it can never happen again.
Yes.
Maybe all this anti-white shit in the media and this anti-colonial, anti-white, anti-this, anti-that shit they're teaching in college, maybe you're breeding school shooters. Maybe it's not AR-15s. Maybe it's not any of the shit. I mean, you saw that guy in Norway, that Anders Breivik guy. The reason he he killed a bunch of women was because he was mad that nobody would fuck him. He'd go on Reddit, he'd go on the internet, and all these people would just rage about whores and sluts and bitches, and they would be so angry about women.
They'll rile him up.
You never go outside, you insulate yourself, and then you go crazy and you snap and do shit like that.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe locking these people in rooms for 8 hours a day and preaching to them that white people are, privileged and evil and terrible. Maybe some of these kids, when you start doing that and locking them in rooms for 8 hours a day and telling them that shit, one of them might snap.
Well, and if you throw the trans stuff on top of it too, and like hormone therapy, that's already screwing with people's mentality, and their hormones,
right?
All that, boy, that's unstable.
Oh, so you care about all people?
Definitely, I absolutely care about all people.
So you're just calling me. You're just calling me. You care about everyone, Bill. Yeah,
sure
I do. Fuckface. Charlie wanted us to know, I find Mrs. April calling me retarded a tad off-putting. Maybe she might want to address whatever life issues she's endured instead of blaming random callers like me for her pain. #therapy. Yeah.
I think somebody who continues to call into shows that don't want to take your phone calls definitely lacks some brain cells.
Wow. So you're just doubling.
There's at least you lack like the entirety of self-awareness.
So you're just doubling down on this hate speech is what you're trying to say.
Yes.
You're telling Charlie right now that you're just doubling down on all this terrible hate speech.
100%.
Can't believe it. Guys, 700 of you watching the show at this moment in time. Everybody hit like. Everybody become a subscriber and a member. Looking wonderful this morning. Let's knock down that 290 and call it a W. All of the links are in the chat, both Rumble and YouTube. Thank you guys very much. So yeah, maybe we can learn something from this manifesto. Let's go from that. Let's lighten it up a little bit.
Thank Christ, it's been heavy.
We've gotten Bill Maher, Donald Trump, Steven Crowder and the trans stuff and all that. Let's talk about an old skank who just wants to get a little high school dick. Or at least that's what I think is going on here.
Okay.
A 95-year-old woman always had a dream of being a high school cheerleader, and she never got to accomplish it until now. A 95-year-old cheerleader.
Aren't you worried about breaking shit?
Not her. You only live once. And that life could end literally at any moment, so why not?
Okay.
If you could go out as a red splat on the track in the middle of the homecoming football game, rather than rotting in some place like Shady Acres retirement home, wouldn't you want to go out splattered on the track at homecoming?
She's going to try to do the splits and literally tear her body in half.
Maybe you take running back, Dick. It splits you in half and you die.
Why does it have to be running back, Aaron?
Because I just feel like she's got some hidden
fetishes,
desires. Yeah. Because back in her day, if she looked at him the wrong way, they'd hang that guy.
Right,
So,
and her dad wasn't a fan.
Oh, no.
But dad's long gone, so now she can fulfill those fantasies.
Exactly. You're right. Her dad's been dead for quite some time and can't judge her. So this woman in Florida got the chance to be a cheerleader for a night at 95 years old. Let's see how it went.
Also on 7 tonight, this has got to be the video of the day. An 81-year-old from Florida returns to high school.
Oh, wait, no, I'm sorry.
Wow.
It was an 81-year-old. The 95-year-old was we have a story about a 95-year-old later. This is an 81-year-old.
I was about to say she looks great for 95.
Well, I mean, if she's 81, then yeah, of course she can fuck the football players. I mean, 95, it would be inappropriate.
Still has a little elasticity to it.
Yeah, I mean, the age difference between 18 and 95 is just gross. But 18 and 81, it's kind of romantic because it's just reversing the numbers. 18,
and it's like fucking your grandma.
Right, and which I hope none of you did, but...
Don't do that.
No, don't fuck your grandma.
School a few years later to make one of her dreams come true.
I don't understand. When I was your kid's age, we made the Negro cheerleaders do their routines over there. Why are the Negroes with all the white girls? Are they going to take my spot on the cheer squad?
They should have made her wear like the cheerleading little outfit too.
Right.
Really play the whole part up.
She wore no underwear. She'd jump up and her just saggy puss lips would be coming out through the bottom.
That's not fun anymore.
See, this is where I would be terrible on the evening news, is these are supposed to be wholesome stories. And I'd be sitting there writing the teleprompter stuff and I'd be like, how can we get a terrible loose pussy lips joke into this story?
It's just sagging out her skirt.
Yeah. The news director is like, well, is that really necessary? I'm like, no, not at all. But isn't it kind of fun? Like, aren't we just being wacky if we talk about this woman's saggy labia? And how wrong would we be?
Can you imagine if you were sitting like next to these two lady anchors?
You made a sagging labia joke?
A sagging labia joke. They would kill you.
They would both look at each other and then look for bosses to come in and pull you off. Then they're like, no, we're live. We can't. You got to let them talk about her sagging puss lips.
Grandmother wanted to cheer for her alma mater one more time.
This is so cute. And she says she had the time of her life.
The last home game of the season and a high school in Sarasota
Nice toss.
has a special guest on the sidelines. This is Mikey Harris.
I was born a cheerleader.
I love that. I was born a dumb whore. I never became anything after that. I peaked in high school. I've been coming to prom every year since World War II, and I wanted to come back to the only goddamn thing that gave a shit about me in this cruel, disgusting life, And that's watching the boys in their tight pants run the football up and down the field.
Why do we always give old people like a pass to do the young people things again? Like, what if it was a creep or something just in there like scoping?
It would be different if it was a guy.
Would it?
Yeah. They would be like, hey, man, I just want to, I want to be a cheerleading coach one more time.
Like,
no.
Occasionally you hear of like people taking old people to proms and stuff because, they never got to go to prom or like, oh, let's be a cheerleader. No, I don't think we need to. They're kind of a liability.
I think it's adorable if you bring your grandma to prom and like she's like, I want the full prom experience. And then you catch her like out back of the venue sharing a flask with your buddy. And then later in the night, he's railing her in a hotel room.
But she took her teeth out first to service him.
Yeah, like she's a generous lover. Right.
Sailors!
She's 8.
You know what? Say, all right, boys, do what sailors do and they make port. Oh, Grandma.
Cranny.
Why are you being a whore? I'm starting to think you didn't want to be a cheerleader. You just wanted some dick.
They just start yelling like the N-word or something because that's what they did back in the day.
Right.
81 years old and
ours are better than theirs.
Back at her alma mater.
Who wrote the lyrics to this thing? This is on my bucket list, kid. Last year for my 80th, I flew a plane.
Humble brags.
So we're just letting this lady fly planes?
We shouldn't. Somebody's going to die.
She's kind of leveling down each birthday, isn't she? Last year, I flew a plane.
Well, she's getting older and has less energy to expend.
That was the last time they ever let her work for Malaysia Airlines, by the way. It just, they said, God damn it, lady, you're getting us in a lot of trouble. We gave you one opportunity, and you fucked the whole thing up.
Aaron, you're not supposed to tell Malaysian airline jokes. You're going to get us on the news.
Oh, I'm sorry. I mean, look, the rest of the world was just impressed that you guys figured out flight. We had no idea.
Oh, my God.
What? I mean, I guess you didn't figure it out, did you?
Did they ever find that plane?
No.
What the fuck?
No.
And you lose it.
That's why I never fly Muhammad Atta Airlines. They always want to teach you they never want to teach you how to take off and land.
No, there's no landing.
No. That's the most fucked up story still out of 9/11.
Right?
Is that they wouldn't let that guy train to be a pilot because he just told them openly, he's like, no, just teach me how to fly a plane like if I were just to take it over mid-flight. Like, I don't need to know how to land.
I don't need to know how to take off or land.
Right. Like, what a shitty terrorist. What a shitty operative. Like, what you do is you go, look, I'm going to have to learn the whole takeoff and landing part, but I'll just remember the flying shit, You don't tell them, hey, let's skip this and skip that. Like, have some patience, asshole.
Yeah, that is sus, as
All right.
the kids would say.
Let's find out if Granny got me or if these girls cock-blocked her.
Sailors!
This year, she's cheering for the football team once again.
1960 and 59. I was on the squad from the time I was a junior. It was perfect. I had a boy.
It was perfect. I had a boyfriend. There was segregation. It was the South.
It's just a better time.
What a time. Now that I see all these boons sitting there in their stands, and I wonder, why are we all intermingling?
Do you think that old people think that way sometimes?
Oh,
Do you
yeah.
think they look at crowds and they're like, dude, why are you guys sitting together?
Maybe not why are you sitting together, but I definitely think that they think about the way it used to be.
I just wonder that to myself sometimes. Like, if there were any black people in Litchfield when I was growing up and I decided to like date one of them or something and I brought them home to like Thanksgiving dinner and my grandma saw them, I wonder what they would think. Like, would that be off-putting or would they be happy
well,
for you?
You're not wondering what they would think. You're wondering if they would say it out loud or quietly to themselves.
Yeah.
Because you know what they'd think.
I never really got the experience to like see if my grandmas were racist or not because there was no black people around for them to like remark upon.
Can I save you some suspense?
Yeah.
They were racist.
But it would have been fun to hear it.
You just want people to be honest. That's all.
I just wanted to hear her inner dialogue.
I get it.
Friend who really cared about me. I was voted friendliest.
That was
Whore.
Why do old people talk like that too? Do you like they throw themselves at you with their face and their eyes bug?
They need all their life's energy to get the words out. So they need
They're like thrusting it at you.
It's like when really fat people like rock 3 times to stand up, which you'd think would give them better abs, but it doesn't. They eat them away.
No.
They rock 3 times to get up. That's the same thing old people do. They have to lunge talk because they're like,
and their eyes bulge.
Blood pressure. Talking ups their blood pressure a lot.
They scare me a little bit.
I was voted most friendliest by all the boys. I was known as Tug Job McGraw back in my high school, and it was a wonderful time back then. She's giving all the girls, like, terrible life advice. She's like, remember, girls, condoms are for pussies.
Right. Don't use those, because if you... Go on.
If you think he's going to break up with you, just tell him you're pregnant and need an abortion. It works like a charm. And if your father doesn't like the guy you're with because of a certain pigmentation, just say you were raped. What? No, it's a different time. We don't do that anymore. That was a horrible thing to do back then.
Granny's trying to teach young ladies how to scam a man out of like $700 for an abortion that they don't need.
Right.
That's actually kind of a fun one because the guy's going to give you the money, right?
Oh, of course, yeah.
So now you just have $700 to go spend.
Are you fucking an immoral piece of shit who only cares about his muscles? All right. Tell him you'll allow him to break up with you, but you're pregnant. You need $800 for an abortion.
Yeah.
Then you can afford that handbag, Megan. Wow, thank you for being on the cheerleading team. Can you be our new coach?
Wow.
The actual cheerleading coach can't figure out why they want her around all the time, and it's just because she's giving them massive whore lessons.
Or this is how to be a true whore, ladies.
Oh, so you want to crow. Why are you crying, Amy? Well, because I caught my boyfriend making out with somebody else at a party. So you're going to sit there and cry about it? Go give his friend a Hummer.
Right.
That's how you get back to him. Film it and send it to him on one of those newfangled social media contraptions you have. And make sure it's a sloppy one. The boys love them sloppy. That's why they called me Sloppy Joe Helga.
Do the boys love them sloppy?
She's educating the kids on real-world advice. You can go in that fucking building and learn calculus from those Jews all day long, but what I'm going to teach you, you can use for a lifetime. Remember, fake abortions are a money-making opportunity.
God bless.
It's a whore.
Accurate. Her energy is contagious.
Come on, Jackson, show your stuff.
Bubbly.
Ew. See, that just kind of brings
Come
me
on,
down.
Jackson, pull out your dick.
Isn't there any part of you guys that like listening to an old person yell like old person things? Like, doesn't it like make you just feel kind of gross or like, oh, I'm going to be old someday and I don't want to sound like that?
Come on, Jalen, run like a... Jesus. We told you have to stop yelling that shit into the megaphone.
Oh, my God.
Sorry, I just keep thinking it's 1959.
But that doesn't even describe her. She's just like a light that just comes in the room and everyone just looks. And
She always asks me what I am. It's a really uncomfortable question, and I don't like it.
You look like a mix. Like, what are
I
your
want to
parents?
meet your mother and father.
What is your pedigree?
Is one of them a roofer and the other one a mathematician?
there she is.
She may not be up there with them doing stunts now, but Mikey shared stories from her day.
That's really scary.
Holy shit, she's getting after it.
Do you know what I mean, though? There's something psychotic on her face that I feel like I don't want to look at.
Dude, you wish that you could have that living of a face at 81 years old. She's alive right now.
Yeah, she's very much alive. She's doing what she loves, but there's part of me that if I were watching this game, I don't want to watch her because it's like an omen for
We're all going to get old.
And we're all going to look like this lady.
Are you getting
She looks insane.
Are you getting pretty girl syndrome where you get scared of old people?
No, I like old people very much. I've made that clear. It's just that when you put an old person in like a young person's moment, you're kind of taking something away from it.
She's
for me.
owning these young people right now.
Is she?
They're not giving it the way she is.
She looks insane.
She could literally swallow her entire bottom lip right now.
Sophia Drews and the other cheerleaders.
Just how fun it was. And she just we all had smiles on our face when she was talking. All the memories she brought up were just great.
They even taught Mikey a new cheer.
You ready? It's the sailors are here. They're ready for a fight. The winners will be
the team with mostly whites. All right, girls, let's go. Pom-poms in the air.
I was ready for her to rhyme here with queer.
Yeah.
For something.
the winners will be orange and white. You guys can be louder than this.
All right, lady in front, pretend it's a movie theater. No, come on. Quit talking like that. You can't say that, Grandma.
Uniforms and cheers may be different, but what hasn't changed?
You're like sisters, basically, and it sounds like they were just a sibling, sister-like, just like we are now.
A sisterhood
Except they're all
spanning
dead.
generations.
You'll
now
hate
with
each
a
other
side
eventually.
of grandmotherly advice.
Enthusiasm. You have to believe. You have to show passion, you know, and I was relentless. Even the principal just said it. You're relentless.
No, what he's trying to say is stop saying racial slurs in the middle of the school. It's off-putting and people are leaving the building. Jesus, we can't have you back. You're relentless.
But that's how you get things done.
She's
You
insatiable.
know it. You know it. Hello.
We roll. We rock. We're gonna score some cock. All right, come on, everybody.
Somebody cheers, screams, "Fuck yeah, Grandma!"
Get some dick.
We're all gonna get laid.
What I'm trying to say is, she's a lovely lady.
Old people always want to make. They make me want to watch the what the fuck is her name? Flossie Dickey or whatever her name
Oh,
was.
Flossie, the old
She's
lady.
She's a treasure.
She was a treasure. She's dead now.
I always forget that. She's alive in my heart.
Flossie died a while back. Poor Flossie.
So she's not flossing no more.
No. She's flossing in heaven with the angels at this point. All right, boys and girls. Where are we? We're almost halfway through today's show. It's a $2.90 away. Go ahead and contribute to our program. We do appreciate your generosity. We run on your contributions and donations, and we are a ways away so far this morning. Hit like, hit subscribe. We peaked out over 700 people today. Let's get that back up there. Go ahead and hit thumbs up. We do appreciate it. If we're entertaining you or have ever, consider becoming a member or throwing a couple of bucks our way. So, the Simpsons keep I don't know how they keep going. Like, I just feel like the Simpsons are, I hate to be a douche, but I feel like they're passé, and they have been for a long time.
I'm not a Simpsons fan.
Like, ever since, like, I never got into the Simpsons because when I was in third or fourth grade, South Park came out. And I was a huge South Park guy. And the Simpsons always seemed like the safe alternative to South Park.
Yeah, and I do feel that once you've had such a run for a show, like, haven't you kind of written about most things now?
I mean, I guess they keep going and people still watch it. I mean, I guess it's still incredibly popular. But they've now started changing shit. They've now started doing new things.
Okay.
And people don't like them.
People don't like change.
Yeah, I don't know if especially in a show that's been around for that long, and a lot of their audience now is starting to complain about the shit that they're doing. Like the number one, the biggest thing is Apu.
Oh,
is getting
had to cancel him.
Yeah, getting rid of the Apu character because some Asian grad student made some shitty YouTube documentary about how he didn't like Apu because he talks in a funny accent. Didn't have any problem with like Groundskeeper Willie, that he was an Irish stereotype of anger and rage or Scottish stereotype of anger and rage and needing to fight. Didn't have any problem with those accents or anything else. Just the one that affected him. And I got to tell you, when you're judging comedy, it's always good to be a hypocrite. It doesn't stand out at all.
Never.
No.
It's not glaring.
So The Simpsons got rid of Apu. People hated that. They thought it was terrible. I don't know what it did to the numbers or anything like that, but they now have said that because times have changed, Homer is no longer going to strangle Bart.
Oh, because the cartoon dad can't strangle the cartoon kid?
Right, because then real adult parents may squeeze with both hands their child's neck until the child's tongue sticks out and they start gagging and choking. We all know the amount of father-son strangulation deaths caused by Homer Simpson copycat syndrome.
It's influenced by such things.
You can't get rid of something like this 40 years after it started.
No. And if people weren't strangling their kids for the last 40 years watching Simpsons, I don't think we're starting now.
Yeah, they're not going to start now.
I mean, if anything, parents, in my opinion, like hit their kids less today than they ever have, right? How many parents do you know today that spank their kids?
I know it's more frowned upon now than it ever was. I don't know any numbers or data on it, but I don't think any of those people started or stopped striking their child because a yellow man on a cartoon choked his kid. But Homer Simpson is done strangling his son Bart, and it all has to do with modern sentiments, it seems. A decision by showrunners that's strongly dividing fans. And, they're going to make it sound like, oh, it's strongly dividing fans. All these weird nerds want him to keep strangling his kid. That's not what the argument is. The argument is it's stupid to even change it.
It's very stupid. It's always been funny to watch him get strangled, right?
It's a staple of The Simpsons. Mm-hmm. It's a landmark thing. Even if you don't watch The Simpsons, you know about Homer strangling Bart. It's a thing. And when you get rid of it, you do this weird thing when you get rid of shit like that, where you force people like me who don't give a shit to go, no, I have to call you out on this because this is retarded, and this will give confidence to people who want to do similar stupid shit to do it more, and we got to cut this off at the quick. So, yeah, do I care that Homer's not strangling Bart anymore in a cartoon? No, not that part of it. My worry is that this is so stupid and unnecessary that more people are going to do stupid and unnecessary shit, and this just kind of snowballs from here.
Well, it's going to completely censor's not the right word, but it's going to clean up all cartoons eventually, because if you have to stop the strangling thing, then you've clearly got to stop smacking people, hitting people. Yeah. Looney Tunes has to go because that's all they do is hurt each other.
They've already done that. They've already started censoring a lot of Looney Tunes.
Yeah, there's
episodes.
no guns in Looney Tunes
Yeah,
anymore.
they got to get rid of the guns and all that. But with the Simpsons thing, the one thing that makes me feel better is every time something like this happens, South Park just steps it up.
Oh, God, yes.
And they go, let's get more offensive. Like their most recent special that they did, they just turned turned Cartman into a tall black woman. And then they made fun of Kathleen Kennedy in Star Wars, where Cartman became Kathleen Kennedy, and just for every movie they pitch, they go, put a chick in it and make it lame and gay. And that's all it was.
I
was
have
just,
to watch that.
It was just shitting on that concept. So you have The Simpsons. I feel like every time South Park hears about a show that gets safer, they go challenge accepted, and they try to do something more fucked up.
Let me push it over here.
Yeah.
Hard as I can.
Penn Jillette, to bring him up again. Penn and Teller had their show Bullshit on Showtime. And Penn Jillette and Trey Parker are really good friends. And Penn was at lunch with Trey one day, and he said, yeah, we really want to do an episode on Bullshit about Scientology. But Showtime won't let us because Scientology sues the shit out of people, and Showtime doesn't want to get sued.
Right.
So then Trey Parker went back to Matt Stone after his lunch with Penn Jillette and said, hey, Showtime won't let Penn and Teller do a Scientology episode. Let's do Scientology episodes. And that became the inspiration. That became the motivation for South Park to do their Scientology stuff that led to the Adventure Club and the Super Adventure Club and the death of Chef and all this shit. And Isaac Hayes leaving the show was all because Trey Parker's friend told him that their network wasn't going to allow them to do something. So he went, haha, we will. They didn't even want to do it. They just did it as a fuck you to other people who wouldn't let other people do it.
Yeah, there is something to be said about being the one show that'll push that envelope every single time.
Right.
Like, you're going to stick around just for even the people that want to see, oh, God, what are they going to do next?
Exactly. Camel Toe with 5 memberships. Thank you very much. Los Federales. Paul R. Nelson, he loves me, and he gets a membership. Pool Scam Sam, allegedly, gets a membership. Nikki Fruit Loops getting a membership. Thank you for those 5, bud. Hopefully that starts a nice little rally. 280 away from handling our business today, and also, a little closer to 600 member-wise, which is great. If you're just joining us, don't forget to join Geno Bisconti and I for I was going to say In Hot Water, for the Anthony Cumia Show.
The bigger show.
Whoa. You hear that, Gene?
Hey, In Hot Water is stellar.
You hear that, Gene?
That's the one I watch for sure all the time.
She said the bigger show.
It's the boss's show.
Wow.
Why do you have to do that?
Geno and I filling in for Cumia today. It should be a lot of fun. It's going to be 3 o'clock Central Time, so be sure to get your memberships to Compound Media. And enjoy, you know what? Just enjoy the goddamn show. I was asking Geno yesterday, I'm like, should I grab some stories and shit for us to talk about? And he's like, yeah, sure you can. We'll figure it out like we always do. And I'm like, no, we always figure it out because I have a bunch of shit we can go to.
Yeah.
I love that when people are like, oh, man, I love doing a show with you. We can just wing it. I'm like, no, we can't. I sit down here for an hour and a half every night getting stuff ready so we can wing it.
I wouldn't want to just wing the Anthony Cumia show.
No.
In the
not at
boss's
all.
stead. And like
One thing
be
Geno
underprepared.
does very well as a host, though, when I play co-host, when we do the Anthony Cumia show together, he's very good at keeping the ball in the air.
Mm-hmm.
So whatever we're talking about, he can take it 19 different directions, whereas I'm kind of a slave to what's coming up next. So it is kind of nice. To put a cap on what we were talking about with the Simpsons, though, this is the part of the episode that got Simpsons fans upset. I would really be interested to know what their numbers are now.
It can't be good. I don't know anyone who watches this.
I mean, Fox keeps it on because it's tradition and they've been on for 30. Once you've been on for 35 years, the network kind of keeps you on until you're ready to be done. And The Simpsons is apparently still going strong.
Whoa, that's quite a grip.
See, Marge? Strangling the boy has paid off. Just kidding. I don't do that anymore. Times have changed.
They even did it in like a pussy way, too. Where they didn't even make fun of Homer for not doing it, or like, it's just like, yeah, times have changed. That's kind of what they did with the Apu thing. Oh, and by the way, when they did the Apu episode where they got rid of Apu, they tried to address it through Lisa's character and Marge's character. And guess what? The people who don't like that Apu was a character didn't like the way South Park handled it. They were too mealy-mouthed in middle of the road. So even when you try to appeal to these people,
well, you know what?
They complain and they bitch and they moan.
I feel like an even safer way, if you truly felt that you had to stop strangling Bart for some reason, the cartoon kid, by the way, not even a real person, like, couldn't you just have stopped putting it in the show maybe? And just maybe people wouldn't notice
Right.
as
Would
much?
anyone have even noticed that
wouldn't have
Homer wasn't
noticed.
strangling the boy?
Right, just don't put him in a situation where he should have been strangling the boy.
Paul R. Nelson, right about now, says Bob's Burgers probably does better than both Simpsons and Family Guy at this
Bob's
point.
Burgers.
Let's take a look. Here, Simpsons ratings. If we take, I hate that when you Google ratings. Yeah, here we go. Number of viewers. Holy shit. Okay, they're still averaging 2 million viewers on regular TV.
So we're wrong. We just don't know.
33rd season of the long-running animated show The Simpsons drew an average of 1.95 million viewers.
That's impressive.
But whilst this figure may seem impressive at first glance, viewer numbers have been on the decline for years. Okay, see, now that's not fair. I'll tell you why that's not fair. People are getting their TV in different ways now.
Yes, they are.
And they're watching on streaming services. They're watching later. Like, Hulu is not figured into Nielsen ratings. So if people watch on Hulu or any kind of other live television app, it doesn't count. So 2 million people just watching on regular television, that's still pretty
great,
decent.
isn't it?
Here, if we go Bob's Burgers viewership rating. Let's take that. Let's take a look at that. Last episode, Fox Wiki Fandom, blah, 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 blah. Here we go. Season 1, Season 2, where are we at? 2021. So the latest numbers I have are 1.3 million viewers. So they're close.
That's still like way more than I thought.
Yeah, 1.3.
I wonder how Rick and Morty's doing after everything that happened with that.
I'm sorry to do this. Is Rick and Morty still on after the guy had the...
I think they were planning on moving forward without him.
But what's funny is, didn't that guy get... I could be wrong, but not Dan Harmon. What was his name? Who was the guy from Rick and Morty who got accused?
I know. It's
on the tip of my tongue.
Too.
But I thought he got vindicated. I thought the charges got, or not charges, but I thought the accusations got dropped, or he proved they weren't true, or something like that. I could be wrong.
I don't know, but you still got put through that too, which leaves a bad taste in people's mouths sometimes in business.
Thank you, Paul R. Nelson. Justin Roiland.
Okay.
That was his name. They had a season after he was fired. Yeah, I remember that because he had done all the voice work and all that stuff, and they're like, we got to air this shit. You know?
Right, I will be saying he was vindicated.
That's what I thought I heard too. And it's really shitty because they put the accusation on page 1. Remember, that was front page news.
That it is. It's fucked up. I don't I have no respect for women that put that kind of shit out there and they're being disingenuous about it. Like, they're lying. You ruin lives.
$4.99 from Hobo Chili Recipe. He says, for the queso walrus, or the name I call him in my head since he does look like Philip Seymour Hoffman with Downs, Philip eats more sandwiches.
See, that seems lazy to me, Hobo.
I'm going to tell you this, Hobo. Really kind of just sounded like you piecemealed that together out of hatred. How dare you? That's going to put us at $2.75 for today. Fire up that PayPal, that Venmo, that Streamlabs, or whatever you got. Throw a couple of bucks towards the steel toe, and let's knock out this morning's goal.
Thank you.
Omega Dreads Gaming Channel says he deserves an apology if it's not true.
Yes,
here,
they all
Justin Roiland.
I always wish that if a woman lied and it was found out that she lied and she ruined this guy's life and his career now, that she should have to publicly go out and like give a very public apology about it and tell people that she lied.
On September 13th, 2023, NBC News reported that more allegations, this time around SA and communicating explicitly online with underage girls, had been reported, with some dating back to 2013. Roiland's lawyer responded to the allegations and called them false and defamatory. Dan Harmon, the co-creator, responded to the allegations on September 27th and said that he was ashamed and heartbroken. Okay. So I thought that he was vindicated in that whole thing.
Yeah, it doesn't say.
In March, the criminal charges against him were dismissed due to insufficient evidence. He released a statement on social media saying he is determined to move forward and focus both on his creative projects and restoring his good name. Following his announcement, his lawyer thanked the Orange County DA's office for conducting a thorough review of the facts and dismissing the case. So he did at one point have those accusations, but he didn't get criminally charged. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean you were innocent. That just means it's kind of a he said, she said.
Not
and
enough evidence.
Yeah, they didn't want to take the thing to trial. So I don't know. I'm not sure.
Interesting.
Maybe.
Well, I wonder if the viewerships are that great still for like The Simpsons and Bob's Burgers of all things. Like,
Bob's
I wonder
Burgers is doing okay.
I wonder how South Park and Family Guy are doing still, because I think Family Guy is still putting out episodes. I know South Park isn't doing episodes; they're doing specials, right?
Right. Well, no, I think they're doing seasons too.
Are
TV
they?
ratings. But yeah, they're doing a lot of those specials. That was part of that massive deal that they signed recently. That multi-$100 deal. What do we have rating? Well, Jesus Christ.
What the hell is that?
Season 26. Oh, this isn't television ratings. This is like their
per episode.
Oh, this is like fan rating the episodes.
Weird.
Television stats. Here we go. 50 most popular show online. Wait, it's so hard to find TV ratings. Everything's like on. That's kind of what I'm talking about, though. It's not about TV ratings anymore. It's just about online general ratings, I guess. There we go. Here we go. No way. Episode 2606. Yeah, viewers in the millions, 365,000 people. They're averaging 558,000 viewers per episode.
Oh, no.
What the fuck?
That's fucked up.
Maybe because maybe it's all the online shit. Maybe that's because they wouldn't have signed him to that huge multi-$100 million deal
if they were doing poorly.
If they were doing poorly, it had to be something. I mean, holy shit, that's not good. All right, guys, $2.75 away from today. Thank you very much. If you feel like contributing, all of the links are there. John Fetterman tried to handle a heckler yesterday.
Did he run off the stage crying?
No, he tried to invoke stroke.
Play that card when it's necessary.
Yeah,
right?
he tried to stroke invoke, I guess you could say. Fetterman was at a rally.
Okay.
And somebody confronted him, and he decided to own this guy by pointing out that one of their two only senators they have in that state suffered a massive stroke. I don't know if it's the own he thinks he is,
I don't think
thinks
so.
it is, but let's take a look.
That's why I'm here. She's why all of you are here.
But moments later, he's interrupted by a protester.
4,000 plus dead children in Palestine, 9,000 plus dead civilians.
You know what I love about this? This is Democrats' own bullshit brainwashing douchebaggery coming home to roost.
Yeah.
They've brainwashed all these kids. And I've said this before, that the Nancy Pelosi's of the world didn't account for AOCs. They created little AOCs, but what they didn't understand is that, yeah, Nancy Pelosi doesn't believe this shit.
No.
She's just peddling it. But what she didn't understand is that what she was creating were true believers. And so then along come the AOCs, and they don't know that this is a money-making racket for these people. They don't understand that being in politics is just money laundering. It's not about making a difference or improving people's lives.
Never.
So then AOC gets in there from tending bar in Queens or wherever she was and goes, I'm going to get in here and change things and speak truth to power. And then all the Pelosi's are like, where the fuck did these assholes come from? And they're like, oh, yeah, that's right. We've been telling them that they can make a difference for 30 years, and now they believe it. But this guy, this pro-Palestine guy, and I guarantee gay, Hamas would throw him off a building if they met him.
So gay.
But the Democrats have been like anti-everything Republican, and they've been preaching that to people for decades. And now these young Democrats are like, well, if the Republicans think something, that's Nazi and that's evil and that's bad, so I have to be against that thing. But the problem is all these Democrats are in the bag for Israel too. Like, they take the money.
It's whatever makes them money.
Right. So they're in bed with Israel, but they also have to look anti-Republican. Well, the problem is the people that follow these dipshit politicians, some of these stupid assholes believe them and take it seriously. So I love that they're showing up at Democratic functions and yelling pro-Palestinian shit at them because it's like such a chickens coming home to roost moment. It makes me giddy. And, oh, my God. You're going to start yelling Palestine shit at John Fetterman? Like, it's like throwing tomatoes at a guy with no arms. It's like the guy can't defend himself.
He's literally fat and wearing a Carhartt thing at his rally here.
So let's see how he responds. Let's see, because, you know, last week, we watched a fat wannabe comedian who didn't make it run off stage when he got heckled by two people. He cried, ran off stage, didn't even get paid for his set because he abandoned his post. So let's see if Fetterman at least does better than that.
9,000 plus dead civilians. Get off the stage. Get off the stage.
Oh, yeah. Definitely a gay Democratic dork.
Oh, my God. He couldn't have, looked more, stereotypical if I tried.
He could not have looked more like exactly what I thought he was going to look like. That's alarming almost.
It's on the nose.
Yeah. Well, be careful.
I don't care. That's not what you represent your constituents.
Then Fetterman says this.
The joke is on you. I had a stroke. I can't fully understand what you're saying.
Oh, no. That's not an own, buddy.
Bro, there's a self-deprecating way to deal with a heckler that's very, very funny. You didn't do a self-deprecating thing. You brought up the elephant in the room that we're all thinking.
Oh, yeah.
You went, I have limited mental faculties, and I don't really understand what the hell's going on right now. Joke's on you. I would raise my hand and go, sir, I would argue the joke is on all of us.
Right. You're still in office somehow.
You're a senator, and you just told us that because of your stroke, you can't fully understand what this dork is saying. Please find a different way to handle a heckler, please.
What a weird childlike defense, too.
Right. My brain is of limited function. I can't understand you. Anyway, back to the bills I'm going to be voting on that affect your guys' everyday lives.
Oh, my God.
Says this.
The joke is on you. I had a stroke. I can't fully understand what you're saying.
The man is eventually...
And then nobody, clapped or Usually when you take out a heckler... When you don't piss your pants and run off stage crying.
Standing ovation.
People are like, yeah, fuck a
Get
heckler.
'em.
Hecklers are pieces of shit. Like when Chrissy walked that table of whales.
Yeah.
In Texas, I think it was. Everyone stood up and cheered and they loved it and they thought it was great. And, you know, handling a heckler, if you're a public speaker of any kind, should just be, you know, second nature to you. You should just be able to do it. And when you do it, people hate that heckler so much that even if you do a half-assed job of handling them, they'll applaud.
How would you have handled this heckler?
Probably in a way that would have gotten me fired as a senator.
You know what? You're not the person to
Yeah.
ask.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I would have handled him.
I
but
know.
It would have been horrific.
I understand.
I mean, another podcaster would be clutching pearls and talking about how insensitive I am.
Writing emails to your
Writing fake emails
venues.
to people. It's almost like that would be pathetic. We laugh at you.
Fetterman says this.
The joke is on you. I had a stroke. I can't fully understand what you're saying.
The man is eventually escorted out by police, says he tells the senator to go home. Another protester speaks.
That's the end.
Can
of
we
the clip.
get a senator removed, though, then, if he says that just openly? Like, hi,
Yeah.
I don't get what you're saying. I
Yeah.
had a stroke.
I mean, Fetterman literally went out in public and went, haha, joke's on you. I'm an idiot.
Okay, you're incompetent then,
Yeah.
and you can't stay in office, right? Why is that not a rule?
I honestly would have rather had him yell, I know you are, but what am I?
Like, what if I had been up there and I'm Fetterman and I said, I'm a stupid woman. I don't understand what you just said. Like, I clearly shouldn't be in office then.
But no, it's worse than that because he went, haha, I have diminished mental faculties from a medical episode. I can't hear you.
Oh, well, and I was just repeating you from my life.
And then so like he gets back to Washington and like, hey, John, we saw that thing with the heckler. Look, we need to talk. Are you getting this? Like, are you understanding? Because that guy just yelled about Palestine. We need to talk about tax law.
I don't know how many videos we have to watch of him trying to speak to people and fucking it all up before he gets removed. Like, what? Why are there so many? It's like unions, how they protect bad workers and stuff. Why is it so protected to like keep bad people in office?
Because they're on your side. As long as they're on your side, it's okay. Everyone else is incompetent, but the guy that's on your side, you'll
all of
protect
us
him.
can think you're an absolute joke.
Yes.
But as long as you're on the right side of things.
Precisely.
I don't like it.
Jojo says, isn't that guy functionally retarded? Functionally?
Yes.
It's questionable. I'll question the functionally part.
He can't even wear a button-up shirt, and I'm lowering the bar down from like a suit.
That's why I'm arguing that he may not be functional.
He looks like me going out to the woods to change my trail cam card.
Toastmaster says, Israel does want to erase Palestine, so they aren't completely wrong. Oh, no. I don't care about the guy's opinion about Israel and Palestine. Like I said, I don't give a shit. Let me know who wins. But the fact that he came back with, I had a stroke. I don't understand what's going on. Boom. Roasted.
I'm mentally deficient.
Concrete.
I don't get you.
Concrete Pete says, stroke card cometh. That's right.
Well,
Pull out that stroke card.
What good is having a stroke and living from or through it if you can't use it? Right?
I be stroking.
Hobo
Chili says, Aaron is a man of the people. He would have given him a happy ending because he needs his vote.
Aaron, no.
You need their votes, man. What are you going to do?
Not that kind of stroke.
A win is a win. That's what I
No
always
stroking.
say. Carlos says there's a process to get them removed, but it's super rare. Even George Santos. Yeah, even George Santos can't get removed.
And he lied about a bunch of shit, right?
Oh, yeah. George Santos is one of the biggest pieces of shit in Congress. And they can't get him out of there because it's so difficult once the people vote you in.
Actually, do you know what scares me is like all his lies are out in the open. I actually don't believe he's one of the worst people out there. I believe somebody is hiding a whole bunch of shit and we don't know about it and they're still in there.
Oh, shit.
Like at least his are out there now.
Yeah, at least we know.
We know what he's lied about.
Hobo Chili Recipe says, Aaron, your heart sucks and you crush your wife when making love. Boom! Roasted. Oh.
It is weighty.
I'm really
the
sorry.
The dick, not him.
The dick is so heavy that it crushes her esophagus is what's going on. Let's open up these 7 o'clock hour stories. While I'm doing that, guys, let's help limp this goal a little closer to the finish line. We're 275 away today. Let's go ahead and throw a couple bucks into PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, memberships. Let's go on a little run here.
Yes, please.
And knock this thing out. We are a ways away. I don't want to talk about it. We talked about that last night. We can just close that out. Okay. But while I do that, and while you're going on a little rally and helping us out here, and hitting thumbs up, hitting like on both Rumble and YouTube. We were on the front page of Rumble today. Peeking out in the 700s. I appreciate that.
Yes.
Let's keep hitting like and supporting the program that we do here every morning. Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville. Visit our friends at Stoney's every weekend for the Vikings game. I would say the Gopher game, but holy shit, is that season going down fast. We lost to the Fighting Illini over the weekend at home against the Illini. Ugh. But if you're going to put yourself through that, do it at a place that has ample amounts of booze and beer. That's Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville. Also on Saturday nights, always live music on the Fireball stage. Of course, on Sundays, it's a great place to go to watch the Vikings, have one of their world-famous Bloody Marys, the best in the area, and have a pizza, have a few drinks with your friends, make a Sunday fun day out of the deal. That's Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville, Minnesota. Visit Stoney's today. All Care Towing, 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud. If you go in the ditch, if you have any issues where the car won't go, use All Care Towing. Nobody gets there quicker than All Care. 320-253-5203. Midland Armory in downtown Foley, midlandarmory.com. Of course, Derek and Tracy at Midland can answer all of the questions you have on handguns, rifles, shotguns, whatever you might need. They've got the answers for you. They're absolute experts, some of the most knowledgeable people I know on the subject. They also have magazines, optics, knives, parts and gear, suppressors, NFA. And if you've got a gun show in central Minnesota, chances are you're going to see Midland there. So say hello to them or visit them online at midlandarmory.com. That's midlandarmory.com. Make your order and use the promo code SteelToe and get a huge discount when you order from Midland Armory. Speaking of huge discounts, CrescentMountCoffee.myshopify.com has their subscription package. Order your April's Magic Bean coffee, order your Steel Toe Morning Show coffee, and get yourself a $1 off per bag discount when you subscribe and make it a monthly order. That's CrescentMountCoffee.myshopify.com. Steel Toe Coffee not only supports the show you love, but it's also the best coffee you're going to have. A lot of people have switched to Steel Toe Coffee from their usual, and I think you should be the next. Whether it's April's Magic Bean or Steel Toe Morning Show Coffee, check them out at CrescentMountCoffee.myshopify.com. That's CrescentMountCoffee.myshopify.com. All right, let's continue on here. I really hope you guys help us knock this out today. I've got the Compound Show today. It's a big day for Steel Toe, and I really hope we end up doing overtime on this program. Oh, yeah, here's the this is the job numbers guy that I was talking about how the unemployment rate went up. The job gains numbers were the worst they've been since COVID. And people wonder, they're like, how do we add 100 some odd thousand jobs and the unemployment rate goes up? Well, what happens is people who haven't worked in over a year re-enter the workforce and start looking for jobs, and then they're counted as unemployed. So basically, we have an artificially low unemployment rate because a lot of people just said fuck it and gave up on working, or are working part-time and, you know, doing it that way, or working independently, or basically women have started OnlyFans.
I was going to say, there's so much OnlyFans out there.
Right.
Kiana wanted to touch on that the other night. She was talking about how, like, look, a lot of us comedians or people in entertainment and stuff lost our jobs during COVID. So you know what you do? You open an OnlyFans.
You start an OnlyFans, and, you know, maybe once in a blue moon, you show a little butthole to people.
Looked like a real straight shooter.
Seemed like a real straight shooter. That's all.
Yeah.
All right, so this guy, Peter St. Onge, I don't know who this guy is. I'm sure some of our listeners know who he is, and I'm sure he's a really smart guy. But he broke down these unemployment numbers, and it's pretty shit. It's bad news.
It's even worse on the inside. Over 1/3 of the new jobs were government workers, who, of course, don't produce anything, being parasites on productive workers who are forced to pay their salaries. Almost all the rest was education, which is pretty close to a government job.
It is.
And healthcare, which is pretty ominous and, again, doesn't speak to future prosperity. By the way, almost 90% of those healthcare jobs were low-paid health and social assistance workers. So these are not neurosurgeons.
So basically, the jobs that we created were jobs that cost the economy money, not jobs that help produce things for the economy.
Yep.
Now, how did we do in the jobs that show that your economy is doing better? Well, let's check it out.
What's left was literally 10,000 jobs out of an economy of 325 million people.
Oof.
Meanwhile, we actually lost jobs where people do produce things. So 35,000 jobs lost in manufacturing, another 10,000 in trade, transportation, and IT. As Peter Schiff pointed out, If you've got more people collecting government checks, but fewer people actually making stuff, that means inflation going forward. So more money chasing less stuff.
Right. I mean, it's not just like low interest rates or high interest rates or, spending a lot of money or printing money. It's also people who don't make anything buying shit with money that they didn't produce shit to get. It's going to be worthless money chasing, quantifiable goods.
There's no goods out there.
Right.
Come on.
So these numbers are bad, man. And it's, like I said, I hope it makes some people feel better that we've only got a year left. Hopefully. We've only got a year left.
I'm hoping it's only a year. I really do get worried about that year, though. I don't know how far down the hole can we go. Like, are we done doing that yet? Like you said, things are kind of like stably bad right now.
I've learned with this president that it can always get worse. It could. No.
Every time you think it's not going to, suddenly it is.
Phage Lives becoming a member for his 13th month. Thank you, buddy.
Thank you.
He says, I want to thank you, Aaron, for getting me hooked on your coffee blend. I'm so addicted to it. I love making people addicted to anything I do. I hope we are addicted to knocking out that 275 today. Hey,
yes,
see what I did there?
Why don't we try to cut that shit down by 9?
Yeah, let's see what we can do.
Cut it in half.
Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, get generous, contribute to the program and keep it on the air. We do appreciate that. Thank you very, very much. I think we started at 3:20 today. So yeah, we're about 45 in. Let's try to get there. What do you say?
Sleepy Tuesday.
Thank you for your consideration, as it were. Remember last week we talked about Angelina Jolie, having her stance on Israel and Palestine, like every famous person has to do.
Has to.
Apparently they need to have an opinion on Israel and Palestine. Angelina Jolie, pretty liberal. And I guess liberals nowadays side with the group of people that hate gay people, hate women, this and that. That's the liberal thing to do because they're oppressed. And if you're oppressed, that's more important than what you actually believe.
Mm-hmm.
And Israel are, they're white people, for better or for worse.
Yes.
And they're bombing brown people, so they're automatically the bad guys, as you see. So Angelina Jolie said, the people who would never let me be an actress, I support them. And her dad, Jon Voight, ain't having that shit because Jon Voight, as you may or may not know, John's a big-time Republican.
I did not know that, actually.
He and Angelina have not been the closest throughout their life. John and Angelina are kind of family in name only, if you will.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah. Nicholas, my golfing buddy with $5. Thank you for trying to get something going on PayPal, buddy. There we go. $5. My golfing buddy throwing in a 5 spot. Let's all jump in and get this thing done today. Thank you very much, Nicholas. What a generous guy. Let's hope that starts something. 270 is the number. So Jon Voight decided to publicly call out his daughter.
Ouch.
Over her stance. Now, I've always found that if you have a strained relationship with a daughter, like if you're Jon Voight, I've always heard that the thing you do is deal with it in public because in no way does that raise the level of resentment or make Thanksgiving more awkward or,
make them resent you.
Right, make them resent you or, create a further rift between the two of you.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure it won't. And no problems.
Yeah, I've always heard that if you guys have a family disagreement over an incredibly sensitive political issue, air it out all in public and don't worry about what anyone says. So this is Jon Voight's response to his daughter.
I'm very disappointed that my daughter, like so many, has no understanding of God's honor, God's truths.
Jeez. I mean, comes out firing right out of the gate.
Scalding.
Passive-aggressive dad voice.
And there's nothing shittier than your dad talking down about you, right? Especially when it's public.
Yeah, telling everyone in a video publicly instead of calling you and going,
ouch.
I'm really sorry. And in actor voice, too.
Oh, yeah.
I'm really sorry that my daughter is a fucking idiot.
Oh, no.
And I'll spank her when I see her next. I actually just watched Varsity Blues, so I'm watching Bud Kilmer right now. Just on the TV.
This is about destroying the history of God's land, the Holy Land, the land of the Jews. This is justice for God's children of the Holy Land. Israel, the Israeli army, must protect thy soil, thy people. This is war.
Oh my God.
God wills it.
God wills it.
Can we get a God wills it out of Jon Voight? I feel like he always wanted to do a Crusader movie and never got the chance. Old Jon Voight.
I like the line "Land of the Jews."
Yeah, I always thought that was the Diamond District of New York City, but I could be wrong.
Or Hollywood.
Or Hollywood. I thought Hollywood was the land of the Jews.
Yeah.
That's actually, we're changing the national anthem next year to the land of the free and the home of the Jews. That's what we're.
The new Israel.
New Israel. They're actually just going to rename Los Angeles that.
Okay.
But yeah, so he's got a giant American flag behind him. He's calling his daughter a piece of shit and saying, look, we got to have war because Israel's got to, you know.
Basically calling her godless.
Cleanse the land with the blood of the infidels, I suppose.
It's not going to be what the left thinks. It can't be civil now. Israel was attacked by inhuman terror on innocent babies, mothers, fathers, grandparents. And you fools calling Israel the problem, you should look at yourselves and ask, who am I? What am I?
Well, John, in fairness, you're at an age where you should be doing that as well,
Yeah.
just to check in on yourself from time to time.
Did I eat yet? Did I make it to the bathroom on time?
I
Where's
know.
my wife?
I know my daughter and I have had a troubled relationship for the past 45, 50 years, and I can't really figure out why that is. So allow me to take a 3-minute opportunity to shit on her publicly and say terrible things about her political opinions. I can't understand why the bitch won't talk to me.
Yeah, right. Get to Thanksgiving and she's not there. Oh, why didn't Angelina come?
I don't know. If you're making your argument that the Palestinians kill like women and children and shit, that's kind of where I don't have a side in this whole thing.
Yeah.
Because, like, if I had to choose who do I want to come out victorious, I'll say Israel. But, like, I'm not going to sit here and pretend, like so many people do, that, oh, Hamas is the only one that kills women and children. It's like they both do a pretty good job of fucking up innocent people.
They're both killing people.
And ask God, am I learning the truths or am I being lied to and following everyone else? Because, my friends, the ones who understand truth see the lie. They see Israel has been attacked and these animals want to wipe out Jews, Christians. They see that the Palestinians have
Is he shit talking Royce and Mersch?
I think he might be.
Motherfucker.
not been neglected of finance. They've been given huge infusions of money that they didn't share with the people. They made weapons instead for their rage. The people of Israel care for...
And my retarded daughter wants to...
Yeah, he might as well just say that.
Yeah.
My daughter's a retard.
Who's had a better career, Jon Voight or Angelina Jolie?
Probably him, right?
He's been around for a long time.
He's been around
and been
a long
in
time.
A lot of shit.
She's been a lot of shit too, though. But I haven't watched any.
I feel like her
really.
run, like it was Angelina Jolie day shorter. Like Jon Voight, just for the last 40 years, 50 years, has had like good roles in a lot of shit.
He has, yeah.
Whereas she had like a 15, 20-year window where she would headline shit.
And she was with like really famous people too.
Yeah, like Jon Voight has probably had a more like, it's a tortoise and a hare kind of a thing.
Kind of.
Jon Voight's just always been working constantly, and he's in a lot of iconic shit. The ship captain in Anaconda.
Yep, that's a big one.
Bud Kilmer in Varsity Blues. Howard, he won an Oscar for being Howard Cosell in Ali. The Manchurian Candidate there. What is it? The Contender? Jon Voight in The Contender?
I always just kind of feel like he's one of those people that's everywhere.
He's been in everything.
Shows up and stuff.
Yeah. You know who he could have been?
Well,
I'm gonna throw a character out there. You tell me if you can see it. You got to rewind the clock about 30 years. But think of his look in Anaconda. Hannibal Lecter.
I always think that actually he could have been Hannibal Lecter. He could have been the white-haired old guy with a cane in Jurassic Park.
Oh yeah, Jon Voight is the scientist for sure.
Yep, he could have been that guy. He could have been so many people.
Instead, he was Angelina Jolie's dad, shitting on her on TMZ publicly.
And now she's had some things though too, like what she was Tomb Raider, right?
Yep, she was Lara Croft.
She was Mr. and Mrs. Smith.
Maleficent.
Yeah. Wanted, or whatever that is.
She might. We'll take a look.
People they love, they cherish, something these animals don't understand. Well, my friends of all nations, justice will prevail. Because the power that Israel stands for, the ancient history of the sacred land that once stood with Moses and Jesus.
Whoa, 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 whoa. I don't think the Jesus people want you bringing up the Jews, and I don't think the Jews want you bringing up the Jesus guy.
I was getting nervous. Thank you for noticing that.
It's a sore subject.
Why do people associate those two things as if they would go together?
Well, Jesus was Jewish.
I know.
But
they still killed him.
Yeah. And Jesus's followers believed that they should start a new thing because Judaism didn't really seem to want them.
Nope.
Yeah.
Land that was given truth for justice for all. And Jesus.
That is the weirdest thing, how like publicly there's been this alliance between Christians and Jews. And I'm like, look, outside of like the Muslim incursions into the Holy Land in Spain in like the 700s to the 1200s, I feel like the Jews kind of struck a blow to you guys as well. But then again, I guess Christians and Jews, like they came from the same book. So they maybe feel a little closer. I don't know.
Yeah, but back in the day, they certainly wouldn't have gotten along.
I don't know. If I considered a guy God and your religion killed him, I'd probably hold a grudge.
A little bit.
But I guess I'm not of God.
Sacrificed his life for the people. And Moses claimed the land, and Jericho was dropped.
Hey, whoa. I know he's a little bit older, but let's not bring Y2J into this. I mean, the Moses, Jesus, Chris Jericho. You got heat, John? You got heat with Chris Jericho?
He's got heat with a lot of people.
When we talk about great Jews, we talk about Moses and Jesus and Chris Jericho. How fucking dare you?
Of course, we all want peace. We want love, don't we? But we can't be with these animals wanting Jews and Christians to be wiped from the earth. The lie that Israel is killing innocent people when all have free will to go.
But it sounds like you're promoting killing other people, like for the sake of getting rid of a group.
Jon Voight's like, the lie that Israel's killing innocent people. They could just fucking leave.
Right. I'm sure they're allowed.
Just go ahead and pack your shit and start walking. We got to bomb the shit out of this place. Ryobi, he's going to hate this. Ryobi, go ahead and call us in about 2 minutes. What? Don't look at me like that.
I never know. Is it worth saying anything anymore?
No, because what's it going to do?
I have a question. Like, for when you're down here for like sometimes 35 minutes getting the show set up, there's not like 30 seconds you could just hook your phone up.
I'm busy watching my Asian dude talk about the Vikings.
So you're not even working.
Well, when I'm done working, I watch my Asian guy talk about the Vikings. I need to decompress. I'm 270 away from today's goal.
I know. It's feeling kind of shitty.
But they are prisoners of the barbaric country who use them as shields. These children of Palestinian soil are being used by these animals to make all think.
Now, which one is it? He's like, they're being used as human shields, but they can just walk right out. Yeah, you know what terrorist armies usually don't do with human shields? Is just let them leave.
No, they need them.
Why is it so hard for people who you can support Israel and also go, yeah, they do seem to get pretty fucking careless with the civilian casualties? That you can do both. You can go, oh, I think Israel absolutely has a right to defend themselves after this terrorist attack. And then also say, but Jesus Christ, could they cut down on, bombing the women and kids? That would be nice.
Could we just stop throwing bodies at this thing until we have our way?
Exactly. Let's go ahead and talk to Ryobi.
Okay.
What do you got for us, buddy?
I'd like to talk to all the viewers and say I apologize. I'm embarrassed in myself. It's taken me 2.5 years to catch on, but I finally figured it out.
Yeah.
Aaron is obviously a gigantic, the whole thing. It's a church. I got a guy preaching at me. I got an offering plate, and I got begging for money. This is a church.
I'm a church?
I can't believe it took me this long to catch on.
I need to file so I can get tax exemption. That would be great. I pay it through the fucking nose in payroll taxes and shit.
Technically, there's enough video evidence of us doing that shit.
Yeah.
That it would check out.
Maybe you're right, Ryobi. Well, I'm not a very successful church.
No.
Churches usually... Churches aren't 260 away on a Tuesday morning with an hour and 15 minutes left until they have to start begging. But then again, at a church...
Yeah, but churches don't show their books, and neither do you.
feel like
we're all going off your word.
Oh, that's true. You are going off my word. I don't open up
Well-
my books and show you every dime. You are correct.
That's true.
True.
Well,
I just feel bad. I've been defrauded, and the viewers and people in chat, just like me, I deserve better. I should have been better.
Well, you know what? Look. There's a sucker born every minute and two to take them, and I'm really sorry that we've shanghaied you into service here in this disgusting cult we've got. Now, if you got like $10, go ahead and throw it at us. We're struggling today, and we need to go on a mission to Africa to convert some black people.
It's true.
I'm looking for my last 10, but I don't know. I think it's in my steel toe hoodie, which still hasn't arrived.
April?
Oh, it's right here.
Yeah, pointing at it doesn't
Stop
help.
making me do Johnny's days.
Pointing at the boxes and going, it's right
It's
here, doesn't help
literally-
Ryobi get his hoodie.
It is quite
And
literally
here
right
we go.
next to me.
And here we go. She points to the cripple. She blames the cripple. Are you going to blast him
I
or
see.
something? What's next?
Maybe we should. If we
What's
hit the,
next?
if we
I
hit,
love Johnny.
Maybe if we hit the goal today, we'll try to perform a faith healing on Johnny.
Hey, if we hit that goal today, I will make sure that this is hand delivered to you by tomorrow.
Hand delivered.
I don't know. I got to fly down to Florida.
Now
I
we're
guess.
just now we're
What
lying
a
to
terrible day.
All right, Ryobi, thank you very much, buddy. We will take it under advisement.
Drunk, a cripple. I'm getting this. I got it all figured out now.
You do.
Okay, thank you. Bye.
Busted us. Thank you.
Do we need robes and like what do they call the things? Stoles.
Okay.
What are they called?
Sure. Maybe we need those.
We need robes.
Thank you to Captain Caution and Redbird, each throwing in $5. I tell you what, on a day like today, guys, that is very much appreciated. 260 is the number. PayPal, Streamlabs, let's get after it and throw a couple of bucks at the, as you just heard, the Church of Steel Toe. Absolutely. Shano Banano says, when is your first mission trip? I don't know. Well, I mean, if we can't knock out a single goal, I don't really see a mission trip happening.
No, we're not going to make it to Haiti.
We can't even
Costa Rica.
We can't even stay on the air for 30 extra minutes today because we're so fucking broke. What are you
Don't have
talking
time.
about? Mission trip?
Got to get our side hustles in.
Yeah, we got to start mowing some lawns. Well, it's going to be winter. We got to start shoveling snow.
Yep, snow removal.
Perhaps to earn that extra whatever we missed by today. 260 is the number. Thank you guys very much. Let's all band together and make that thing happen. About 600 of you in here at the moment. Peeking out at 700 today. We appreciate that. Everyone hit thumbs up. Take a minute. Hit subscribe. Support this show any way you can. We do appreciate it. 260 is the number. If we get inside of $50 on that, we give you guys overtime. And don't forget, Geno and I doing Compound.
Yes.
Today at 3 o'clock. We'll be doing the Anthony Cumia Show. I'm very excited about that. This isn't good. Maybe I should stay away from radio. I don't know. Shocking video captured the moment of a radio host in the Philippines being shot dead while live streaming his show on Facebook from his home.
I don't need that shit here.
Right? I don't need to be one of the viewers where you're watching a guy and he just gets his head blown off, because once the guy gets his head blown off, his problems are over.
Well, yeah, now it's my worry.
Yeah.
Like if your head was gone, like if your head was blasted all over that wall, now I've got to figure it out.
Yeah.
You know?
Like if a guy shoots us in the head while we're live, it's the 600 people watching the show that now have to process and deal with that.
It just goes straight through my head, through yours.
Yeah.
And we're just done.
1 bullet, 2 kills. You don't want to
Oh,
be
God.
wasteful.
No.
Exactly.
Shit's expensive now.
So it's this guy in the Philippines. Was he doing a radio show or was it a live stream on Facebook? I don't know. Maybe he was doing a simulcast. But Juan Jumalan, 57, was shot twice by the gunman, who also grabbed his gold necklace after entering the home at about 5:30 a.m. Sunday by pretending to be a listener.
Oh, I'm glad we cut that shit out.
I'll tell you
I
this.
never liked that.
Back when I was at the radio station, we would let listeners in, and the boss was always like, "Why are we letting fucking weirdos in?" I'm like, they seem like straight shooters.
See, I never liked that. And I hated it even extra when we moved to like our home studio here and you're like, oh, let's just let listeners pay a certain amount and come sit in our house. I'm like,
Yeah.
Are you fucking kidding me, Aaron?
I started hating it too.
Our kids sleep here.
The perpetrator entered the radio station and actually, it was that one guy who started saying shit that would get us banned, and he was like fucking up, and he wasn't trying to either. He was just like trying to be edgy boy.
I remember him.
And I'm like, dude, you got to get the fuck out of here. Like, you've got to.
It was angering.
You've got to chill, man. I think he's still with us.
He's still a listener.
I can't remember who that was.
I do know who it is, and I don't really want to out him.
Good guy.
Because he's fine now.
Yeah, I don't dislike him, but he was just trying too hard to, like, be crazy and wild on the show.
It's a prime example of why you don't let your listeners join your show.
Exactly.
They can listen.
The perpetrator entered the radio station and without hesitation shot the victim in the face, which caused his untimely death, as it will. The assailant fled with a companion who was waiting outside on a motorcycle. It's a chopper, baby. Zed's. Where's Zed? Zed's dead, baby. In the distressing video, Jumalan, known as DJ Johnny Walker. Hey, everybody, it's DJ Johnny Walker with you on a Tuesday morning, letting you guys know that we're heading to a high of 58 this morning. And don't forget, you got to get out there and get in traffic, so make sure you leave the house early. We've got to back up on the 35. Hey, and don't go out there and get all stressed out and road ragey and lose your head. All right.
He unironically makes you want to drink for all the wrong reasons.
Hey, it's DJ Johnny Walker. Here's Head Like a Hole. Hey, who are you?
Head like a hole.
Now, in the distressing video, DJ Johnny Walker is seen pausing and looking off camera before two shots ring out. He slumps back, bloodied in his chair as background music plays. Oh, no, he had a music bed playing and everything. Hold on. Hold on a minute. We can do this.
And then there's just nobody to end the stream, so it's just going.
Here we go.
Ouch.
Let's do this. How about... Hi, everybody. It's DJ Johnny Walker here on FM 104.5, The Peak. We've got a great morning show for you today. We're going to be talking to somebody from the local animal shelter. We've got a Taylor Swift 3 in a row to celebrate the latest from the Kansas City Chiefs. Hey, who are you?
Oh, my God. Oh, my God, no. No.
He was by himself. You got to... I had my whole bit ready. All right, let's try it again.
God,
Hey, everybody, it's 8:49, and it's Johnny Walker here with you. We got a triple take from Taylor Swift coming up. But first, I want to tell you about Halloween safety. You know, coming up that... Yes? And then all you hear is this, is he's just... And then they just have to go to like some car dealership commercial after the guy gets his fucking head blown off. You just hear really shitty music beds. Like, oh, what's another one? Here, let's see. Oh, this one sucks. Here. Oh, gay. Gotta get some good radio music beds. Hey, everybody. Coming up, we've got a couple of Katy Perry tunes for you. And then a little bit later on this morning, we're going to check in with the weather desk, see what your traffic looks like for your commute to work. Get out of bed, rub those crusties out of your eyes, get yourself a Pop-Tart, and let's get going. Hey, what? Just really upbeat techno music is playing in the back. You just... After you just watched a guy get his face fucking blown off.
Well, and the worst part is it's from a remote studio, so there's nobody there to end the stream.
Right, exactly. Well, I mean, you have someone back at like the main studio, but they know how much time they have until that guy has to go to break, so they might not be on the controls.
Right, they're in the bathroom.
And if they're simulcasting on Facebook, then they're not tied to the radio feed, so they don't. Right. The video doesn't cut when they go to commercial. So now you just hear, buying from Brandel, but buying from Brandel is better. And you just see a guy like twisting in his chair, laying there dead.
Just blood pouring out everywhere.
Blood pouring out of the hole in his head.
Oh my God. If you're a listener, I don't know what you do in that situation. You can't look away.
Actually, SC Motorsports nails it. What the guy said before he shot DJ Johnny Walker was, don't fuck with Cumia.
So was this guy just shot for his gold necklace then? Like, what do you shoot a lowly radio guy over?
It might have been targeted by just an angry listener because he knew the guy was a radio dude. He posed as a listener and came in and specifically shot that dude, nobody else, and then left. The broadcaster's wife rushed him to a local hospital, but he was pronounced dead on arrival. Dude, you might as well have brought a bag of russet potatoes to the hospital and said, think you can revive these for me?
What a shitty feeling. You know he's dead.
Oh, yeah.
But you're still trying. Bless your heart.
Well, that's like, Jackie Onassis had to ride with John Kennedy in the car with a part of his head blown off the entire way to the hospital.
I don't know how you get through that.
Right. Like, did she stay in public life, or did she basically go, you know what? Or she's like a former Dothraki bride, where she just kind of went into the village of the assassinated president's wives and just hung out for the rest of her life.
What a depressing existence that is.
Right. Ken of the North with $4.99 says, Ken of the North with $2.60 hit the goal. What a great guy, that Ken of the North.
Thank you, Ken of the North.
Look, Ken, we're desperate today. I would die for that. That would be very appreciated. 255 is the number instead. We have 1 hour until we bust out the offering plate today and see if we can beg our way to prominence. 255 away at the moment. There you go. Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, memberships, etc. Concrete Pete says they had to pry her out of the White House. Yeah, I don't know anything about. Hold on.
Not now, Charles.
Yeah, I don't know what Jackie did after John died.
There's no part of me that would ever want to remain in the public eye if my husband's brains were just blown out in front of me.
In front of the entire world?
No, thank you. Like, I'll go live in a shack somewhere.
Yeah.
I'll change my name probably.
The shooter was not seen on the live stream, but police say they were checking whether security cameras also captured the incident. Oh, see, you know what? If you go on the internet with your gold watch and your gold chain and your, hi, I'm DJ Johnny Walker, a psycho might bust in and blow your head off.
Gold microphone.
Gold, yeah, you got a gold microphone.
Oh, this guy really likes his gold.
Got bad news. I don't think that's real gold.
Probably not.
I could be wrong, but I don't believe so. I don't believe the Morning Man in Laguna in the Philippines is making gold watch, gold chain, gold microphone money. But again,
maybe
I've been wrong before.
What if he was like super famous over there?
Well, and also think about this. I've thought about this with like different friends of mine and stuff. It's amazing how little money you actually need to like buy nice shit if you have no children. Like if you have no kids and you have no car payment, you don't need a lot of money to be well off.
Well, yeah, I was by myself for a while before I had an instant family with you and your 3 children.
Oh, yeah?
And I was like, oh, wow, look at all this money I had for a while to, do things alone. And then I get over here and all my money goes to the kids now.
Oh, killing it, were you?
Not killing it, but doing fine.
Easy Money's wife with $4.99 says, thanks for having a morning show. This way I don't have to listen to an annoying employee. Well, thank you. We're at 250 this morning. If you guys get a little rally going here, we're looking pretty good. Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, memberships, Venmo, and Rumble Rants. Thank you, guys. Let's all jump in a little at a time and knock this thing out. So the broadcast usually aired on the Facebook page, 94.7 Gold Mega FM.
Gold.
It's a Visayan language station with about 2,900 followers who discussed a wide range of topics from relationships to neighborhood issues.
That seems safe, right?
So it was aired on their Facebook page, but was it also aired on their radio station? I'm assuming it would have to be. And somebody, I mean, that happens. If you have an opinion and you go on and you do a talk show, you can't help it. There's no way you can stop it. There's no way you can prevent it. You can catch a crazy.
That's always been my concern. Like I'd say like last October through early March this year when there was crazy mania everywhere. I'm like, could we just stop associating with these people, please? You don't know which one's going to do anything.
You got to get away from those lunatics because, you're joking around and then you see the shit they write back to you or that they say back to you and you're like, oh, dude, you misunderstood. That's not what I'm doing. So if that's what you're doing, I'm not interested. That's kind of sad.
Well, we can only see it from our point of view. And like you and I do really like to just have fun with people. I don't really care about anybody.
Just fuck around a little bit. That's all.
They don't always reciprocate.
No. Some people they really don't like being goofed on a little bit. That's all. She was forced to stand next to Johnson while he was sworn in as president. Then she married another rich guy, Jackie Onassis. Oh, really? Well, at least she got over John.
People thought she was pretty hot, though. Like, I'm sure she did.
She was pretty cute.
She had no, shortage of takers. I always thought she had, Uma Thurman eyes, though. They're just, a mile apart. Wasn't she that girl?
I mean, if we go hottest first ladies, I bet you she's up there. I think Trump's wife has to be number one.
She's pretty hot.
Most fuckable first ladies.
Mm-hmm.
Number one, Melania Trump. Literally a supermodel.
She's a supermodel. She's hot.
That's almost cheating. There should be an asterisk.
It's unfair.
Yeah. Number two, Jackie O.
She's very pretty. I just always thought her eyes were like
That she kind of looks like a hammerhead a little bit. And you hate sharks, so I get why that would fuck you up a little bit.
Thank you for understanding.
Who's this goth bitch? Frances Cleveland. Grover Cleveland's chick.
Kind of a cool gothic image, though.
Ma'am, there are birds nesting in your hair. It's time to get a haircut. There are birds in there.
So that's quite a drop-off, though, in hotness. Are you kidding me?
Well, 1893, you didn't have the cosmetics.
Well, she shouldn't be in the number 3 spot then.
All right, well. Oh, Michelle Obama, number 4?
No fucking way.
That's a broad-shouldered bitch.
That's a linebacker.
Hillary Clinton, number 5? Oh, my God.
That's horrendous. They didn't even pick like a young picture of her.
Grace Coolidge is way hotter than both of them.
I agree.
I'd fuck Grace Coolidge.
I'd fuck that dog before I fucked Hillary Clinton. Are you kidding me?
We need to have a discussion. I feel like sometimes these ad-libs get us in trouble.
I would not fuck a dog, but Hillary Clinton is one.
Okay.
So, thank you.
So you got Grace Coolidge, kind of a cutie. You got Nancy Reagan. Nancy Reagan, when she was younger, was pretty cute.
Why aren't we picking younger pictures?
But when she was with Reagan, I think she was in her 60s by that point. She was a little older. Laura Bush.
She somehow looks cuter than most of the people just listed.
I always found Laura Bush to be very, housewifey.
Matronly.
Yeah. Number 9, Pat Nixon.
I heard she was hitty.
Nice. No, that's no April. No, that's the wrong. No, you're thinking of Pat Dixon. No, Pat Nixon did not hit women and get addicted to Adderall. That's somebody completely different.
Right.
Pat Nixon was.
I didn't mean to confuse.
From all accounts, a saint. Pat Nixon. And then who? Oh, Rosalind Carter. She looked like Jimmy.
Haven't you ever heard that? When I've heard from a lot of accounts, when people are together for a long time, they start looking like each other.
Bro, tell me that's not Jimmy Carter in a wig.
It is.
Oh, I'm uncomfortable. Honorable mentions: Martha Washington, Barbara Bush. Oh, come on. Helen Taft, Mamie Eisenhower, and Dolly Madison.
Dolly Madison sounds like a porn star.
If Dolly Madison isn't hot, that's a waste of a good name.
Yeah.
I know we're only going to see paintings, but still. Ooh. They always made them look like frumps. And maybe they were frumps.
She had a nice set on her, though.
Nice tits, Dolly Madison. Yeah, there was nothing you could do for tits back then. But she looks like John Lovitz with tits. So I guess she just kind of looks like John Lovitz in that case.
It's not good. Yeah, John Lovitz in a corset.
Here's somebody playing Dolly Madison. That looks a little better. Is that Laura Linney?
Corey Feldman?
Hey, James, I think we should probably start the War of 1812. We got to take a stand.
Yeah, don't do that to Laura Linney. She's actually attractive, and that person was not.
Laura Linney's all right. But yeah, I think it's definitely Melania Trump and then a big drop off from there. But putting Michelle Obama and Hillary Clinton back to back at 3 and 4 or whatever they did. Shit, man, that's ballsy.
Maybe that's part of the reason people are so shitty to Trump. They're shitty to you a lot of the times by proximity.
Because of the hot wife. Yeah, maybe it's the hot wife.
Think of how many men out there that have opinions and a mouth.
Yeah.
Have hot wives. There's a lot of them. And people shit all over them just because they have a hot woman next to them.
Maybe that's what the problem is. Well, guys, I tell you what our problem is. We got an hour to go today, and we are 250 away. Can we knock this thing out, and can you help us? We've been very light on mentioning the goal. We always figure if it's good by the last hour, we'll shut the fuck up and keep her going. But it is not good. Not good at all.
We are a VIP away.
Not really, because that counts as 150.
Oh.
On the VIP, because you got to knock off the cost of the merch and whatnot.
Excuse the hell
What I'm trying to say is, unless we go on a rally really soon here, it's going to be a depressing fucking Tuesday for the old steel toe. Omaha radio station will play online holiday music November 1st through Christmas Day. Now, this should be an offense punishable by a trip to a gulag or a re-education camp or public flogging.
Flogging.
dismemberment, drawn and quartering. I mean, choose your punishment. We can take a fucking break on the Christmas music. And I might be more of a Nazi on Christmas music than most people. And I like Christmas just fine. I think it's one of my favorite holidays. December 1st. And you can end January 1st.
No.
Yeah.
December 1st through Christmas Day.
I don't give a shit. I'll let you go till January 1st. I don't give a shit about the after so much because it looks the same outside. But like November 1st, there's still a little bit of fall weather going on. Don't be playing me snow, driven snow and horses with the sleigh and all that. Get the fuck out of here with that.
Well, even regardless, there's so many annoying Christmas songs that I cannot stand. There's like a Beatles song out there that makes me want to K myself.
That song eats ass.
They all eat ass in my opinion. Like the only
the
time
Wham Christmas song, I actually want to take a life when I hear that song.
Like
what is it? The Last Christmas by Wham?
They gave you my heart.
I wanted just you saying that, I wanted to grab your chin.
Yeah.
Like remember what the mountain did to that sparrow? Where he held him down and then
remember.
pulled up on his chin and ripped his head off.
Mhm.
I want to do that every time I hear that song.
See, that's the Beatles one for me. The Simply Having a Wonderful Christmas Time one. That one makes me postal inside. Like I don't feel right. I need to get out of whatever building I'm in for like fresh air and silence.
It's terrible.
It's bad.
And then every Christmas now for the last like 8 or 9, probably 7 or 8 years, we've had to hear about, but it's baby, it's cold outside. Baby, it's cold outside. Is that bad? Can we even sing that? You know what? I'm just going to say no. I'm actually for censorship now. If you're going to keep arguing and bitching about it, hey, great. Another shitty song for Christmas that you don't have to play. Yep, we should ban it. There.
Fine, I'm for banning all Christmas music at this point. There's more bad songs than there are good ones. And the only time I care to listen to Christmas music, get this, is when I'm in church. I like the Christmas music in church because they don't pick the shitty songs and they don't force it upon me. I will respect somebody who wants to play their Christmas songs in their car alone from the time it's Halloween till February. I don't care. But don't do it to me. The stores do it to you. The stores, Hobby Lobby puts out Christmas shit in July.
But you guys, okay.
I hate it.
You guys, that's the Christians' fault because the Christians love Hobby Lobby so much and it's just the greatest fucking thing. But then when they start playing Christmas music after Halloween, you guys are like, oh, fuck them. Quit doing that. You created that monster.
Do you know what it does to me, though? It makes me feel behind. It makes me feel like I'm unprepared. Like, I'm trying to enjoy this hot month I'm in right now and go fishing maybe, and then you bring Christmas shit into it. And I feel like now, oh God, Christmas shopping. I have to get my shopping done. I have to prepare the food. I have to decorate my house, I guess.
Geese Artel says, hacky radio bit. Let's talk about hating early Christmas stuff. It is a hacky radio bit, but let me tell you something, Geese Artel. We've done hard-hitting stuff today, too, and guess what?
Yes.
None of it's worked. Everyone hates today's show. It's been a failure of a show so far, so we did a little hacky radio bit for you. You know what that is? It's me admitting that with 50 minutes until I drag out this offering plate in a futile gesture to try and salvage today's show, that I'm out of answers. I'm out of answers. We're 250 away, and it's looking like one of the worst Tuesdays we've had in a long time. And I've got Compound today. This was my plan. Do the morning show. Mm-hmm. Do Compound. Compound compensates us so we don't have to do an evening show.
Take a little break. You've been
on those
busy.
days. And it looks like I'm going to have to do a show tonight because we're going to probably have to take Compound to make up for how short we're coming up today and how bad we're sucking, and then just try to get back on track.
It would be nice to knock that out.
Concrete Pete says, if they shoot you, don't bleed in the beggar bowl. Yeah, I mean, they don't get to get blood and guts and brain matter in the begging bowl. That would be...
I don't know if we get a choice.
Be terrible.
Got to fill up that bowl somehow.
Kyle says, none of today's bits have landed. Right? Exactly. I may think they're good, but my opinion does not fucking matter at all. Let's continue on and hope that you guys find a little generosity here during the next couple of stories. 250 away. Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, memberships, gifted memberships, Rumble Rants.
It all matters.
Everybody, hundreds and hundreds of people. Everybody throw in a little bit, and let's hammer this thing out. Oh, what are you fucking saying? A South Korean man was arrested after a late-night attack on a female convenience store worker, and he feels bad about what he's done. He's actually really apologetic about it, and he's trying to escape charges. What he did was he assaulted this woman at the convenience store, as you do, because he thought she was a feminist.
Well, that's fair, right?
Yeah, right. It's like, you know what? Well, if you thought she was a feminist, well, we're not here to bust your balls, buddy. I mean, if you were trying to do a good deed, and you just got confused. Maybe that convenience store worker is really based, but she has blue hair and a nose ring.
Yeah, those two don't go together, though.
Right.
A scourge on society.
Yeah. What if while he was beating her up, she had the blue hair, she had the septum piercing, and he's like, "You're fucking ruining this country." And then the woman went, "There are only two genders," and he goes, "Oh my God, what have I done? Oh, gee.
I take it back.
I can't believe I did. Oh no, I've harmed an innocent.
Can I take you out to a nice seafood dinner?
Oh, I'm really sorry about. Yeah, that's gonna heal. Like, let's get some ice on that so it doesn't swell up. Do you mind if I go? I mean, I'll pay for the ice cream, but let's put a block of Ben and Jerry's just on that eye, because that could be like an end swell.
The Kami ice cream will heal your wounds.
CCTV footage showed the man in his 20s entering the store in the southeastern city of Jinju after midnight and punching and kicking the woman. No conversation, no fight, no argument, no coupon redemption, nothing. Just walk in, kick the shit out of the lady working at the counter of the convenience store.
Unprovoked? They didn't even associate?
No, I've got to ask. What did you gain?
You got to beat up a woman.
I guess you got to beat up a lady. You got to show her who's boss. But even the lady you beat up, she wasn't a high-powered attorney. She wasn't like, she was just a convenience store worker. Sir, even if she was a feminist, the feminism wasn't working for her. She smells like gasoline and corn chips. And then she had to get the shit beat out of her by a crazy incel.
Smells like the little roller tornado things that you buy.
Yeah, she smells like the fryer and diesel fuel.
Oh.
And you got to come in and make shit worse. You understand she just plunged a toilet after a trucker took a shit in it? And now you're beating her up?
Her life is already terrible.
Her life is worse than ours is right now. He also assaulted another customer in his 50s who tried to intervene. Well, you don't try to save feminists, goddammit.
No, I don't think so.
Police said he attacked the woman because she had short hair. So I wasn't far off.
Wow, you were spot on. She had short hair.
He saw that the woman had short hair and assumed she was a feminist. Now,
oh, God.
I know we all feel a certain way about certain people, but even if someone was a feminist, even if you went up to them at the gas station and went, "Are you a feminist?" you still don't get to start punching and kicking them, my man. You have to.
It's a capital offense, actually.
Yeah, you can't be doing stuff like that. Since you have short hair, you must be a feminist. I am a male chauvinist, and I think feminists deserve to be assaulted, he told her, according to police.
I've heard chauvinists usually like to kill and hit by kneeling on them first.
No, that's a chauvinist. That's completely different. A chauvinist, they
see, they're so close together.
Yeah, they lash out in different ways. What a weird thing. Whenever I hear quotes like that, I just feel like it was a setup, like a hoax.
Like it couldn't be real.
Like, who just walks up and talks that way? Who just goes, "Excuse me, but since you have short hair, you must be a feminist. I'm a male chauvinist, and I think feminists deserve to be assaulted." Like, you don't give them a movie villain speech before you start beating them.
Look, he has convictions.
That always bothered me about, like, Batman movies and shit. Like, the villain would always think of this really elaborate, drawn-out way to finally kill Batman.
Mm-hmm.
You'd be like, you're just giving someone else a chance to save the guy.
Right.
And what are we doing? Hurry up.
And
I've set this timer to kill you. It's like, why don't you shoot him in the head and be done with it?
And if that person doesn't die, you're now like gaining sympathy for them too.
Oh. Well, and you've now like you now look like an asshole because you had him, you couldn't finish him off. Now he's escaped and you got your ass kicked.
Now the feminist lady bested you.
He continued his assault until he was stopped by police who arrived on the scene. Authorities had said he was in a drunken state. You don't say.
I would have never guessed.
I'd sue for slander if I were this guy.
It was drugs, sir.
It was fentanyl. I was chilling.
I kicked alcohol a long time ago.
And this lady. This lady's name is actually alcohol. I kicked it. And he was previously diagnosed and treated for schizophrenia. Well, the picture's starting to become a little more clear.
It's almost like the world shouldn't be letting schizophrenics out of the treatment centers.
Really feel like the schizophrenics ought to be kept an eye on a little closer than this.
Tiny bit.
Hobo Chili Recipe with $4.99 says, yes, it's a terrible show. You're fat in all the wrong places. And April looks like she's about to have some private prayer time with Brigham Young. It's the guy who founded the university. Brigham Young. Mormon. Kind of
Mormon?
Yes, I believe he's saying you're dressed like a Mormon.
So I've went from harlot to Mormon.
Yes.
I appreciate that.
Shannon with $5 over on PayPal says, for the rally. Holy shit, would that be fucking awesome?
Thank you.
If we started a rally right now.
Let's go.
A desperate amount away from today's goal. One of the worst showings in months.
Very tough.
That we've ever seen. 2:45 away from today. Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, Venmo. Please get involved and step in on this program and save us from ourselves. We would appreciate it.
Thank you kindly.
So he continued his assault. Among economically advanced countries, South Korea is frequently ranked as one of the worst for working women with poor gender equality.
Can we just stay home then? Like there is a situation where it would be for your best interest to stay home.
It is kind of like the men are so shitty to the women that the men use it to prove their point.
Yes, they're like manifesting that whole situation.
Yeah.
Like, see, ladies, you really should stay home and cook and clean.
As they're beating the shit out of them for working, they're like, see, isn't this why you should stay home? Some crazy guy might beat the fuck out of you.
No, I want him being sarcastic. See, isn't this fun? Don't you like working?
He's giving her a noogie. Don't you like being a working woman? Don't you like being a working woman?
That's actually why they have to have short hair, because if you do noogies with long hair, it really pulls
It hurts
a lot.
really bad.
Yeah.
So they've had to cut their hair really short because of all the misogynist noogies.
I did that once.
Yeah, I mean, it's just one of those things where you got to do what you have to do to survive. But yeah, as the guy is throwing elbows into the cashier's face, he's like, see, if you were raising babies right now, this wouldn't be happening to you.
Kids would never do this to you.
You can't account for us crazy fuckers coming in here, can you?
A sandwich will never beat you up, ma'am.
She's sitting there ground and pounding her. He's like, a man would never let this happen to them. He's got her by both hands. Quit hitting yourself. Quit hitting yourself. You're empowered. Power out.
He's just sitting on top of her.
Anti-feminist feeling has increased in recent years, particularly among young men who feel they've been disadvantaged by reverse discrimination. Well, now you know how us whites feel when we try to go to college, but you Asians keep coming over. No offense.
It's actually why I had to quit going to St. Cloud State, is because I felt inferior to
It's just getting pushed out by all the really smart Asian kids.
In my calculus class, I felt remarkably stupid.
Can you give me the answer to number 6? Oh, you mean the easiest answer on the whole test, retard? All right, I'll fuck off and go to community college, I guess.
I'm out of here.
No. After Friday's attack, the woman in her 20s suffered serious ear and ligament injuries, but was not in life-threatening condition. Well, hey, bright side, right?
Yeah, bright side, I guess. You're short-haired, a woman, and living in South Korea, and beat up.
I mean, you're bruised as shit.
But you lived.
But you're not dying. The intervening customer also suffered face and shoulder fractures after being hit with a chair. My God, the feminists are fighting back, King.
Oh, my God.
What a slobber knocker that was.
I can't imagine being hit by a chair.
All I
want swings a chair at you.
Well, all I want to do now is see the surveillance tape.
Right, play the tapes.
Sounds like a crazy scrap. A court on Monday approved an arrest warrant allowing police to keep the perpetrator in custody. Local media reports that the suspect denied some of the charges, saying he was drunk and could not remember the incident. Well, but that doesn't mean you didn't do it.
Okay, but he's also a schizophrenic, so what if his other personality did it and he has no recollection?
That's just it. Somebody else might have done it.
It was Patricia.
It was Patricia that was there.
Yeah.
Diane Poos with $5 for the rally. Give me tips with $5, says here, Loaf Piggy.
Thank you.
$4.99 from Matt Melt says just one Melton out here, proving they aren't all bad. Oh, thank you, bud. Hey, guys, that sounds like a rally to me. 2:30 away. It can be done. Membership, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, PayPal, Streamlabs. Give us a fighting chance. We got about 40 minutes until we rattle this here offering plate and see if we can get it done. They're coming. Let's see if the Steel Toe faithful don't let us down today, because they are starting to come out. They're starting to, Wake up a little bit. Thank you, guys.
We live and die by you.
Keep her going. We really do. You own the show. Local media reports that the suspect denied some of the charges because he was shit-hammered and schizophrenic. Well, then it totally doesn't count. I love when they use that as an excuse. It's like, no, you can't hold me accountable for beating the shit out of this person because I have a mental condition that makes me a dangerous, violent psycho.
That would be an idiocracy thing, though, where it's like, oh, so you're mental and you were drunk. Well, that makes sense. I would have done the same thing. You're free to go.
Oh, you were fucked up? Oh, then it's cool.
You're supposed to be in that line.
We actually give people, excuses. We give people leniency for the things that technically should make us lock them up harder.
Yeah.
Like if you go, oh, I beat the shit out of her, but, I'm schizophrenic. And they're like, well, then he's not able to stand trial. It's like, well, no, he should be sent to jail forever because he's schizophrenic and violent as shit.
You're schizophrenic and off your meds and hurting people? Oh, I'm guessing you shouldn't have been out ever.
Yeah, maybe the mistake we made was not arresting you, but the mistake was not having you in some kind of facility forever and ever and ever and ever.
Amen.
Amen, indeed. And I wish that woman a speedy recovery. And maybe when it comes to South Korea, maybe we stay home for a while. Just see.
There are certain times where you do need to think smarter, not harder. And if you're going to get your ass beat for having short hair and working.
First thing she buys when she gets out of the hospital, hair extensions.
A wig. A weave.
Or a fake cock, one of the two.
Oh, boy.
I don't know.
Yeah, if you're a dude, you can't get beat up, right?
No. 230 is the number. Shano Banano says, rally, bitches. I agree. Pool Scam Sam says Aaron hangs out at parks and steals the bread from the ducks and geese, allegedly.
He also says you enjoy queso on your Frosted Flakes.
That is bullshit, sir. I do not eat Frosted Flakes.
Do you not like Frosted Flakes?
Kyle is saying Aaron uses Texas toast as taco shells. You know what? Put these in super chats and you have no idea how excited I will be to read them today.
Show us how mean you can be.
Yeah, I mean, get as mean as possible. And if you want to get $50 mean, I'm here for that too. Balls Deep gifting a membership to Sane Caesar. Thank you, Balls. That really helps a lot. We appreciate it. 230 is the number for today. And again, we've got about 35 minutes until we got to rattle the plate and see if we can beg it out of you, essentially. I don't know how many of you are Giants fans, but as a Viking fan that kind of got Daniel Jones this contract that he's on, this is kind of, I guess I shouldn't say funny to me, but Daniel Jones, the New York Giants quarterback, tore his ACL. And the Giants have sucked this year. They've been really bad. They just gave him a $40 million a year extension.
Ouch.
On his contract. And now he's torn his ACL. He's out for the year. You never know how they're going to bounce back from these or if they will bounce back at all. But Ray DeVito's brother, Tommy DeVito, is now the quarterback for the Giants to try and salvage their season. But this is how, do we have to talk about this in football?
It's
or is
trending.
Or is it just part of it's just kind of part of the game and you have to accept it? All these non-contact injuries that are happening.
It's not what you would consider typically because it's a very contact-heavy sport and you can understand those a little easier, right?
But all these really destructive knee and Achilles injuries are happening with non-contact this year. There's been 2 of them for the Vikings. There's been Aaron Rodgers, Daniel Jones. I'm just wondering, are these guys overtraining? Are they playing too hurt? Is it all of the above? Or are we just in a year where it just seems to be bad luck?
Yeah,
and these guys keep getting hurt.
It would be nice to know because, the ACLs are blowing all over the place.
ACLs and Achilles just popping like lights, like light bulbs, just
Not
going
good.
pop, pop, pop.
We're going to keep an eye on him.
Look at that.
Oh, God.
It just went. The ACL just went. He backed up, didn't put any undue pressure on it, didn't try to turn on it really hard. He just backed up and his leg exploded.
Nobody by him.
That doesn't just happen.
Hey, how are we straining the piss out of our legs?
That makes me believe that they just play hurt all the time and their knees just been damaged.
Like there's stress on their knee already.
And they just, the knee finally went, no, dude, fuck this if you're not going to lay in bed for a couple days.
It's like, to me, thinking about there's a hairline fracture from a previous hit or something somewhere, and it's like a ticking time bomb.
Right.
Rick, we're going to keep an eye on him on 2nd and 18, and down he goes, and he's grabbing his right knee again.
Oh, so he did. Okay, so he did hurt his knee.
On 2nd and 18, and down he goes, and he's grabbing his right knee again.
Yeah, so he did hurt his right knee, and they kept him out there. And I know, look, hindsight is 20/20. I understand, but like, it's one of those things where like, if I've got $40 million a year into my quarterback, and he goes down and grabs his knee, not this time, but the first time, I'm like, hey, buddy, we're 2-6. Why don't you just come out of the game and we'll rest you up?
Right. We need to save you.
You know, we can't
long term.
We can't have you blowing out a knee.
Good God.
For Christ's sake. Although lucky knee.
That was a lucky knee that really got blown hard.
Yeah. Ken of the North with $4.99 says, I don't know what a rally is, but let's all chip in and give some money to meet their goal. Thank you, Ken of the North. That's very kind of you. Everybody keep that going. If you're a PayPal or Venmo person, that's awesome. They don't take a percentage. $225 away from knocking it out today in about 30 minutes until we have to rattle the can. We go on a little bit bigger rally here.
Yep.
I think we can get within striking distance. We're not dead yet today. And hopefully we don't die today. That would be nice. I'd love to do overtime.
Let's keep doing this show.
For you fucking creeps. Thank you very much for your support. So, yeah, the Giants are without Daniel Jones.
We're without Kirk.
The Vikings are without Kirk Cousins and Cam Akers.
Didn't we just acquire him, too?
We did.
Just paid the guy who's coming in to help us?
No, we didn't pay him.
We didn't pay him?
No, we didn't give him an extension or anything.
We did need him,
I think the Rams were just kind of like taking on the contract and getting rid of him. Trucker 18 Wheeler with $2 says, heard it's partly to do with turf and cleats.
I saw somebody on Facebook talking about like how the turf is different this year, like how different stadiums are using like a new type of turf and they're complaining about it.
Oh, and that's what's tearing up their knees?
There's going to be lawsuits if that's found to have any correlation.
Uh-oh. Trucker 18 Wheeler with thank you for the $2, buddy. 225 is the number. SC Motorsports says $250 to become a VIP. Yeah, you get all 3 of our steel toe t-shirts. You get our steel toe hoodie. 2 tickets to every live event we do. 2 of our 5.5-inch vinyl stickers. Maybe I hold it up right. There we go.
It's just white.
You also get in a $100 drawing every single week. That is the Steel Toe VIP package. When you contribute $250 in 1 week, you get that. Scarface with $5 says, as a Giants fan, I'm going with God punishing the front office for giving an overrated gay F word like Daniel Jones $40 million a year. I hope they have to amputate. Shit.
I hope they have to amputate.
Oh, my God.
Jesus.
I don't think he feels that way.
It's not his fault.
Fair enough. That's going to put us at 220. We are rallying. This could work. Guys, I think we can still do this. Believe it or not, I'm going to be Mr. Positivity. I think we can still hammer this out today.
Yes.
Nick Steven says it was his first game back from IR.
Oh my God.
Shit.
What a tragedy.
Yikes. Yeah, Scoober says the players are bitching about the turf. Triple N says the turf is garbage this year.
Why change it? Hasn't it been working?
I don't know. I don't know why we have to change the turf. Apparently they thought it was good. The players' knees and ankles disagree. Mr. St. Caesar says, does the VIP come with a loaf of bread and a jar of queso? If fans wanted to contribute to the show and as part of their VIP, they said, would you send me bread and queso with it? I would do that. I don't know how the bread would be but by the time it got to you, but we would see. Aristocock says, oh, shit, you didn't tell me you had stickers. Shut up.
They can work as pasties if you're fat enough.
Yeah, exactly. If you got giant dinner plate areolas, the stickers work great for that. Oh, man, let's go to Streamlabs and see if we have to read something here.
Okay.
I know I have something, but I don't know if it's a Streamlabs deal.
Missed it.
Nope, it's just Patrick with $100. Thank you very much, buddy.
Whoa.
And our good friend Sid Saraf with $20. Thank you, pal. That's going to bring us down quite a bit.
Thanks to the
That's
two
going
of
to
you.
bring us down to 105 for today. And then Silver Wolf with $10 says, here's 10, just like the 10-pointer I just got.
Yay, buddy.
There
Nice
you go.
job.
Wow, Patrick, thank you for the saving grace this morning. Now we're 100 away. This gives us a real fighting shot.
I feel like I have life again.
Oh, boy.
I feel like there's hope.
Always somebody coming in with that big chip.
I know.
There's Scoober with $5. He says, Aaron is a pudgy gay. Skol Vikings. There you go. There's the roasting. Everybody gets something out of that.
That's-
95 away from today.
Thank
Boy, I
you.
tell you, it might be that this show has a horseshoe up its ass.
Get more mean, guys.
Yeah. It might be the incredibly generous audience, or we have a horseshoe up our ass. One of the two.
I'm starting to think that, with all these bread and queso things, I should create like a new sandwich recipe and like post pictures and post the recipe and call it the Imhold.
E-Rock told us, he goes, you guys got to do more shit on social media for your show. And my thing is, like, I'm already down here enough. Like, I'm already down here a lot doing shit for the show. And it's like, all right, well, maybe I write shit down and we put more things on Instagram. And I'd send it to you to put on Instagram because I have no presence on Instagram. I posted like 2 pictures.
You got to give me control of like the steel toe one because I don't have a steel toe.
There is no steel toe one.
Oh, then I'll just create one.
Or just post it on yours.
Oh, you want to use a business account. You don't want to post show shit on my personal account.
Just wanted to use your followers that you had.
Well, I could do that, I suppose, but you should also be tagging a business account.
But yeah, it's he's right, and we did try to do more shorts earlier.
I love doing shorts.
Yeah, got to do shorts, from what I've heard.
They're nice and short.
This is the new T-shirt. It says Ryobi, bread and cheese. Thanks, pal.
We have had a shirt with a sandwich on it before.
We have. That's true. Carlos with $4.99. Carlos, he says to advertise the new Imholt sandwich of bread and queso. Oh,
yes.
To the new sandwich of bread and queso in radio voice. All right, come on down to Jersey Mike's. We're right now on our rosemary bread. We've got a delicious blend of queso and queso blanco that's going to knock your socks off. It's the newest appetizer at Jersey Mike's. While you're waiting for your sandwich, we serve you complimentary queso and queso blanco mixed with a little bit of salsa and our rosemary bread. It's called the Loaf Piggy, and you can have your Loaf Piggy with queso today at Jersey Mike's.
You just take a little bit of a sub bread and you hollow out like the top and the bottom so you can just put queso in the boat.
Precisely.
Oh my God.
It's perfect.
That's got to be good, right?
I can say as the one person who has had queso and hot dog buns on this program, yes, it's delicious. I regret nothing. I'm ashamed of nothing.
I'm going to create this thing. Do you remember how I looked at you when I realized what you've done? He went to go get the queso and the 2 hot dog buns from the kitchen, and I didn't know he'd done that. He came back to the chair.
There was some judgment.
I didn't even say anything. I looked at him, and I think my jaw dropped.
Yeah. There was judgment.
And I don't think there's a thing to be said when you see that.
I can feel myself getting fatter just talking about this. I'm telling you that right now.
I'm sure it was delicious.
Shannon with $5 says to keep her going. Well, it's still going. That rally that Patrick started is still well, Patrick didn't start it, but he jump-started the shit out of it. Thank you, buddy. 85 away. Here we go. Now, I can't call today a perfect day because we were getting the shit kicked out of us until about 15 minutes ago, but we may not use this today. That would definitely make it a shutout. Maybe not a perfect game.
Maybe.
But definitely a shutout. So 85 away. Let's all team up. Let's KO the rest of this and do overtime today. Maybe a little Ed and Michelle. Who knows?
Do you ever think that maybe you should lean into this Loaf Piggy thing?
You're saying it's a marketable
for
opportunity?
the brand. Why don't I got to think this through a little bit, but we could have certain bread items and queso down here for like.
It's not good for me.
Well, you got to stop eating it off the air then.
Pool Scam Sam doesn't even bother with allegedly on this one. He just writes, Aaron dreams of stealing a Village Hearth bread truck. Didn't even bother. I think what hurts the most of that is not what's in that message. It's what's not in that message. And it's him not saying allegedly.
There's no queso in that message.
No, it's not that. It's the allegedly part.
How
dare you?
Do you have a favorite type of bread and queso combo? Is there like a preference?
Naan.
You like naan bread?
Yeah,
I do too.
Probably naan and queso.
What do you have a brand of queso, or do you like queso blanco? Or?
I like the, what are those, Tostitos?
Tostitos?
Yeah, I like the Tostitos queso. I'm not a picky guy. I'm really not.
I like homemade queso.
You know what I like to do? I like to mix this is going to get bad. I like to mix a little of the queso and then a little of the salsa.
I do that too.
Yeah, I think that's really good.
It's delicious. That is, in fact, called salsa. No.
Salsa con queso.
Yeah.
Yes, we're being all Mexican today. Need Trump says, sweet, let's go. Yes, 85 is the number. Let's go indeed. Go ahead and post your favorite Loaf Piggy recipes, I suppose.
Yeah, I want suggestions. I want to actually recreate this thing and We could have an evening show where we make loaf piggy sandwiches for supper and we eat them.
I'm excited. I'm excited about this.
I'm going to create something.
It's going to be the most shameful thing I've ever done.
I
did morning radio.
I'm going to get you a big old sourdough bread bowl with queso in it with like a, what are those the rolls that you like in the thing?
Tolero rolls?
Is it a Tolero?
Tolero rolls where I can tear at them and dip them in my
dip
chili?
it in the bread bowl.
Sounds really good.
We could do that.
I have bratwurst chili that I kind of want for oh, no, you got us breakfast already.
Did I?
Yeah.
What did I get?
You got donuts yesterday.
Oh, I got you an apple fritter. I've eaten most of my cinnamon roll.
Today, fuck queso, I am fritter boy. Today.
Do you want a bite of your fritter?
Not on the show. No, I'm fasting until we hit our goal today because we're very close. There's a lot of queso donkey shit coming in right now, so I got it. Not queso donkey. What is it? What am I? Loaf piggy? Queso donkey. I don't know why I came up with queso donkey, but
what is a queso donkey?
That's queso donkey came up for some reason. Everyone on Rumble who's not used to our show, hit like, hit subscribe. It's a fun little morning show that we do here. YouTube, same thing. Hit like, hit subscribe. Give me tips with $5.
Thank you.
Says, I've made a condiment sandwich once when I was drunk. It's okay, Loaf Piggy. It wasn't queso, though. I'm almost upset more that the audience besmirches the good name of queso by making it sound like it's a dirty thing.
Technically, a PB&J is kind of a condiment sandwich, isn't it?
It is a condiment sandwich. When I was in radio, just starting out in afternoons in Litchfield, I was so broke. Like 3 days before payday, I'd be tapped out.
Yeah.
And I would just kind of raid my fridge and cupboards for whatever I had. That's why some nights for dinner, I would just have the whole Lipton Knorr side package.
I know what those are.
Yeah.
The Parmesan angel hair noodles were the shit.
Shit like that, or the wider noodles. I think it was an Alfredo thing, but there was no meat. It was just, you were just having
just
Alfredo. Yeah.
It was basically noodle, MSG, and sauce.
But for lunch, I would have no money. Sometimes for lunch, I would go next door to Hardware Hank and just get Gardettos and a Diet Dr. Pepper.
This explains a lot about you.
Thanks. Or cheddar, or it would be cheddar Chex Mix.
Okay.
But always a Diet Dr. Pepper with it. And I would have that for lunch. But when I was broke 3 days before payday, what I would do is I would grab, tortillas that were in my cupboard for, let's not even talk about how long. I have no idea.
They're hard and you need to microwave them.
And I would bring those to work, and I would bring Parmesan cheese in the sprinkle thing.
Spank its bottom, get it out.
And ranch dressing. And I would have a Parmesan ranch roll-up for lunch.
I mean, I never did the Parmesan ranch roll-up, but I definitely took like a tortilla and just melted some shredded cheese in it.
Yeah.
With a little bit of like Lowry's salt.
I got poor as fuck sometimes.
We all did.
Give me tips with $5. Oh, I just read that one. Why not read the insult thing twice?
I would eat mayo with like a spoon. By the way, like if I was so poor I had nothing but like mayo and bread, I would 100% eat a mayo sandwich.
Carlos says you two need to get fiendishly drunk first to enjoy it. I don't know. You're overestimating me, I think.
I think they just like seeing us drunk.
Mr. Approachable says an armed bank truck and a Wonder Bread truck collide on the highway. All occupants are dead and there are no witnesses. Aaron is the only one who would raid the bread truck first. I don't like Wonder Bread. Thank you very much.
You don't like Wonder Bread?
I'm a classy bread man. Village Hearth and Up. Sorry. I don't even want the Burberry bread. What's that called? Bradberry? Birdberry?
Brownberry?
Brownberry? I don't even want that shit.
Burberry?
The Burberry bread. That would be expensive.
It's fucking expensive and looks like plaid.
I want the Dolce & Gabbana bread. Aaron's diet consists of Diet Pop, bread, queso, McDonald's, and Casey's, says somebody.
Don't forget Quick Trip tacos.
Sometimes the double cheeseburger. I think they're good.
I'm not really like a what do you call it? Gas station food kind of person.
Yeah.
Except for Casey's. I do like their pizza.
Hulkamasha Baby says, Aaron, I want to lose 10 pounds. April, let me shove bread and cheap down your throat. I think he means cheese.
Or cheap.
JoJo's telling me to go queso fritter.
Queso fritter?
I'm not doing a queso
Is that
fritter.
a real thing?
Aaron is to queso as the Gulf of Mexico is to the Mississippi River. Fuck. Aaron has 11 bread machines, allegedly.
Oh,
Aaron has the biggest chub right now. JoJo says, dude, the cheddar broccoli noodles are bomb. Look, I didn't say I didn't enjoy the Lipton sides that I would have for dinner when I was broke.
Oh.
I just said I ate them. Mr. Approachable says, I've got it. You take a sliced ham and spread queso on it, then roll it up and put it in a hot dog bun. You guys are coming up with creative ways of making me a bigger piece of shit.
Kayla's wondering about 1:30 today. I don't want to do 1:30.
I'm going to be busy at 1:30.
Well, it's my truck.
You can take a look. But no, what I'm saying is, I guess if you made a decision, you'd be getting in a different vehicle anyway. I was going to say I can't pick you up.
Could I do like an 11?
If you want to, that's on you. I'm kind of doing something right now, if that's okay.
It was time sensitive.
Jesus Christ. I'm like, she's like, can we make this appointment right now? I'm like, well,
You know how those things work.
Is that what we're going to do? Like if we ever become surgeons and we're in the middle, she's like, so should I, what do you think? Should I make this?
Who's on Letterman tonight?
I mean, that's kind of what dentists do when they're working on your mouth, I guess.
Yeah.
So
it's not what that dentist did in Law and Order last night, though.
No, he fucked his niece.
He got sperms in her sweater.
Patrick with $50 says, so I have done well north of 250 in the past month. How about a hoodie XL, pretty please? I can't tell you no.
You can message me, April Imholt on Facebook or Instagram or Twitter.
Patrick, absolutely write to us and get yourself a fucking hoodie, for God's sake.
Where's my pen?
Precisely. You can have a hoodie. Patrick with another $50. Thank you very much, pal. We do appreciate that. Guys, 35 away from KOing today's goal. You're going to do it. We're officially not bringing this out today. This does not get done. 35 away. Thank you very much. These are the show is in the chat right now, I have to admit. Until you dip your fritter in queso, you piggy, says Scoober. Thanks, buddy. Triple N says, holy fuck, these are the confessions of a queso donkey. I should have never said queso donkey.
Queso donkey's weird.
Don't know where that came from. SH says, I've been eating microwaved cheese and tortillas for breakfast for a week. Somebody says, you don't like that Quick Trip bread. Nope. I'm picky on my bread.
I do like quality breads.
Hobo Chili says, April, that mayo you ate is starting to show. Do you have saddleback hips like you're going west to the new frontier?
You wish you knew what my hips looked like.
Dirty Old Coin Purse says, if you are looking for day-old bread, it's at Aaron's house.
Oh.
Pool Scam Sam doesn't even say allegedly anymore.
I wish,
Aaron sleeps on a bread mattress.
Whoa. That would smell good.
It's not
for
true,
a minute.
but I don't. Not true. I repeat, not true.
I wish places like Jersey Mike's would sell us like day-old rosemary bread. That shit's so good.
Leprechaun Blood says, generic bacon bits and Miracle Whip sandwich. Poor. Yeah, see, that would happen for sure. Ketchup sandwiches and mayo sandwiches are delicious, says Levi.
See, I hate ketchup, but mayo, that's the one.
Duncan is reporting that Aaron is banned from all Olive Gardens. You see, because they have bread.
Oh, he eats all the breadsticks.
Jojo says, I demand April create a queso fritter. Is that where you cut the fritter in half the long way and then put queso all over it and put it back together?
You could do that, or it's literally a fritter made of cheeses that's deep fried.
Okay. There you go.
Like a huge cheese curd.
I'm skipping around a little bit here because a lot of it's very similar concepts, which is I'm fat. Well, Scam Sam says April needs the truck to go get the bread order.
See, that's why I upgraded from an SUV.
Skeezy says queso donkey is almost better than loaf piggy. Yeah, let's do a poll. Which one's better? Let's start a poll. Better nickname. This is why trolling this show doesn't work. Like we're way more hurtful to ourselves than anyone else could be. Like the trolls get all mad and they get invested in it, whereas we're just like casually calling me an obese dead person.
I'm gonna make something for you.
Loaf piggy, queso donkey.
Queso walrus is also very good.
Queso walrus is you know what? Let's throw that wild card. Queso walrus. There we go. Okay, so we've got Loaf Piggy, Queso Donkey, and Queso Walrus as the nickname options. You guys can go ahead and vote on that. The poll is up in the chat. Okay, I think we're as caught up can be. Mad Comics with $5 over on Rumble says this is enough for a pound of yellow stickered beef from Walmart and gives us $5.
God damn.
You don't want the yellow stickered beef.
I just want you to look at his name for a second and realize that you've said it wrong for every time forever.
What is it? It's Mad Comsci.
You say Mad Comics.
Oh, fuck me to death with a loaf of bread. Thank you, Mad Comsci, with the $5. 30 away from today. Thank you guys very much. Getting closer and closer every minute. Producer Robert says, I hate how Aaron says queso. I hate how producer
What?
Robert gets lippy with me from time to time.
What's wrong with queso? Well, how do you say queso?
You want queso?
It's queso.
It's queso.
Love some.
I'd love queso. Love some.
We're going to perfect something.
All right, so far, 49% of the audience, 51% of the audience wants loaf piggy. Queso donkey, though, with a strong showing in second at 30%. And queso walrus is at 18. Make sure you get your votes in. And if you're on Rumble right now, there's about 600 of you here. So switch on over to YouTube for a little bit and vote in that very important poll that will determine the nickname for the foreseeable future. Which one do you want me to read?
Patio pig.
Patio pig. How does patio pig work?
I don't know. You eat your queso on the patio?
Mad Comsci says, I like Mad Comics better. There you go. He's Mad Comics officially from now on.
Fine.
Perfect.
I tried to help.
Pool Scam Sam. Aaron buys pallets of queso at Costco, allegedly. I love when he's very careful with his legalities. You can tell when he feels confident in something. Pool Scam Sam. I love this article. I want to do this one because I feel like April and every woman listening right now can learn from this. It's important. A woman wrote into the New York Post, and you know, I don't understand women who write into like self-help or like not self-help, like advice columns.
Oh yeah, don't do that.
And like you want a stranger to answer your life problems. First of all, this stranger is only getting your side of the problem. And your side of the problem is you want to be seen as the victim of the problem, and you want to see the other person as the aggressor of the problem. When, with most disagreements between human beings, both of them have a point. Neither of them want to acknowledge the other one has a point, thus why it's a problem.
Yes.
Why it's an issue. Thank you, Pizza Roll, for the $4.99. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
So this woman decides to write to a newspaper shrink, basically. Isaiah McKimmy. Oh, this week, our resident sexologist. Oh, okay. So this is a person who doesn't want to cover the news anymore. And they're usually just some gay dude who takes a lot of dick. And they're like, you're our new sexologist. It's like, okay, but straight people don't behave like you guys do sexually.
It's very different,
It's
actually.
remarkably different. You guys are, I'll be honest, a bit out of hand.
Fiends.
It's gotten a little much. Like I'm not saying we do it the right way, but I'm saying you definitely do it the wrong way. You gotta, look, it's a lot. I mean, how many plagues in the last 40 years because of really irresponsible sexual practices over there?
At least a couple, right?
2? We've got at least 2. We got monkeypox and AIDS. So this woman decides to write to a self-help person, and I want to give her points for self-awareness, but then I want to take those points away because she wrote to some stranger on the internet rather than talking to her people in her life about this. She says, I really love my husband, but I can't stop picking fights with him.
Okay.
Interesting.
Sounds just like a woman problem.
Yeah, I was just going to say, this sounds like a lot of women in the audience can relate.
Yeah.
I don't want to make April uncomfortable either here until I keep going on this and she starts going like this on her hand. Okay.
I'm good. I don't like picking fights. You're terrifying.
There we go.
You're a mean person in a fight.
I'm not sure what, but I never pick it.
But you know what I mean? I don't want to pick a fight per se because you're not fun to fight with.
Well, I'll tell you why.
Ever.
You know why?
And
this is a good lesson for people. If you don't like fighting and you don't want to be in fights, make fights with you unbearable. I want peace. I am a man of peace. I don't want fights. I want calm conversations where a compromise can be reached. Someone gives up something, another person gives something. I believe that if a disagreement ends with both people saying sorry, I think that's a win. But a lot of people don't want to. That's a big W. So like if someone starts picking a fight with me, I'm like, well, I'm going to make sure this is the most uncomfortable experience this person's ever had to let them know I don't want to fight. I'm not into fighting. I don't think it's productive. I'm into solutions, final solutions. I really love my husband, but I can't stop picking fights with him. I'm not sure why I behave this way.
Your genetics, mostly.
I'm just seeing the word woman is flashing in my brain right now as this continues. I don't even see this person as an individual. I just see them as a gender of person.
Why even be with us if we're so unbearable?
We need your vaginas, man. They're great. They really are something.
You can make those now.
It's not the same. You know, it's
they
like
don't talk back though. Right.
It's like trying to make your own Frosties. That's how I would classify women. You know?
That's remarkably easy.
It's not, though. It's never the same. You can make your own pussy if you want to. It never feels exactly the same as the ones that come from the store. You know? I'm not sure why I behave this way, but I criticize him a lot over everything, from how he dresses to the fact that he doesn't go do enough around the house. He's a very placid man, and the more I nag him, the quieter he gets. Huh? Really, bitch? You know what we call that? Driving them away by being a cunt. Really? Oh, the more you browbeat a man, and let me guess, you never admit you're wrong and you never say you're sorry. And then you wonder why he gets quieter. Because he hates your fucking guts. He wishes you would die, but he doesn't want to be mean about it. Here's the advantage women have over men. They want to be mean. Men don't want to be mean. We just happen to be good at it if we have to be. But women sit there and beat and beat and beat and whine and bitch and pick fights and criticize and criticize and criticize. And then the men just go, I'm not talking anymore. I'm going to fuck off. I'm taking a vow of silence. I'll just say I'm sorry for everything. And then when they're either dead or alone, they'll know that maybe this time they fucked up. I've been hurt in the past. I just want to point that out.
You know, it's a privilege to be sitting next to your wife / coworker when you have that rant, is everybody thinks you're talking about me.
Oh, no. Look, there's a lot of scar tissue in that rant.
You are about as red as your shirt.
There is a lot of scar tissue in that rant. I just hate this woman so much, and I hope this is cathartic for the rest of the audience. That's my other...
Well, I can read it too and be like, no, you're just doing a very stereotypical woman thing, and you're being shitty, and he hates you. That happens.
You know what April didn't like when we first... You know what April did when we first met? She didn't like the way I dressed sometimes. She went, will you go shopping with me and I could show you some things and maybe you'll like them? It's called leading a horse to water.
I mean, yeah.
And then guess what? It felt
nicely.
It felt like my idea. And guess what I picked out? Stuff I liked. I'm like, you're not going to dress me. I'm not going to have you fucking put me in a goddamn clown costume. I went, I like this. And she went, I like that too. And I went, good, I'm wearing it. And then I went, these jeans are really comfortable. So I love those jeans. I went, sounds good. I'm
Positive reinforcement.
Positive reinforcement. We're not difficult animals to trick, but you guys women insist on going at us at our strengths, when what you need to do is work our weaknesses. Our weaknesses are complicated shit and stuff that takes a lot of fucking time. Yeah. So don't go at us on I'm going to pick a fight with you on this one issue. You're going to cry. I don't want you to. I love you. I care about you. I don't want to see you cry. But if you go down this road, you're going to make yourself cry using me as your scratching post. This is not going to go well. But then if you go, honey, I have 4 or 5 or 6 things you want to talk about, you're going to get a yes on 4 of them. Because he's going to be like, oh shit, I'm overwhelmed. So we're already on the back foot. And we're like, okay, we'll give him that one because I got to get to the next thing. And then I got to get to the next thing. And then I got to get to the next thing. But this woman... going, I criticize him over everything. I do this. How about the fact that you're telling a stranger this? You're admitting it on paper to the stranger, but not once in your fucking head does it make you go, maybe I should stop being such a ruthless cunt.
Stop nagging so much.
Yeah. Maybe I should stop making him miserable. Maybe he's actually a remarkably happy guy. It's just I make him the opposite.
Or maybe you don't really love him that much and you just think you do.
She would do.
Leave.
I think a woman like this, the way she's describing herself, would do this to everybody. She'd drive them all
That's
away.
not untrue. Yeah.
I begin each day promising myself that I will pick at him less, but then before I know what I'm saying, a scathing remark about him is coming out of my mouth. Why am I behaving this way toward him, and how can I stop?
You're a piece of shit, and you deserve to be alone.
You sound like a sociopath.
And at what point do you men stop saying, look, I love you, but just don't say the I love you part anymore. You're a piece of shit. You're making me feel bad, and I don't like being here.
Yeah, let the I love you part go.
Yeah, you don't have to keep loving somebody that makes your life miserable.
Aristocock says, I call it checking out. Yep, that's exactly what it is.
God, that's so sad.
It's so fun to give a woman her way because she doesn't know that she just fucked herself. When you tap out, some women are like, oh, I got him to say I'm sorry, and he agreed with me and everything else. No, bitch, he's leaving you. He's done. He might cheat. He might leave. But you definitely just pushed him away when you go, when you repeat the same things 80 times and just pick at him, and you hear him go, okay, you're right, I'm sorry. One step, you just whoop, one step closer. So if you ever do that, now sometimes people are going to be cunty and they're going to go, I'm tired of fighting. Okay, whatever, you win. That doesn't mean that they're always taking one step. But if you see him do that, maybe do something nice the next time. Maybe like do something encouraging or let him pick something. Because in his egotistical way, being a guy, he's like, I'll fucking show this bitch. That's a lot of things with dudes. When it's guys and guys, it can always come down to physical fighting. So we have that to fall back on.
A trial by combat.
Right. We can always just fight each other.
Yeah.
But you can't do that with a woman. So instead, you go, I'll fucking show her. And then, if you see him bubbling, suck his dick. Just, maybe just throw the release valve out there. But if you're this woman, there's no hope for you. You will nag and pick at every man.
Yeah,
and I'll tell you why I think she'll nag and pick at every man. She hates herself.
That's always the answer. It's not a you problem. It's like a her problem. She's always upset about something. She's insecure. She's upset about how she looks or how she feels, and it has taken out on everybody else. She's never happy about anything, and people like that need to be alone sometimes.
Right.
Like
That's exactly what
you need to have all the people that did care about you out of the picture, so you can sit back and reflect a little. If you're of that mind, some of them don't know enough to reflect.
Some of them are really stupid.
Yeah.
Mr. Approachable with $5 says loaf piggy, queso donkey, wheat bread walrus, cracked grain cow, whole grain horse. Let's just admit it. Aaron is the whole bread barn. All right. What won the poll?
Bread barn.
Loaf piggy at 53%, queso donkey at 32%, and queso walrus at 15%. So loaf piggy it is.
Let's get a brand.
Let's get to some of the listener comments on this article. By the way, that puts us 25 away from knocking out today's goal. We are doing overtime, but we also have 7 minutes until 10 o'clock.
Yep.
Maybe you guys want to knock out that 25 before 10 o'clock. That's totally fine. We went on an incredibly strong rally today, aided mostly by Patrick. Thank you very much to Patrick. But then a lot of people with their little 5s and 10s coming in. That was very cool. Sid with his 20. If you guys got 25 more sitting around, we can hammer this thing out. There's the links in the chat. Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, etc. Pool Scam Sam calling what I just did bread rage.
Bread rage.
Wheat rage.
Gluten.
Rye rage.
Rye rage.
No? Okay. Criticize me again. See what the fuck.
Fucking do it.
I did channel a past life in that last rant.
Yeah, I always feel so honored.
Feels good, though.
You're on a hair trigger, though. Like, I better fucking...
That feels good to go back there and yell about that guy for a little bit. It feels like I have superpowers. Yeah. It feels like I can shoot lightning bolts from my fingers. Jojo
mostly makes me terrified.
Got to keep them on their heels, boys. Jojo says, why are you knocking my superpower? Yeah, you women think that criticism is your superpower, but then you get cheated on all the time and you wonder why. The girl he sticks his dick in doesn't tell him his shirt's stupid all the time. You know what woman wins?
Wow.
Do you know what woman wins?
That's really funny.
The woman who doesn't shit on his shirt the most.
Okay.
That's the woman that wins.
Somebody shit on your wrestling shirts a lot, didn't they? Oh.
Somebody didn't even want me to have wrestling shirts.
What the fuck? It's kind of weird.
I'm upset. But I'm fine because I'm not upset. And the sticker stuck to me because I'm sweating because I was yelling so much. My God. Pool Scam Sam calling it queso withdrawal.
Would you like some cheese?
Dr. Climate Abortion says, oh, this one is easy. She's an absolute garbage person. Next. Triple N says, yeah, this is a carb-induced rage.
Would you like your fritter?
No, I don't need my
donut really bad.
I don't need my fritter.
Come on.
SH says she wants him to fight back, and if he does, she'll cry that he's so mean. Exactly. Women like this are playing with fire. But then she'll like it because she then gets to be a victim. She's abused now. Some women like that too. Some women like to fight. Then they like to fight. Some women like to fight until they don't like to fight anymore.
When I get into a situation like that, like the stress hormones that run through my body, like wreak so much havoc on me. Like it takes such a toll on me. Like I truly do hate that feeling. I'll be like sick for the whole next day if I get into an argument with you.
Don't get into.
I don't like that.
Aristocock says, I'm glad she got you to stop wearing muumuus. That I was never wearing muumuus. 30-year-old Ray DeVito says, I wish I was gay. Women are the worst. Kevin Brennan's wife's baggy meat sleeve says Aaron is going to go yeast mode after the show. Oh, get it? There's beast mode. That was me going yeast mode because of the bread. Are you just thinking of a dirty vagina when you hear yeast? Or?
No, bread is fine.
Okay. Skeezy says, typical woman, April, making everything about her.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just the person who's sitting next to him.
Aristocock says, bread never broke Aaron's heart.
It never will. When I'm gone too, bread will heal all wounds.
It won't until it does.
It won't until it does?
Yeah, bread won't break my heart until it does.
Like a heart attack?
Yeah, like actually causes a heart attack. Pool Scam Sam says, this is how Aaron reacts when April tries to substitute low-fat queso, allegedly. So he's not sure about that one. Kevin Brennan's wife's baggy meat sleeve says, Aaron loves the smell of proofed dough in the morn and midday and after dinner and right before bed and every time he drives somewhere or does prep for the show or watches a Vikings game. There's more commentary about the bread and the queso than there is about the actual story that we're doing here. Oh, hashtag bread Karen, hashtag bread fiend.
Bread fiend.
Aaron overreacted like when he was denied entry to the Cheese Fest in Brainerd, allegedly, says Pool Scam
Cheese
Sam.
Fest? I need to take you to one of those.
Pool Scam Sam, if you fucking looked that up just for that joke, I don't know whether to love you or hate you. Kyle says, John Fetterman dresses better than you, Aaron. Take some responsibility.
That's insulting.
Optic Nerve says, my ex pushed me to the point where I was a total dick and she completely regretted it. Yeah, but then they told everybody they know that you were abusive and you were a terrible guy. It's like that Sam Hyde bit where he takes his belt off and he whips an imaginary woman and he goes, yeah, this is what all men do. Oh, yeah, this happens in real life all the time. Women are totally reasonable and never start shit. I like Sam. It's a good
He's
bit.
fine.
Nobody Likes Onions says, I use queso for my blood transfusions.
Blood type is queso.
Oh, no, buddy. I'm actually, when I see him, I look in the mirror of where I go if I go down the wrong road.
Yikes.
I don't like what I see. I don't want to grow cancer patient facial hair. That would be upsetting to me. $25 away from today. We're about to head into overtime. Let's finish it up. We're not bringing this out at 10:25. You guys are knocking it out all on your own. 25
Thanks,
away.
everyone.
We're going to hammer this thing out. Everybody hit thumbs up, whether you're on YouTube, Rumble, or even Kick. Go ahead and hit that thumbs up button. It helps us out a lot. Subscribe to the channel. We do appreciate it. $25 from K. Owen today and continuing to keep this show rolling along. We appreciate it, guys. Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, memberships, etc. Oh, do you want to hear the guy's answer to the woman bitching at her guy all the time?
Yeah, if we could get to it, that'd be cool.
Let's see what he had to say. Let's see if he's a stupid piece of shit or if maybe he's got some good relationship advice. It's hard to acknowledge where we're messing up in our relationships. I appreciate your awareness and acknowledgement of your actions here. Okay, well, then, that actually makes me think you're more of a lunatic, though, because you don't stop.
Yeah, if you know that you're doing something that upsets the other guy.
Yeah.
Like, you should probably
Then you either
knock
hate
it
yourself
off.
or you hate him.
Or you like feeling this way.
There's another one here, more on marriage. It says, Dear Abby, my wife wants to cheat on me, so she's asking for an open marriage. Just get divorced.
Yeah, it's
Jesus.
not. I feel like that's the easier way.
Yeah. Just ask for one, and then if they say no, then go fuck people. Make them do it. Don't ask for an open marriage. An open marriage it's never going to be 50-50. It's never going to be everyone gets the same amount of pussy. Everyone's going to be jealous about the amount of pussy or dick that the other one's getting, and there's going to be a homicide. Open marriages are a terrible idea. Don't fucking do it. And if they ask you, just kill them. Just kidding. Don't kill them.
Disavow.
Don't kill them.
YouTube.
It's the funny joke. It's the humor we do. Okay, so here we go. There are always good reasons why we act the way we do. See, I don't agree with that.
No, sometimes you're just being ridiculous.
Sometimes you're just being a dipshit. It isn't because you're a terrible person. We need to understand what's driving your actions and then give you tools for change to prevent this permanently damaging your relationship. See, I feel like people give women more sensitive advice than they do men, and I feel like that's the opposite of what's needed. Women want to be told they're okay. They want to be told there's nothing wrong with them.
Reassurance.
So when you tell this guy, hey, I'm a total twat to my man and he's totally checking out on me, how can I fix this? He goes, well, you're not necessarily a bad person. No. Tell her she's a bad person because then she might change. If you go, no, there might be a reason that you're doing this, then she'll just keep doing it. Women, when they come to guys, especially for their problems, are looking for the guy to tell them that they're okay and what they're doing isn't wrong. So if you hit them between the eyes with, you're being a piece of shit, they'll have to stop, drop, and shut them down, open up shop.
Somewhere else.
No, what they'll have to do is they'll have to look inside themselves and go, oh shit, I thought this guy really was just going to tell me I'm okay and that I'm being ridiculous. He's telling me that I'm a piece of shit and need to work on myself. Maybe I should take a look and try to do something different. He says criticism is one of the 4 common communication styles known as the 4 horsemen. Well, which one is it?
The 4 horsemen.
Is it Arn Anderson, Tully Blanchard, Ole Anderson, or Ric Flair? Which one is that?
I prefer the beverage, actually.
Okay. That predict the end of a relationship. Criticism will always damage your relationship, even if you don't intend to. My concern is that your husband isn't just placid, he's actually conflict avoidant. While it might seem like he's just becoming quieter, my fear is that it's actually building resentment and distance with every sharp remark.
So this guy is smart.
This guy knows. Well, he's a guy, you know. That's how I know he's heterosexual. Avoiding criticizing your husband doesn't mean that you never share your concerns with him. Mm-hmm. There are ways you can learn to share that will make it easier for him to hear and that won't damage the relationship. You have to remember, gals, men are ego-driven creatures. If you damage the masculinity or damage the ego, he stops listening to you immediately and goes, my impulse to beat the fuck out of this person is kicking in, and it's a woman, so I can't, so I'm just going to shut down. Like, we're egotistical beings. And you kind of see that in the way we treat women. Because a lot of times guys will be really sweet to women, they'll be really nice to women. It's because that's how we would like our ego fed.
I understand.
You know?
Yeah.
Like, we think, oh man, you know what would really make me like me? Is if I called me pretty. Or if I got me a gift. Or if I did, like, maybe that'll
bread, mostly.
Yeah, bread. If, like, I bring April bread and she's like, you want me to cut a piece of this off and share it with you, don't you? I'm like, if it's not too much trouble. Thank you.
He didn't even want me to get bread for a soup last night.
Yeah, but then...
And I still got the bread because I know he'd be sad that there was no bread.
And then she gave me some bread. And I ate the bread. And I liked it. Changing your communication to avoid criticism will take some effort, self-awareness, and practice. Oh, this sounds like an L for this chick. Instead of picking at your partner, you'll need to learn to slow down, connect to your emotions, and then speak differently. You know what? Don't get me wrong. This one was teed up for this guy. I mean, it's a pretty easy one not to fuck up. You just have to tell this chick to stop being a psycho. But he's doing all right. While it may be easy for me to tell you to change your communication, that's almost impossible without a deeper understanding of what's going on emotionally for you. We are emotionally driven beings, blah, 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 blah. Even those of us who consider ourselves logical. Most of the time, our emotions are unconscious. We spring to action because before we've really had a chance to notice which emotions are driving our actions. I personally have never noticed that in myself.
I sometimes wonder if like somebody is criticizing their partner like so heavily if they just subconsciously just don't like that person very much. Because if you find like steady criticism for everything they do, maybe you really don't like that person very much. You just need to come to grips with that.
Yeah, like I don't shit all over someone that I really like.
Not typically.
I don't shit on them all the time if I really like them. So yeah, there is something to that. Like if you're always criticizing someone instead of saying, hey, do you think you could try doing this? Or do you think you could do that? Or like bringing it up in a way where it's a conversation instead of going, you do this all the time and you're a piece of shit and blah, blah, and there's no solution or anything. Yeah, you might just hate that person. You might just think they're a piece of shit and you want them gone.
Maybe you should just move on.
Maybe it's time. If you're sitting there knowing you're doing it, you're like, I wake up in the morning and I'm like, maybe I won't be a total raging cunt to this person.
But I just can't stop.
And then you catch yourself being a raging cunt to that person.
Yeah.
You probably just hate them.
Yep.
There's probably it. Dirty Old Coin Purse says, Aaron walks into the Hostess factory and says, host D's nuts while crushing 2 little Debbies covered in queso.
Ew.
Thank you, buddy.
Sounds disgusting. You shouldn't do that.
Very kind of you. Now, MS, this is interesting. Over on Rumble, MSO is declaring victory because we got past 10 o'clock and we're still $25 away.
Is it past 10 already?
Now, I don't know if we should call that a W for MSO because we didn't bring out this or anything else. We just figured we're inside of $50. We don't need this.
Right.
So I think we got to make MSO look like a dick right about now. There's $25 left. You guys band together, decide, which 5 or 6 of you are going to throw in a little bit, become members, whatever. And let's have MSO just calm the fuck down a little bit over there with his W's and whatnot. We're not bringing out the offering plate for this or anything, but 25 left. Let's just clean up the last little bit of residue, as it were, in today's goal. There's the Streamlabs, the PayPal, the Super Chats, the Venmo. Trucker 18 Wheeler says it's a win for MSO. I don't think you can call it that.
That's so weird.
I don't think so, because we were so confident in the 25 that we went, it'll happen. But then MSO had to go cock off about it. Then I'm like, guys, finish it off.
This Jeff Jordan in the chat says he's beer battered bacon before and deep fried it.
Drunk.
That sounds delicious.
Deep fried bacon?
Yeah.
Is that a thing?
Well, it can be, apparently. You
I
can
guess
deep fry
so.
most things.
MSO writes, save your money, people. Christmas is coming. You fucking dickhead.
It is true.
Thank you,
spend
buddy.
it on a membership here.
Yeah, spend it on a membership here. That should be your first stocking stuffer, is some gifted memberships to people on Steel Toe. As a matter of fact, I believe 10 gifted memberships would tackle today's goal. Thank you very, very much. Hey, you and I noticed this yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
Alex Stein is getting really cunty.
For seemingly no reason.
He is getting really pissy and easy to trigger and set off and everything else. He was going, him and Mike Harrington were getting into it.
On Twitter because of the fight.
Over their fight, yeah. Alex was getting into it with Brandy Love for no reason. Just started attacking her. Then I guess I'm trying to find it here. Yeah. Mike Harrington tweeted something. He tweeted the link to the video. It says Alex Stein's controversial boxing debut versus Harrington. Mike says, just watched back my fight with Alex Stein in its entirety for the first time. No clue how I didn't get it in 2, and I outstruck him 24-15 in the 3rd round. So that was an insane one to give him. Watch yourself and tell me what you think. Now, we watched it yesterday, and I think I said, did I say when I watched it the first time I thought Stein won the 3rd, and yesterday I thought Harrington won the 3rd?
Mm-hmm.
So I did think Harrington won 2-1. I don't think it was a robbery.
No, it was pretty close.
It was a pretty close fight. I don't care to see either of them ever box again. They're both fucking dreadful at it.
Unless it's you, right?
I mean, if they want to do that to themselves, they're more than welcome to fight me. But they're both really bad at boxing. Really bad. And Alex has been going after it for about 6 months now. He should have been better than that. And Harrington's done it before. Also, he should be better than that.
I'm guessing they didn't have the best of trainers or something. And
Maybe.
Or didn't focus on the right things.
Now, people are saying, oh, you look more marked up, Mike. And then Mike says, yeah, because I forgot Vaseline. All his punches were pushes with gloves on. And it is true. I mean, Alex's punches were bad. They were bad form. There was a lot of pushing and that. How many times did he snap my head back? Because that's where real damage is. And I was dealing those out left and right. Now, he is correct about one thing. At least in amateur boxing, they will judge based on the punches that land and move the head.
Mm-hmm.
They will. That's why hitting them up here is always a good idea when you're in amateur boxing, because it tilts that head back, and it's what they call a scoring blow. Yeah. So Mike is arguing with people in his on his Twitter about the fight. Now, Mike says, funny you say that the judge gave me the first, him the second.
That seems
and said
backwards.
Those two were rock solid in his mind, but the third was the one he was agonizing over. I agree with the judge on the third being the tough one.
Yeah, but the first was clearly Alex. The second was clearly Mike.
I thought the first was Alex. The second was Mike.
Yeah.
And out of those 2 rounds, the first was probably more in question than the second.
I agree. What the heck? I don't like this. See,
that judge is shit.
I don't think it should be allowed to just have one judge. I think that's wrong.
Maybe you should have had 3. You won. I don't know what that was. 2730. Alex was throwing a lot, but it wasn't landing. Robbery, one person said. So Alex got in here at some point, or I think Alex just retweeted it. They were arguing on Instagram in the comments. But he says, so sore loser alert. Don't worry, Baldy. I'll meet you in the ring again. And I don't know if Harrington got back to him on that or what, but Alex has been getting really bitchy on the boxing comments. I know he's been fighting with Mike on multiple platforms. I think they do need to just run it back.
I think, what I saw yesterday, I think, on Mike Harrington's Instagram was that he posted like a picture from the fight and said that he took the L and, Alex was a good fight or something like that.
Yeah.
But just because of the picture that he chose of him hitting Alex, which of course you're going to post that if you're
Alex
Mike,
didn't like that.
Alex was like, well, of course you'd post that picture. Learn how to take an L.
Do you think Alex
something.
is maybe a little sensitive about the decision and maybe he thinks that it was really close and that's why he's lashing out so much? Or do you think he's just being cunty?
I'd pick that one.
He had a really pissy weekend. He got
he
pissy
did.
with Brandy Love for no reason. He just kind of picked a fight. He is picking fights with Mike Harrington on Instagram and Twitter. He's just it's very testy.
I don't know why, because aren't things going pretty well for him?
I think so. SC
doing a lot of
Motorsport
events.
says maybe Alex is going through a breakup. I don't know.
No,
about that.
he's with that girl. He's
With,
got her.
that girl.
Paige.
Irish says Brandy is a skank. I agree with Stein. You can agree that all porn stars are skanks. I mean, they get fucked for money. I mean, that's I don't know. It's more their job and their profession. I don't know. I think if you do it for free, you're a skank. But
Yeah,
otherwise,
she is
it's
doing
just, it's what you do for work. It's what
Yeah.
you do for money.
She still goes home and has a normal life.
Yeah, I think Alex kind of jumped on her there because he thought it would be a good gimmick. Like he's calling it. He knows who his audience is on the internet. And unfortunately, it's just kind of become a trolley audience. And they like when you bash women, especially porn, call them a whore and butthole licking and all that stuff.
Very troll-like thing to do.
He what he did was he preached to the converted. Is kind of what he did. He knew the audience he was going after. Like normal people, everyday people look at what he did and they're just kind of confused. Like, dude, where the fuck did that come from?
Yeah, to me, it's like, okay, where'd the porn star touch you?
Right.
What happened?
Normal people, the going outside after they're on the internet people, look at what Alex did with Brandy and go, dude, you okay? Like this, Brandy seems fine. She's very calm about this. You're screaming about her butthole and cum shots and shit. Whereas someone who lives on the internet all the time and just is like addicted to conflict goes, oh, skater Alex totally owned that porn girl. It's like, you can own anyone if you just shout all the time and never let anyone talk.
Well, and he said so many trolly things too, like, oh, I'm just telling it like it is. And like, you don't know what it is. You don't live her life, but you sure seem obsessed with it.
Are you really?
Are you okay?
Are you telling it like it is, or are you just kind of being a douche?
I could not be bothered that people go and get paid to have sex. I don't care.
I don't
care at all.
I don't think it's awesome and empowering. I don't think it's shitty and demonic. I literally don't think about it throughout the day.
No.
I wouldn't spend if I was on Chrissy's show and Brandy Love came on, I would go, oh, hi.
Well, I'd probably talk to her about the interesting shit she's done in her life.
And she would talk to you about the cum on her face if you would talk to her nicely.
That's the thing. Like, that's the great part about talking to people who are different from you. You get to hear these wild things that you'll never do.
She'll rap about the splooge on her face.
Yeah,
no
I don't
problem.
care. I find that very interesting.
While we're waiting for that last 25 to come in from this wonderful audience we have, let's go to some of the texts that we've been getting.
I forget that they can text your
Yes, the
line.
text to the studio line. Let's take a look here. This one came in at 9:11. Oh God, that's not good.
9/11. That's ominous.
Oh, you know what? There's a few here. This is Charlie. He says, "Great breakdown of presidents' wives." Thank you.
Thank you,
dude. You've got a smart, funny show. Manifest more than 1,000 viewers per taping. 1, figure out how to target overseas markets. 2, pre-produced, very funny sketches. I'm gonna take that under advisement.
Are you though?
Take that advice from absolutely. Here's another one coming in. This is TX. Okay. TX says, Aaron, as your agent, I implore you to stop talking queso. Remember the great fattening of 2017? Getting stuck in the elevator on your way to meet Spielberg has really derailed your career. Love, TX. That's my agent.
Oh, wow.
TX, of
you
course.
got stuck in an elevator?
It's not something I tell people about because I always consider it my past life.
Okay.
Sad boy, before he deletes it, Charlie. Oh, damn it. I almost got one. Sad boy said Charlie texts are gay. No, I will be Josh, and we established very early on taking a text from Charlie doesn't count. I have to take his call. Here we go. We've got more. This is King Yeti. Aaron, you've had a great show today. You must have carbo loaded beforehand. You've been going yeast mode, bud. Sorry, didn't think you could see me. Abort, abort. Thanks, bud.
Oh,
appreciate it. Yeti liked the show today.
That's good. I'm glad somebody did. It kind of felt like nobody liked it for a while.
Well, I tell you what. Let's see if they liked the last 45 minutes or so.
Nope.
$25 amount. So far, no. MSO can still. I will call it a victory at 10:30 if we don't have the goal knocked out. Then it's a win for MSO. Also. No plate today. We're inside of 50. No using the plate.
Never.
$25 away. Got to knock it out honest. Jeff Hillman says, hey, I will super chat $5 if April can recite verse 3 of Jibs and Chameleonaire. King Kong. There's no obscene lyrics. I just want to see April spit dope bars.
I don't know.
Do you want me to look up verse 3?
Not for $5. Not really. I'm okay. I maybe like if it's a song I knew, I don't know that song.
April says no to the $5 offer, so I guess you'd have to do better with
probably something remarkably untoward.
You think so?
Yeah. It's Chameleonaire. Come on.
I thought he only had one song.
I thought so too.
I thought he just had
happened?
the one. He's not. No, Chingy is Holiday Inn, isn't he?
Yeah, Chameleonaire's riding dirty.
Oh, riding dirty. See, when Weird Al's song becomes more famous than yours. I don't know if you can.
Isn't Chingy Holiday Inn and
Right There? Yeah, Right There. I forgot about Chingy's Right There and Holiday Inn.
Who's Peaches and Cream again?
112. Fuck.
That was too fast.
It's 112.
Too fast.
It was 112.
Aaron, who's Blueberry Yum Yum? Quick.
I don't know who Blueberry Yum Yum is.
Ludacris.
Yeah, that's after he stopped. That's after he was good.
I was just going with the fruits.
Oh, well, then in that case, the fruits. Fuck, why can't I think of a gay rapper? Shit. Eminem. No, I don't.
Eminem. Who sings a song with apple bottom jeans?
Oh, apple bottom jeans. That's the fucking guy. That's the Jew who's dancing to him in the movie Tropic Thunder. That's Young Jeezy.
No.
Fuck, who was that?
Flo Rida. Low?
That's not Flo Rida, is it?
Okay.
Low, featuring T-Pain. Oh, it really is. He's been around that long? That song was a long time ago.
Yeah.
Well, shit. $5 coming in from Alaric says, Aaron, you need to add the phrase touch grass to your vocabulary when it comes to terminally online losers. Okay, I'm in.
Touch grass.
That means go outside once in a while, you fucking lunatics. Jesus Christ, you're losing your mind, you guys.
See, I just do that so I don't have to say it.
$20 away from today and denying MSO a victory and no offering plate today. $20 from knocking it out. Everyone follow Alrix and get this thing done. All right, I got a few more texts to go to here for overtime. Didn't see shit for deer this weekend, and my mother-in-law stole my apple pie, says Ryan the Garbage Man.
I saw a lot of deer, but there's a lot of young ones out right now. A lot of really young deer.
Producer Robert, I cannot say the name of that Ninja Turtle, nor can I show that mugshot. That is racially offensive. How dare you? Raz of Chaz says, April, you don't need to go hunting. Just run one over with your truck like my wife did with my car. Also, don't get rid of your truck. There isn't anything worth trading in for. Great show today, guys. I think it's probably leaning that way.
Well, should I just cancel then? Because I'm not trying to waste my time.
I always say when people are making you an offer, listen to them.
I like my truck. I don't have an issue with my truck. It would have to be, the money would have to be worth it.
There you go.
In some regard.
Yeah.
But like I looked online yesterday and I don't see anything. I saw one vehicle that I'm like, okay, that could pass. But like I didn't like the interior color compared to mine, and there's no sunroof compared to mine. So it's like, why do it?
All right. Well, sounds like you've worked this out.
No, I'm going apparently at 11:30. And I feel it rude if I were to cancel now because I told her, I'm like, oh, okay.
Well, hear him out, and then if it's before the compound show, give me a call if you need any help, and I'll let you know what the word on the street is. What the advice would be.
Okay.
All right. We're going to get that handled. Just like we're going to get this fucking $20 handled. It's a pain in our ass right now. For Christ's sake. Let's go on.
He just said, isn't it a lease? No, I did not lease my truck.
No, it's not a lease.
Are you kidding me?
Although you are the perfect candidate for one.
Why?
Because you don't drive your vehicle very often. So like a lease is kind of like your thing.
I only leased one time. It was because it was like my best option at the moment.
Jeopardy contestant slammed for arrogant behavior. Apparently people didn't like. This is actually really good for these game shows. Because game shows, obviously like all TV don't do the numbers they used to. So when you have a guy who's like cunty and shitty and rude or kind of a piece of shit, it's good because it goes viral online and it might cause people to go, oh, you know what? I'm going to dust off my TV, turn on the regular, cable, and I think I'll watch Jeopardy this afternoon and see this douchebag everybody's talking about.
It's kind of fun.
Yeah, people love a heel. His name is Aaron Craig. Oh, why?
Aaron Craig.
Why does he have to be an Aaron? Never trust people with two first names.
I don't like that.
So Aaron Craig is apparently the champion on Jeopardy right now, and he's a complete cunt, according to people. Let's skip this ad. They're not going to let us, are they? Well, let's play a quick 10, 15-second ad. They're going to play two? Jesus Christ, New York Post.
I love watching.
How bad of a third quarter did we have?
What is this goddamn show?
Married to Medicine on Bravo, streaming on Peacock.
They were all black people.
Well, they're allowed to do those kind of shows.
But why is it all black people? That's so unlikely.
Wow. Jesus.
Married to Medicine?
I didn't realize. Oh, you're saying that there shouldn't be as many black people in medicine?
I didn't say that.
As there are on that show? That is bigoted. I'm offended. Let's go to this. Let's see how. Now, I'm really, usually I upplay these things. Like usually when someone says, oh, this guy was a cunt on this TV show, I'm usually like, okay, well, let's see how bad he was. I'm assuming it's really bad. But because Jeopardy usually has an older female audience, I'm assuming during the day, I assume this guy's barely that much of a dick and he might even be likable. And that the people that watch this shitty show are probably just retarded.
There's a chance.
Could be wrong. So is Ken Jennings, is he the guy now? Is he just the permanent host?
I hope so. I don't like that girl. I don't like the girl from
Blossom?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, the Big Bang Theory chick.
No, she's Blossom.
No, Blossom sounds so gay.
She's Blossom. I don't want to say her really super Jewy name either because it's hard to pronounce. All right, let's go to this Jeopardy character and see if he's as big of a douche as people say he is.
So your wager might not matter much. 32, that's your kid's age, I assume. The sum of it, 9,768. And it puts you into the finals, Aaron. Congratulations.
Let's go, Chad!
Let's go chat.
Let's go chat. It's an internet thing. Is that really that bad? One Jeopardy contestant's raucous bragging has sparked the ire of fans on Reddit. Well, no, it has to be somewhere else than Reddit. Reddit hates everything. Reddit is projection. Reddit is all miserable. Reddit and Discord are miserable people gathering together to convince each other that they're not the problem. So if Reddit's complaining about the guy, he's probably fine.
He didn't do anything.
Right. He won the November 3rd episode of the quiz series, didn't hold back his apparent joy as he racked up dollars.
Aren't you supposed to be happy?
Yeah. Show me something of him being a cunt.
This is obnoxious.
With some viewers describing his self-congratulatory applause and whooping as unsportsmanlike. Well, good, he's not playing a sport.
Yeah, this is...
Can you show me... I hate these fucking videos that people make. Can you show me an example of him being a douchebag?
They just tried, and it's because they're bitter and they're not winning the money that he is. I didn't see any type of like egregious celebration or anything.
Right. Aaron Craig. Let's see what we've got. Aaron Craig. I don't even have any Aaron Craig Jeopardy clips that people are posting up there. Final Jeopardy business history. Aaron Craig, day 2, 221. Well, no.
So he was on there before.
Okay, here's another one calling him out for not showing any humility.
Jeopardy. Fans have found...
Oh, for fuck's sake. Are you not going to show a goddamn clip either?
Over his competitors.
You stupid broads.
Since he was... Aaron gave himself a big clap. Liked Aaron
I hate people like this.
Yeah, this is stupid.
I just hate your take. Like, he didn't do anything wrong. If I'm winning thousands of dollars too, I'm excited about it.
I just hate that the internet thinks they're the star of this story and they should just be telling you about it. No, just play it.
They can't just play it. That's the thing about being an online troll. If you play the clip, people are going to realize you're a fraud and a phony.
Yeah.
So, and your opinion doesn't matter.
Show me the guy being a twat and I'll believe you.
Right.
All right, guys, we only have 4 minutes left. 3 minutes left, I'm sorry. And we're $20 away. Come on, let's get rid of this thing. Let's be done with it. Let's finish it off. $20 we got right there after a struggle all morning. Let's get that last 20 handled, huh? Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, memberships, gifted memberships are always welcome. Come on, boys and girls. Let's knock out that last 20. I'm going to have to annoy you for the last 3 minutes because I am not going to let MSO brag and cock off. So let's all team up. It'll only take 4 of you, throwing in 5 at a time, and we'll get this last 20 going and call it a success today. What a great day.
Yes.
Thank you guys so much for your support, especially Patrick, who earned himself a hoodie today.
Compound's next. And I did see that he messaged me.
Yes. So finish up that last 20. Let's get moving here, and maybe we can sneak one more story in before the show's over. Skeezy says, hold. Don't fucking hold. I'm going to be annoyed in the last. You don't want the last 3 minutes of the show, me going, come on. 20 more. Come on. Come on. Let's finish it off. Come on. Jeff says, April, what's your favorite rap song? $10 to recite one verse.
I do not have a favorite.
She won't even sacrifice for the program. Look at that, guys. Look at that. Can you believe it? I would do to wipe out the rest of today's goal. I'd do my entire favorite rap song.
We'd be off YouTube.
Oh, that's true. You can say we eat, we get a plate.
We do eat, we do get a plate.
I mean, you can do that. Oh, there we go. Patrick decided to finish off with $25. You should all be ashamed of yourselves. Patrick finished it off for the win today.
Thanks, Patrick.
Thank you, Patrick, for being the David Chandler of today's show. Very cool. He says, you bastard. Well, it wasn't. Don't look at me. No, I wasn't the issue here. Unless I was.
Maybe you were.
There we go. Biden crime family says, sorry, guys, I saved you last night. You certainly did. Great work. Don't say you're sorry ever. Never say you're sorry. This story makes me very happy before we get out of here today. A woman who decided to put one of those zombie teeth face tattoos on for Halloween is finding out that it won't wash off.
That's not okay.
I love this. I think this is great.
But these are not permanent things.
They're not supposed to be.
I want to reserve the right to do that if I want and make sure it comes off.
No.
Are you kidding me?
I'm happy about this.
I would be really upset with that company.
Good. Be upset. But I'm going to laugh at you at work. I need to make my zombie face look real. Just put on a mask.
Masks are not fun. Have you ever worn a mask?
I've got to put the thing on the deal with the dealy thing.
Have you ever tried to wear a Halloween mask? Do you know how hot and itchy they are?
You take it off every once in a while and you get a little air.
That's so stupid and annoying. Like you try to take a drink and you got to
Well, you know what's really stupid? Wearing this around all day a week after Halloween.
No, because I guarantee on the packaging it said temporary.
I like that they tricked her. Elizabeth Rose panicked when she realized the huge, scary fake teeth and scar on her face wouldn't wash off, sticking the temporary tattoo across her mouth, and she then filmed herself trying to remove the ghoulish design after realizing it wouldn't budge.
It kind of looks cool, though.
Oh, man, even the stuff on the forehead didn't wash off. Aha, you look like an idiot.
That is a bad day at the office. You just come in looking like that.
At Halloween, you know? Put some on my granddaughter as well. She's 7.
You know what she did? She probably put it on way too thick. Like she put on way too much of it.
It's a tattoo. You can't put it on too thick.
If you put a little Sharpie on your hand with soap and water, you can scrub that off. If you paint your whole fucking hand black.
Do you know how temporary tattoos work? It's a thing on a piece of paper with plastic you peel off. It's already pre-made for you to apply.
She must have done something else with it. Uh-oh. Hey, what the fuck?
Oh, you froze
My
it.
daughter rings up going, how's it come off? Well, it can't be that difficult, surely.
Ha-ha. Ha-ha.
That's so
Time to cut a layer of your skin off.
Fuck's sake. Meetings tomorrow.
You have to stay home from work and shopping and everything.
No, you better
I swear to God.
You better get your ass into work.
What are you doing to get that off, man? I don't know. Scraping your skin off?
Just peel a whole layer and you'll be good. $1.99 for Hobo Chili Recipe says no sticker for Hobo. You're sending
Yes,
those
he
out?
does
Yeah.
have it.
Oh, you
It's
fucker.
literally on the way to him.
Oh, okay. Brian with $5 over on Cash App for all things. Thank you
Cash
very
App.
much, buddy. Thank you guys very much. I'll put some stuff up tonight for the evening show, but it's going to be the evening show today is instead Compound Media. Geno Bisconti and I are going to be hosting the Anthony Cumia Show. Very excited about it. Thank you guys very much for your support and your time. Thank you to Patrick. Today's show brought to you by Patrick.
Patrick, yes.
We do appreciate it.
Thank you.
April, thank you very much.
Thanks for having me on my days off.
No problem. So now it's going to be Johnny tomorrow and Thursday.
And you're Rush Limbaughing Friday? Is that what you said?
No, I said from now on, you're all fired, and I'm just going to Rush Limbaugh it from now on.
Perfect.
No, you're on Friday.
I'll apply at Schweeters in a little bit.
Sounds good. So we are also 3 goals left. We got Wednesday morning, Wednesday night, Thursday. That's it. So thank you guys very much. Talk to you very soon. Have a great rest of your day.